From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have a game day upon us here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Entire crew back together again. Sean Trafe, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How did things go yesterday?
There was no fires. No fires to have to put out, except for your throat. How's the throat? Fiery?
Yesterday it was fine, and then it was a head cold, and then this morning at 3, 4 o'clock, my throat started burning again, but I cannot miss a game day, and I cannot miss a must-win game day for the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, what do you mean by must-win?
Brad Sham, here's what I mean. I'm glad you asked. If the Dallas Cowboys, I want to qualify it clearly and define it, especially when the web team puts out, Sean Tree says must-win game, and everyone goes, we're mathematically still in it.
So, 14 games left.
If the Dallas Cowboys lose tonight to the New York Giants, they can still make the playoffs. If the Dallas Cowboys lose tonight to the New York Giants, I do not believe that Mike McCarthy is fired tomorrow. But I believe if the Dallas Cowboys lose to the New York Giants tonight, it will be the end of Mike McCarthy at some point in time this season or after the season because of the stretch that follows. I think tonight is absolutely must-win for Mike McCarthy, given how fragile this team is, his own mood and sensitivity, and the fact that after this, you have the Pittsburgh Steelers on the road, the Detroit Lions, then the bye week, where maybe a change could be made. I don't know. You come out of that at San Francisco, at the Atlanta Falcons, with the Philadelphia Eagles, with the Houston Texans, and then you get whatever the Commanders are. That is brutal. And if you screw up this gimme game, which some may not have it as a gimme game at 7:20 this morning when we make the picks, I believe it's the end of Mike. Tonight is a must-win game for Mike McCarthy, in my opinion, to be able to coach for next year.
Well, yeah, I mean, it probably is very likely because in order for him to coach for next year, they have to make the postseason and advance. Would Mike survive if they go 9-8, sneak in, and make the NFC Championship game?
Maybe.
Right? So, personally, I would look worse on him if they're 9-8 and they make the NFC Championship game than if they're 12-5 and they lose in the division round.
I guess I'm trying to say I don't believe that they make the playoffs if they lose this game.
It's going to be very difficult
tonight with the stretch that follows.
Yeah, now it's going to be very difficult. I think they beat Pittsburgh. I don't like the way Detroit's playing. They're moving the ball, but they're not capitalizing on drives.
San Fran's not playing well.
San Fran's not playing well, but we know how they play against San Fran.
Atlanta's not scary.
Atlanta's not scary. Houston has not played great this year.
Philadelphia could be gettable.
Philadelphia could be gettable. Washington, are we really buying that yet? So it's not it's not murderer's row, but it's a tough stretch. I mean, a lot of those games are toss-up games. And you're right. I mean, in a league where favorites are going down the tubes left and right, and you've got teams that are 2-1 that nobody expected to be 2-1 or 3-0 for that matter. It's a wild season. I don't want to be part of that.
Bob, what do you think about my must-win take?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a must-win from, you're right, the way the schedule breaks down. I think it's also a must-win just from the fact that the way that people are talking around this team the last 4 or 5 days shows they know hey, we're at kind of a point right now where if this doesn't turn around, it's going to tilt to a really bad direction.
Yeah.
And so I think just from that sense, just to soften that over, calm that down, and especially get 10 days. You do not want to lose tonight and then sit on that for almost 2 weeks. That's going to be something that I don't know what kind of mood we're going to get from.
What do you mean sit on it for 2 weeks?
Because
you got 2 games, then the bye.
Right, no, but I'm just saying because it's a middle of the weekend. You're sitting on it for 10 days. More than a week is basically what I'm just saying. But you got to sit there and stew in that. And, Jerry coming back on Tuesday. I'm sure if they lose this game, after sitting on that for a little bit, he's going to be pretty frustrated. Mike McCarthy's probably not going to be very happy. and you're already sensing tension between the players, that's definitely not going to get any better tonight if they lose.
There is a Jerry fire the general manager movement that has gone viral with this guy standing in front of the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Petitions are being passed around. T-shirts are being sold.
Look,
Hold your breath.
You know,
Actually, don't hold your breath. Well, some of you hold your breath.
Settle down just a little bit.
there are some things that are worth putting petitions out for, and some that are not. And this is not, because it's just a waste of energy. And I don't know, like, what do people do that have this much time on their hands to worry about a petition that's never going to happen?
Is there any way
No.
that something like this would push him towards a Belichick? Not him giving up titles, stepping aside, not having fingerprints on. Is there any way something like this with the pressure and the noise could make him do Parcells 2.0?
Well, Parcells was a different story because that was 3, 5, and 11 seasons, and they wanted a stadium.
Yeah.
There's no stadium to be had unless there's something going on that we don't know about. And they're not 5 and 11. They're in a different 3-year stretch of pressure. I don't know. I don't know that there is. I think obviously he would want the name in because it's a big splash, but is he going to give up what Bill would want?
Yeah, does he want to sacrifice credit? Does he want to sacrifice credit? Does he want to sacrifice some of the people in his personnel department who I don't think would work with Bill? I think if they move on from McCarthy, Bill's near the top of the list of people that they're going to talk about. That's going to be a top of mind candidate for them. They'll clearly be willing to entertain it. I just think when they sit down, if they get down and they start talking to each other about what their ideas are, I think both of them are going to realize, we like each other. We'd love to work together. I don't think this is exactly is going to match up the way that we need it to.
Plus, all the reports now have Bill looking at the Jacksonville Jaguars with his relationship with Khan. But we have this.
And they're probably going to be the first one available. They might be the first one available. I mean, they might be able to hire him as an interim this year if they wanted to.
Let's see how tonight goes.
Accountability and apologies yesterday that I was glad to read, and hear. With I heard you guys talking about CeeDee Lamb yesterday at 6 o'clock, and then Mike McCarthy apologizing to Nick Harris. So that was actually good, with some accountability and some apologies from Lamb and McCarthy.
Personal growth. That's good. That's productive. They're moving forward.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
Yeah,
the McCarthy apology was needed the next day. I'm not supposed to, when you mentioned it on, what day was that? Tuesday? When you mentioned you figured he was going to go in there, it makes sense because he knows he doesn't like looking like he's sweating up there. So when he breaks like that and it's universal, the criticism from people, that makes sense. CD standing up there talking about it. We're kind of, as you mentioned, kicking it around yesterday.
Let me stop you right there. It finally hit me driving in.
Did it?
Yep.
What is it?
It finally hit me, your little tie to him and everything, and your weird defense, which you ended up wrong on, at least given Lamb's apology. You are CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, yeah.
That hit me yesterday.
Yeah.
You are giving him this pass for messing up just because you give him points for his intentions. And that's what we do with you.
Yeah.
When you come in late and oversleep and screw up or do something, someone asked on YouTube, why isn't he getting punished for this? How are there no ramifications at work? Well, it's because we like you, and it's because we know what your true intent is. So that finally clicked for me driving in. You're Lamb, but it's like your kid continuing to break your rules, but you're like, I think he means well. He's not a bad kid. He just continues to break the rules. The bottom line for me is you did not do what you said. The scary part about the Lamb thing is he just spent an entire offseason talking about being a leader, and he did that crap in the third game of the season. That's what's scary about it. It didn't get to the 8th game. It didn't get to the 9th game, but you're basically Lamb. You screw up. We should just take it that you screwed up, but we bend the rules a little bit and overlook it because of who you are and what you intend.
Don't you feel like with Lamb, though, when you've got a history of him making mistakes or whatever else, you don't feel like there's any nuance or like any sort of, there's no difference along the way where it's like, well, he did learn from that instance, but now it's okay. Here's a new experience and the application needs to be adjusted. You don't feel that way at all?
No, I thought it was petulant last year, and what he did on Sunday was petulant.
Okay, but I just feel
and it's just you're searching for the excuse versus like forgetting, putting aside the bigger picture. The bigger picture is he's still acting petulant, and he owned it. I like what he said. Go ahead and move past it, but
it's just words.
It's just words, and I got to see it. This team they're so good Tuesday through Saturday. They're so good on just talking and trying to cover it all up. But when the S hits the fan and things start to boil, they never respond with that type of composure on the field. They never respond with that type of composure within the lines. They fold, they crumble, and part of this offseason for the fans is talk is cheap. We're not listening to Jerry anymore about it. We're not going to listen to your sell jobs. We're not going to listen to all your podcasts. We don't care. Dak, with all your leadership statements and all your seminars, no one gives a crap. No one gives a freaking crap until you make it to the NFC Championship game. But at least they took accountability for it. That was good. I heard you had a blast last night with a guest in the Cowboy Hour.
Rocket Ishmael. He was he was really, really good. And we had talked about this, the actual, like, this discussion about the blow-ups, like when Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence are interacting the way they are and CD's interacting the way they are. And he was talking about the first game he played for the Cowboys against Washington and how he had dropped a pass in the first half and he came back into the huddle and Eric Williams just ripped into him in the huddle and took a big old club, whacked him in the side of the head. And he's like, I'm not kidding. The rest of the first half, my left side was numb. And he's like, it like messed me up like that. And he's like, later in the game, they dropped the same play. Emmett's in the huddle telling me the same thing. He's like, you better not drop the effing ball. We're about to throw it to you. And I didn't. And I came through with it. He's like, but here's the thing. He said, a foundation was built of trust and camaraderie, and there was a baseline for their interactions where they knew how they felt about each other. And they knew that they had the cachet built up or whatever you want to say, that they knew that they had the baseline and the structured relationship to be able to then have Eric Williams whack him in the side of the head and him not freak out about it. So he's like, they can have those moments, but they better make sure that they've got a foundation that says, but we know what we expect from each other and we value each other. And so those moments, you can write them off because of what you've built. And the Cowboys haven't shown necessarily that they've got that.
And it did not surprise you to hear that Rocket was awesome with them.
Love Rocket. Rocket was great. Did some, post-game shows with him over the years. He's fantastic.
I was with Joe D, right?
Yeah.
Joe D. Messina.
That's right. Coach Joe.
I remember us sitting at the Fan Sports Lounge.
Coach Joe was part of it. Tony Casillas was a part of it over the years. It was, he's a great guest. Tremendous.
Cowboys are doing something they've never done before this week. They're playing a road game on a short week. They have never played an away game with just 3 days between matchups. Every other team has played at least 6 road games with limited rest.
I mean, look, the Cowboys play a Thursday night game every year. That's unlike every other team in the league other than Detroit, right? So now, for years. Now everybody plays one, but for years, the Cowboys and the Lions were the only ones that play one every year. But this is just a correction. They have to be eventually playing on road, a road Thursday night game. It just makes it more fair for the rest of the league because the rest of the league does this every other year, essentially. And I do wonder if what we're going to see moving forward is just division games for the Cowboys and for the Lions on these Thursday night games. Because the Lions last year went on the road to Green Bay on a Thursday and then home to Green Bay on Thanksgiving. This year, the Cowboys going on the road to the Giants and then home to the Giants on Thanksgiving.
Well, then they've done road Thursday night games before,
but not on a short week.
Not on a short week. I mean, they've had a short week. Like, for instance, the closest this ever happened was when they played the Titans at the end of the year a couple years ago. But that was a Saturday game before that, so they had the extra day of rest. But when you see a note like this, that's one of those ones where it's like, I don't want to hear anyone try to claim like the NFL's trying to screw the Cowboys all the time. The NFL's always got it out for the Cowboys. It's like, well, clearly the NFL has neglected something that the rest of the league has had a disadvantage for. a minimum of 6 times over the years that the Cowboys haven't been given once. So it can't be that much of a screw job.
And the Cowboys and Giants both preparing to be without some defensive backs tonight.
Yeah, it looks like no Kalen Carson tonight, no Marquise Bell. Both of them are doubtful. Carson, that means probably a lot of Andrew Booth in this game, I would guess. And then for the Giants, they're missing 2 of their better corners, both guys who can play in the slot. Adoree Jackson is out, and Drew Phillips, the rookie, who may be one of their 5 best players based on what I've seen on tape leading up to this game. So that's a tough spot for the Giants to be in, and Dallas has got to take advantage of it.
Wyatt Langford does it again. Is Sam Darnold the MVP? Is Saquon Barkley making us all look bad? Mike Tomlin will go down as a better coach than Andy Reid, and Pittsburgh cannot go to Russell Wilson, which the Cowboys have coming up. RJ Choppy with some overreactions or not around the NFL. And on your home of the Rangers, it's game day with Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. You know, you need it most. You need it most right now. Rolling back those finance rates to...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
7th through October 20th. Get your tickets at bigtex.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A little better against righties than lefties. Langford swings. It's a fly ball to deep left field. Back goes Nevin to the wall. He leaps, and it is history. A home run for Wyatt Langford. He just barely cleared the 8-foot-high wall, and the glove of Tyler Nevin. Langford, with his 14th of the year, makes it 2-0 Texas. 2 batters into the game.
Only talking about the Texas Rangers, who, of course, are out of it because of Wyatt Langford. 2 hits, 2 runs batted in, and a stolen base. And RJ Choppy has been all over Athletics Watch with this series ending in Oakland. Mike Bassick was sending me some footage of the city and some of the beautiful sights yesterday, sending me a video, but the Rangers win 5-1.
It is the end of an era.
And Evan Grant said the Rangers were briefed by officials for security precautions.
I mean, that tells you all you need to know about the state of affairs in Oakland. Which I was listening to Steve Phillips on MLB Network yesterday, and he was saying how look, you can't blame the A's for moving. Like, the city wouldn't pony up any money. I mean, they even moved their front offices to where they wanted to build the stadium. It's a mess, though. It is an absolute mess. Not the biggest mess baseball's got going on right now. That's the Braves and Mets, which is a completely different scenario.
What's happening? By the way, is attendance going up for this series in Oakland?
It is. Now, they raised the prices of the game, but there was my buddy Wes is at the game. He sent me a photo of the stadium, and it looked like
35,270 listed.
Yeah,
whoa, that's like their season attendance.
But the Mets Braves, they got a hurricane going on in Atlanta. These two teams are separated by like a half game. Braves are like a half game out, and they had an off day on Monday. But baseball's not really like in charge of when the teams play. Like, the home team is in charge of when the game is, and the Braves we're not moving this to a neutral site. We're keeping the gate. We're not moving this. They could have moved this thing to, pick a stadium. We're not moving it.
Oakland.
And they could have moved to the Globe. He's like, we're not doing this. So they didn't play on the off day Monday. They played on Tuesday, and they got rained out yesterday. They're going to get rained out today because the hurricane's there. So now baseball is going to have them play a doubleheader on Monday, the off day before the playoffs. Both teams are fighting for a playoff spot. So both teams are going to wind up playing a doubleheader Monday. At least one of them is making the playoffs. One of them is going to have to go to San Diego for a day game Tuesday because baseball's not playing night games on Tuesday in the wild card because they don't want to go up against the debate. They're like, we're not going to ruin this is American democracy. You can't go up against the debate.
Are they doing a second debate?
It's the VP debate.
Oh, the VP debate.
It's the VP debate. And baseball's like, no, the VP debate's too important. We're not going to have...
Finally figure out what's going on with the Haitians.
Absolutely. We're not going to have that. So, I mean, what a disaster for the sport.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Of course, it is an NFL Cowboys game day with Thursday Night Football against the New York Football Giants.
Yeah, and it's something where this one's setting up tonight for the Cowboys is I do have sincere concerns about this game. Choppy, it didn't seem like yesterday you were worried at all. Sean, outside of any sort of just you're spiraling sort of angle from this, any concern about the Giants for you? Or is it just if they lose, they lose because they shoot themselves in the foot, the Cowboys?
I would say shoot themselves in the foot. I will ask you at 7:20 what their running game actually looks like. We're going to make the picks at 7:20. Paul Schwartz, our Giants insider who we like, at 8. Michael Silver, national NFL reporter, at 9:20. And Babe Laufenberg at 8:40.
Oh, baby.
Plus, we have a Boys to Men ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock expressway. Take us real quick around the rest of the NFL.
All right, little overreactions or not.
And by the way, the spread that I have right now is 6.
They went back up. Yeah, went back
I
up.
like the way CD responded.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was McCarthy apologizing to Nick Harris.
Sam Darnold is your league MVP as of today.
Sure, but I mean, he won't be. But yeah, no, that's not an overreaction right now. If the season ended today, yes, the guy with the most touchdowns in the NFL, who has like got the most impressive set of wins so far, yeah, he would be the MVP. It's not going to stay that way. So not an overreaction right now.
Yeah, clearly not an overreaction. I was just trying to think who else it could be. Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. That's the main other one, I think.
Like, I have MVP odds as of the 24th, so all the games were played. Josh Allen's the leader.
Uh-huh.
And Sam Darnold is not even top 5.
What about Dak leading the NFL in passing yards?
Oh, yeah.
Like, how do we factor that in?
Right into your empty stats that you love so much. It's in order: Allen, Mahomes, Rodgers, Stroud, Hurts, Burrow, Purdy, Lamar, Sam Darnold at 25-1, and old garbage time at 28-1.
Dak needs to be ahead of Burrow. Burrow can't win a game.
Yeah, but they also scored on every drive this past week and still lost. It's crazy.
So Dak's at 28-1, then Kyler, Jared Goff.
All right, next one.
Not an overreaction.
Sticking with Minnesota, Minnesota is the best team in the NFC. And record-wise, they are, but
it's not an overreaction.
I really believe it.
No.
After what they did to Houston, I was like, all right, that's a fluke against San Fran, and brought us watch the tape like a beast. He's like, I was out on my walk and I had an extra hour, so I heard you say you wanted to know what really happened, so I'm telling you what really happened. And it sounded a little bit fluky. I watched enough of that armpit game to know that was not fluky. And they made they made C.J. Stroud look like seeing ghost Sam Darnold with the Jets. That was for real, not an overreaction at all.
No, I mean, I know you don't think defense is sustainable there, Chop, but I mean, Brian Flores does have that defense just like causing opposing quarterbacks to look silly.
He doesn't think it's sustainable like year over year. Like it could be fine this year, wouldn't necessarily mean it's fine next year.
Right. Their defense looks really, really good right now. Darnold looks comfortable. And I mean, he's always had talent. Right now, he just looks comfortable and confident. And Justin Jefferson is not missing a beat. So, no, it's not an overreaction.
All right, I agree. Next one. Saquon Barkley was the best free agent signing this offseason.
All right, here's where I missed on Saquon. And I've always applied this to backs, and I didn't do it here, and it was probably a mistake. Can Saquon get to the second level? Will his offensive line get him to the second level? Because if he gets to the second level, he may be the most explosive running back still in the National Football League. And I guess I just assumed there had to be times in New York with the Giants where he had second level opportunities. Maybe not. Maybe their offensive line, you talk to Giants fans, and they think they haven't fixed it since Eli. That's their excuse for Eli sucking. And being overrated is because the offensive line was never fixed. But maybe the Giants' offensive line just was that bad that Saquon Barkley got no second-level opportunities. And I should have put 2 and 2 together with the Eagles' offensive line, even though they lost Kelsey. And they lost someone else, too, didn't they? In the offseason?
Fletcher Cox retired, but that was on the other side of the ball. Yeah. But I don't think anybody else on offense.
But I should have said, all right, if Saquon gets to that next level, he will be gone and break 60-yarders like he's doing. I'm just trying to think of other free agent signings that could qualify.
That's what I was just looking over. So
it's not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction. The top annual value guys that got paid this offseason, Cousins wouldn't be him. Christian Wilkins. Danielle Hunter has played well to start for Houston, but no, I mean there's nobody that I'm looking at who's just, blowing you away looking at this. So
are you both feeling like your Saquon takes are looking wrong? As we all laughed at it and rolled our eyes.
He's having a good year. Yeah, you can't argue that he hasn't been an impact player.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah.
I asked if you guys are going to say,
13 million?
I could be wrong.
13 million? I wouldn't spend. No.
I mean, look, if
he could break the rushing record. And I don't
if we're truly trending towards, a blend of efficiency in the pass and the run game, like we've seen in the first few weeks, if that's where the league is going now, and he stays healthy, then at that point it's worth it.
Yeah, the issue's going to be...
And I would be wrong.
The issue's going to be...
I said it. He didn't.
Yeah. Well, the issue's going to be the length of the deal, the dead money and all that stuff, coupled with the eventual decline that happens at 27.
Your cap charge for Zeke this year is like $4 million more than it is for Saquon Barkley.
Well, but... over the course of the entire contract, that's what we're talking about. Not just this year. This year, it seems to be very, very worth it.
Not an overreaction.
Okay, next one. Mike Tomlin will go down as a better coach than Andy Reid.
Overreaction.
Okay.
That will not be thought of unless they win it this year with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson.
It's an overreaction in the sense of just how people, because I mean, Andy Reid, multiple Super Bowls. Mike Tomlin, he hasn't won a playoff game in a decade or something like that. It's been a long time.
I think it's been like 2015 maybe.
But Tomlin will be remembered as more than it is when you talk about the CEO coach and the culture coach. He'll be remembered as one of the greatest examples and success stories of that.
Overreaction.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's an overreaction too. But Tomlin has had far worse quarterbacks. I mean, he had Ben.
Yep.
And Ben's going to the Hall.
Yep.
But after Ben, it's been a mishmash of garbage, and he still managed to drag them to the playoffs.
Yeah, to first-round exits.
First-round exits.
They're an automatic first-round exit.
Yep, they're capped. To be fair, before Andy Reid got Mahomes, when he had Alex Smith, they were the same.
And
Alex Smith was pretty damn good. Like, consistently, Andy Reid gets the most out of his passing
don't
game.
forget about all the appearances of Philly.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
NFC Championship game 4 straight times.
No doubt. Speaking one more thing on Pittsburgh.
With DFW maybe elevating Andy Reid even more with the way we talk about Donovan McNabb. Like, I think we've nailed Eli here first, and the rest of the country is now catching on with the Hall of Fame argument. We may be wrong too far on the other side with crapping on McNabb as a player. Everyone just say, oh, he skipped footballs. Oh, he's a big drunk. Oh, he's annoying. Oh, he's bitching about T.O. nonstop. I think we probably disrespect, just like we do with Kevin Garnett around here, we probably disrespect Donovan McNabb versus the rest of the country.
That's fair. One more thing on Pitt. They cannot go to Russell Wilson after this 3-0 start.
Oh, that's an overreaction, but this is not going to keep. I love the Bears fans; they're freaking out. Oh, we got rid of Justin for Caleb. Oh, figures. Look at how we're cursed. Justin Fields is not going to start for them all season long, and Russell Wilson will play because of Fields' ineffectiveness. Overreaction.
Yeah, I think
at some point.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's look ahead 10 days from now. I mean, if Justin Fields runs for 200 yards on this Cowboys defense, which he might, maybe that solidifies the job for him. But honestly, no, that's an overreaction because at some point they're just waiting for, as long as you're getting us by, it's fine. But you don't have any sort of a hall pass to just have this job.
He's 27th in yards thrown. He has 2 touchdowns on the season. His QBR is 21st in the league. He ain't doing anything special. He's thrown for 245 good in their last game against the Chargers, 117 and 156.
He's Caleb Williams with dirt under his nails. That's what he is.
With dirt. All right. San Fran's
and
win.
What's your take?
I think it's very hard to switch quarterbacks if you're 3-0. I think Bobby, you guys are right that eventually he'll have a game where they just say, We got to go.
It'll be a game or two.
Yeah, we got to go somewhere else.
All right, more on Around the NFL a little bit later on. Cowboys picks at 7:20 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, but it's Thursday, and that means it's the payload. I'm in love with this story. The leftover plane charger on the airplane. How long can you mourn a sports loss? And Peyton wants to make ramen great again. The payload on a Thursday right after this. But I want to make your job feel great again. I want to make your week feel great again. The way to do it is MyCC. It's my
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
I'm listening special this Sunday on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the payload every Thursday at this time, a game day payload. I believe the first time ever we have that game day payload here. And you heard the tease. Sean loves this story, so let's start with it. Another airplane drama incident taking place.
So good.
Is it stealing if you give it back? That's the big question here.
Yes.
Yes.
Depends.
It is.
That's not the big question here. The big question here is, would you have done the same thing? That's the question. Set it up, Pepe.
Yeah, you got to explain this.
Would I have stolen the item, or whose side am I playing here?
Just do the story. Explain the story.
So we have an incident on airplane here where a woman has taken a man's charger, and the man calls her out for it, and she goes, "What? I'm gonna give it back to you, and I'll play audio here in a second." And she's like, "What? It's not a big deal. I'm gonna give it back to you. It was left on the plane. Like, I'm gonna take it." And he goes, "No, you were gonna steal it until I called you out for it." And we'll play the incident here, and then you can be the judge.
So
on
were they getting off the plane? Like
they were getting on the plane.
They were getting on the plane.
It seems like the way they're talking, it's almost a connecting flight or something. Because the way he's talking is he left it on a plane, and she grabbed it because it had been left on the plane or whatever, and then they were getting on another one. So it seemed like it was a connecting flight that they were both on.
Okay.
So I think
the video starts with her getting on the plane. He's already at his seat. She's getting on the plane.
So they're both like getting on the same second flight.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. And he somehow knows that she grabbed his charger.
Yes.
And it might have been because the charger, it might have just looked like his or whatever. But yeah, he finds out that, hey, she took it. So here's the audio of the altercation between the man and the woman getting on the connecting flight.
Did you take my charger?
Yeah.
Why would you take my charger?
Because we got off the flight.
Yeah, but my charger, that's my charger. Why would you take
You're
it?
gonna get it back.
But why would you take it though, without permission?
Because nobody was on the flight, bro.
Yeah, but that's my charger.
And you're getting it back.
Okay, can I have it back?
If you give it back, are you really stealing it?
This guy's a little bitch. He just is. He had his phone out like a little TikTok girl, trying to record, and you're going to be on TikTok soon, a little biatch. The question is this. You're getting off the flight, and there's this nice charger, right? The seat's empty in front of you. You know that person has left, and the charger's like sitting up there plugged in. are you reaching over and snagging the charger? That's the question. Because I'm not killing her for this, unless she's going to say he's going to realize it. And it's a mofo to get back on an airplane to grab a belonging. You're not supposed to do that.
You're not supposed to do that. You would get one of the gate agents to go on the plane and get it for you.
Yeah, and didn't someone snag your candy or something you threw a hissy fit about?
It was more, but I was blaming myself because I left it. And I was like, crap, they ate it.
If there's a bag of unopened candy, right, in the fourth row and you're in the back of the plane and everyone else has left, I'm not killing you for grabbing that bag of candy. And I'm not killing her for snagging the charger.
Yeah, if they were in the same row, and she grabbed it out of the thing, and before he could grab it, then that's completely stealing. That's thievery. If it's the scenario you just pointed out where,
or maybe you think you're going to see him a baggage claim, you take it and
bring it for you.
I'll see him because you're familiar that person was right there, maybe the row in front or back.
That could be it too. But look, I mean, either way. She should have left the charger there, period. But he can't get mad either. He lost the ability to get upset if he forgot the charger. If he just left it there. Just don't, if it's not yours, don't take it. Especially if you know that it was on the plane, give the guy at least a minute to recognize, I forgot my charger. I'm going to send the gate agent down there to get it. But he also can't get mad and do this. He left it.
I would not take it if I saw it.
Yeah.
But if it was my charger and I knew somebody took it, I would be like, damn, I left it. That sucks. I would ask for it back. I would not go you stole it. I would just be like, did you happen to pick up my charger?
How did he pinpoint and trace it back to her?
Did he? I don't know. Did he
Seems
tell?
a little set up. I think other people around said it, Peyton. Right?
Maybe so. I don't know. Again, the way the charger looked, it looked
Peyton didn't read the story.
Your story.
it looked like the charger could have been, just. It didn't look like a normal charger. It didn't look like the box and the cord and everything. It looked like it was built a little different.
And is there a nice enough charger? What? I'm stupid with technology. What is this nice ass charger where you're like, oh my gosh, this is worth something. This is hard.
You get your standard lightning chargers, which they are like gold. But look, there's an example on the golf course over the weekend. We're playing, and this guy left his ball on the green. All right. So, the ball's on the green. Pro V1, good golf ball, $5-6 a golf ball, whatever it is. I was like, all right, well, screw it, man. He left the ball. I'm going to take it.
I know old smuggling Sarah went and took it.
Oh, no. She didn't.
The mackerel.
Absolutely.
She's worse than me finding range balls and keeping them.
Oh, yeah. She will go scouring the woods. She did not care. But, yeah, I grabbed the ball. If the guy came to me on the next hole and said, hey, did you find my golf ball?
Now, were they right in front of you?
Yeah, they're right in front of me.
All right. See, that's worse than this. Because you know exactly where they are, right?
Right, but
are you going to catch up to them eventually and wait for them to tee off, or they're in the fairway in front of you while you're on the tee and you're like, hey yo, and you just chunk it up the fairway?
Well, look, people lose golf balls all the time, right? You lose it in the woods, you can't find it. The next person that drives by picks it up. It's just it's a social convention.
Loss.
It's an expected loss. Now, if it's a sand wedge on the green, you absolutely give it back.
Okay.
Right? You find the guy. Now, they usually drive back for it when they figure it out.
Yeah.
Next hole. Oh, I forgot my sandwich. You bring it back. A golf ball, it's understood, right?
Okay.
Golf ball's understood.
Yeah.
This is it's kind of in between here. It's
but
not.
Where am I supposed to find this guy?
Exactly.
I'm not finding this guy when we all get off the plane unless they are in my row.
Right.
He's going forever. I'm never going to see this guy unless it's at the baggage claim.
Yeah, baggage claim would be the spot. Yeah.
Never going to see this person for the rest of my life. And he's going off and recording her on the next flight.
So, Sean, you're saying if you took someone's charger that they had left behind on a plane flight, but you saw them, you would then give it back.
Yeah.
Is that okay? I totally agree with that. If there should be a time limit on this thing.
It depends. Did they have an annoying kid on the flight?
Or they're filming you?
Are they filming me? Did they have raw onions on their sandwich? Then I'm not giving it back.
Right. So no, I'm totally with Sean here. There should be a time limit here. You got a certain amount of time between the time we get off the flight that I have your charger or whatever the belonging is before you get it back or not.
Look, finding extra chargers, that's gold. There's been plenty of times. Now, I haven't taken them, but I'm not going to kill you for doing it. There's been plenty of times in here people leave their chargers, and I'm like, I need that. I could use that. I don't do it. But if it's just sitting there on the airplane, I'm never going to see this person again. They're not getting back on the plane to get it because of whatever flight rules there are. Take it. This guy's a Little attention whore.
Yeah, he is.
Little TikTok attention whore.
Another loser on an airplane is what I call it.
And I actually think
Suckers
this
and
happened
losers.
years ago because I actually did read the story on like PayPay. Because the girl posted like a follow-up and she's like, here I am, charger thief. This actually happened years ago, but it's resurfacing, so now I'll explain myself.
And the lady says she's
attractive too.
She got death threats, all that stuff. So,
Death threats.
Yeah, over this. Ridiculous. All right, it is the Payload every Thursday at this time. It is a game day. And for a lot of us, the Cowboys game tonight is going to determine our mood for tomorrow. It's going to ruin our Friday, ruin our weekend. Maybe not us here at the
Not
station.
me. I'm over that.
The Tolos, 877-881-1053, Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Do the Cowboys or does any team of yours, favorite team, sports team, affect your mood for either the next day or the next week? You know, in football, you play once a week. And so, you know, a loss for the Cowboys could determine an entire week for you. And this is Diana Rossini on the Dan Le Batard podcast, and she's going off about how her husband is an Eagles fan and how because the Birds lost to the Falcons last week, that determined his mood for the next few days.
And my husband said 2 words to me. He's an Eagles fan. And I'm like, this can't be a thing. Like, I don't want to be the household that is shaped by the result of a football game. Like, A, grow up. B, you're a father. I don't want our children having a culture where mommy and daddy's tone in this house is based on the result of the Philadelphia Eagles. Who cares? So stupid.
Some people call it childish. I just call it passionate.
You know, Diana Rossini, number one, is probably a hypocrite because she probably was that fan in order to get into this job. And then when you get into this job, that leaves you.
It does.
It leaves you because she's covering all the teams and talking to them. You want your kid. I want my kid to be diehard. I don't want temper tantrums like on a Thursday, but Cowboys win or losses would affect me at least Monday and Tuesday, but not this season.
Here's the thing: is that
it's a win-win.
Fans like her husband. All right, the fact that there are so many of them that feel that way is why she has a job that pays her as well as she does.
Oh, that's for sure.
Like, she's saying, like, who cares? All right, you want people to not care, then you get laid off because then nobody wants to consume what you do. Like, that's the whole point, Diana. That's why Diana has a job that she does.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. And, like, it is also, like, it all depends on what you have going on in your life, how much your sports team does to you.
I mean, not back in the day for me. Back in the day,
right.
That
back
would,
in the day,
that would dominate. That would dominate.
Right.
My
Right. When you were a kid, like most adults have families, wives, kids, husbands, jobs that are 50, 60-hour weeks. They don't have time for their sports team to ruin their mood because they have to move on to the next thing.
It's good, man. I mean, that's part of the fan engagement and the passion of it.
Mavericks still work me up like that a little bit.
Just don't like stab people,
Really?
Yeah.
And kill people out in parking lots. But yeah, it's good.
I will say, back in my single days, it did affect
So long
me.
ago.
11 months to the day, actually.
It's only 11 months. You guys have lived together for 9.
I know we started living together after 2, so
This is your 11-month anniversary today?
11 months today.
Are you doing anything for it?
Well, I'll be working Cowboys. So
okay.
I mean, I think we're going to Hibachi tomorrow with some family. So we'll count that as like a little anniversary, somewhat.
Mark month anniversaries.
Very thoughtful to have your parents pick up the bill for your anniversary.
Well, I'm not paying for it. But yeah, back in my single days, I mean, sports affected me a lot more than like it does now. Because now it's like,
now you just switch and root for the other team.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just put on the uniform of whoever won the game.
You're like the guy buying 6 lotto tickets instead of 2.
No, that's why when we have the fan text is way more active on the days the Cowboys lose than when they win.
Yeah.
Way more active because people, it hurts them.
It is the Payload every Thursday at this time. Sean, we have one more story here for you guys. Look, Sean, you're the pit master here, and Gen Z is going to spice up your grilling game, or your cooking game at least. Instant noodles. Ramen noodles are making a comeback, but it's not just the noodles and broth. They're putting meat and all sorts of veggies inside of it. I'm a big ramen noodles guy. I have no problem with this. In my ramen noodles, I throw it on the stovetop in the pot. I dump a little egg in it, some green onions if I want to.
Yeah.
If I have them, I have no problem with this. And look, making cheap meals and making it into like a gourmet, I totally love the idea of it. Just because it's cheap doesn't mean you have to leave it cheap.
Whenever Amanda will randomly get out a ramen and there'll be like, 4 or 5 bites left and I've finished the leftover, I'm like, okay, this is fine.
Ramen's great.
This is totally fine. And if you can go ahead and spice that up, why wouldn't you? rather than buying some, those noodle shops.
The
Pho,
or the
udon.
wobbies.
I don't know what it is. Yeah, the wobbies.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah, why not? Ramen, like, is that better than the other base level things you could compare it to? Like, Ollie has those shake up mac and cheese that doesn't taste like anything. SpaghettiOs, things
Ramen's
on that
still
level.
good.
And ramen's still good.
Those little packets of ramen, which, by the way, Peyton, when I was in college, you get for 10 cents a piece. That's how old I am.
Oh, inflation.
That's
Thanks.
right. Those ramen
Thanks,
packets, they take the Kraft mac and cheese box. I think that's the other one that's just the base level. That's very, very good. But they take the Kraft mac and cheese over their knee and spank it.
No doubt.
They are so much. The base ramen is maybe the best food for your buck. Not healthy.
No.
Right?
A lot of sodium.
A lot of salt. But they're fantastic.
It is the payload here on DFW Sports Station. It's a game day here with the entire crew back together again. Before we pick the game, RJ has a Cowboys concern for you to rank 1 through 5. Leadership, wideouts, Dak, O-line, missing the playoffs. Let's rank your Cowboy concerns before we pick the Giants game tonight right here on The Fan. But let's go ahead and get you some BetterHelp. Now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It is a game day. Dallas
day.
Cowboys, New York Giants tonight on this radio station pregame. Play-by-play, Brad Sham, Babe Laufenberg, who will join us at 8:40, and then the post. We have all the guests at 8 o'clock, 8:40 as I said, and 9:20 here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. If you are just skipping around the radio, this is where you can listen to the game and then just keep it on throughout the night. And then tomorrow morning, get all the reaction with Star Up and Star Down with us. Before we actually pick this one, and I heard there's one or at least two people in the building that are actually going to pick the New York Giants to win what I'm calling a must-win game for Mike McCarthy. We're going to get into that at 7:20. RJ Choppy with some Dallas Cowboy concerns.
All right, so I want to preface this by saying I left out the running game and stopping the run because,
as Jerry says, we're all fine there.
Well, that's
we like our positions. We like our personnel.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I left those out for that very reason. But a normal functioning adult would say we know those are at DEFCON. Is it 1 or 5? Whatever the worst one
is the worst.
Yeah, so we know those are bad. So I want to go scale of 1 to 5 with these, right? 5, biggest concern. 1 is not really that much of concern at all. Okay? These are the lists. You guys rank them. Locker room leadership. I never thought I would ask a Dak Prescott-led team this question, but I think it's pertinent here.
4.
Okay.
4, concern of 4 out of 5.
Okay.
Dak is not enough, or he's not controlling them enough. One of the two.
So just to be clear, based on the way you set this up, you're saying 5 is the highest concern?
Yeah, 5 is of the utmost
all right,
concern.
because you were talking about DEFCON a second ago.
Too confusing.
All right. So 5 being the highest concern. 3, probably, like right in the middle. Like, I think there's lack of leadership in certain areas. I think in other ways there's just also very little cohesion, and there's also just a problem with subordinates too. Like, I think that is part of the issue.
Subordinates.
Like, in terms of just when you talk about leadership and then the people they're leading, like, I think there's a lot of immaturity that exists within those players that you're trying to lead. And so how much that can be established overnight, especially while you're losing games, I don't know, but I'll put it at a 3.
Name the top 4 leaders on this team.
Dak Prescott, DeMarcus Lawrence, probably Jordan Lewis, and then Zeke or Zach Martin, one of them.
Okay. 4.
I think it's a 4. 3.8, 4.2. It's right there because it's like I think part of the problem is that
they bicker,
they
hide, they run, they blame, they don't follow through with what they say in the offseason, they crumble during the games, they don't bounce back, they're not following instructions defensively, or at least everyone trying to play Superman according to Micah and Tank.
What? There's a lot of and even the thought of hero ball already. Week 3, where you're playing for yourself. I mean, that's something you do when you're eliminated. That's a leadership from the top, and that's part of, in my opinion, what happens when you have a lame duck coach.
I agree. All those things are issues right now. So I guess I'm curious from you, Sean and RJ. What's your ideal breakdown of what you think coach responsibility or coach leadership versus player leadership should be? Is that 50-50, or should it be more player driven, or like how do you think leadership should look? Like should it come more from the coach or the players?
50-50, 60-40.
Okay.
Something like that. Someone's got to police the locker room. When the coach is not there and not around. That's why we can make fun of your Bobby Wagners and those types of dudes, but you get a Bobby Wagner type, and I feel like you take care of a lot of that.
Because that locker room, that is not for the coaches to be in. Like that's you know what I mean? Like that's the players. That's their domain. Someone's got to police it.
Yeah, I think that was why Rob Davis was here.
Wide receivers.
Who's that?
He was the old assistant coach that was McCarthy's locker room spy, essentially.
Wide receivers. Next one.
4. Concern of a 4.
Yeah, probably. I mean, CeeDee's so good, and I don't think he's going to have the same sort of issues that he has early. But I mean, overall, the group, there's not enough. There's not enough consistency. So 4.
They've absolutely failed with the number 3 wideout.
Yeah, Tolbert is not the guy you thought he was going to be. Even if he ends up being a solid player or doesn't hurt you, he's not the guy they thought.
Yeah, I think it's a 4.5. They're not getting separation either. That to me is.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Like, why would you not just double team CeeDee Lamb?
Right. I mean, every wide receiver can catch in the NFL. They can all catch at some
except Aguilar.
At some level, they can all catch. Can they get open? And this group is not getting open right now. Either they're not getting schemed open, or they're not able to beat their man one-on-one. So to me, it's a big one.
Have you talked about your frustration that you know about with someone, or that's still off air?
Probably off air because I don't know which particular frustration you're referencing because I know there are a few of them.
All right.
Oh, I do know. Yeah, that's off air for now.
Okay.
But we'll work on it.
Rain, Dakota, Prescott.
My extreme answer would be a 3. I'd go 2.5. I'll go in between. 2.5.
Yeah. 2.5. Look, I mean, he's here, he's under contract, and I think there's a stability there that I'd be a little bit more concerned about if he was, out of contract, because I would start tying it into, okay, are we seeing that he's cracking under pressure, or is there, an issue of just not feeling secure and he's not focused? I think right now it's just they're sloppy, just like they were sloppy early on last year. So 2.5, 3.
They are a little sloppy. I think it's a 2. I'm not really that worried about him yet. If it gets to week 5 or 6 and his QBR is in the high teens and his adjusted net yards per attempt are very, very low.
Now, grade how he's played so far. A grade. I'll say
C plus. C.
Some type of C.
Just a C. Yeah.
He's been there.
C minus.
Yep.
And by the way, I don't know if you guys I don't like look at the contract and weight it on a curve.
What do you mean?
Like some people are saying, like you've got to get more than this for $60 million. Like I don't care what his contract is. Once you're on the field, I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, I care it from the perspective of if you are a $60 million player, you need to be more consistent, like with what you did at the end of the game the other day. I do care about that. I think that is just an expectation for somebody who gets that.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I think it's an expectation for everybody in the NFL as a starting quarterback.
C at the most, C- at the at the worst for me.
Pass coverage. They have forced 8 incompletions in the last 2 games.
I mean, I don't know how much they're even getting an opportunity because people they're running the ball down. I don't know what the secondary is right now, what they're able to do. So I'll say it's an incomplete, but a 2 because I don't know.
I'll say 3.5. Carson is a target. Diggs, I mean, look, it's unfair to hone in just on one play, but that's a lockdown corner opportunity and play what happened on 3rd and 6 the other day.
Yeah,
and he wasn't even close.
Yeah, no,
he wasn't even close with the cushion that he was giving.
Is there any? Do you give any
3.5.
grace period or pass for recovery from the injury?
I'm not thinking about that right now. I'm just thinking like right now, how worried am I about the secondary with this game going down tonight or who they play? So no.
I mean, Diggs was really good in week 1. That play against Baltimore,
and then people started running the football.
No, yeah,
and he pulled out the Ole,
and he's an awful runner. I will give Baltimore credit for just scheming that because to me that's the matchup you want is Zay Flowers on Diggs. Zay Flowers is a very laterally type of player, and Diggs is not quick enough to cover a route like that.
And who's going to have neighbors tonight?
They've played pretty much exclusively on sides, so if they move neighbors around, I think they can just pick their matchup.
Oof.
RJ's Dallas Cowboy concerns 1 through 5 before we pick it here on 105.3 The Fan.
I think it's a 3.5 on the pass coverage.
When are the reinforcements coming?
Bland could be back as early as Pittsburgh, I think. I mean, that'll be something we can ask Jerry about on Tuesday, I would guess. But, I mean, Pittsburgh would be the earliest you're maybe looking at.
And I immediately go down to like a 1.5 as soon as that happens.
Who plays first, Bland or Cook?
Oh, Dalvin?
Yeah.
Have we gotten an answer on this yet?
He's ready.
He must not be good.
That's it. He must not be good.
He must be terrible behind the scenes.
Because Eatman made a good point yesterday. Like, he's on a short week, like he's easily your most fresh player.
Yeah, this is the game to play him.
Yeah. Offensive line. Now they are, I think, 10th in pass block win rate.
Yeah, these win rate things you sent the other day did not add up.
Was it? Well, you said that one, right?
Well,
you said
we
one
all
of them,
talked about.
But we talked about that. They're like at least after week 2. I'll go get the updated ones because they didn't update them until after the Monday night games.
What was it? The gist of it was
basically, so they get some of the time to throw and the pass block win rate stuff. They're in the top half of the league, but they're not.
But 7 of the top 10 win rate offensive lines had losing records. It was something like that.
Yeah, it was. It was like of whatever the time to throw. They are in run block win rate 9th. And 10th in pass block win rate.
That's the
win rate is starting to look as questionable as some of the PFF.
That's what it is. That's kind of what it is. Is that it's like I don't know that you can. The win rate stuff is all it strips out all context outside of just did you block them for this long. And so to me, it's on the concern level, it's a 3.5.
Yeah, I was going to say 3 or 3.5 with 5 being terrified.
The benefit is offensive lines tend to get better as the year goes along.
Are they better run or pass blocking right now?
That's the odd thing. It's like alternated each week. There's some weeks where they look much better run blocking, and then other weeks where it's pass blocking. I would say they're probably a better run blocking unit right now.
I believe the run block one, the pass block one. The reason I believe the run block one is the Cowboys have such a below expectation yards per carry. Right, they've got like so many yards per carry below expect. Like they should be getting more.
If you believe in that stat, if you believe in the way they do that, I mean, it's kind of all a domino effect. Why would I believe that one, but not the win rate?
I mean, I believe in all the stats to some level. I mean, like they have some value to them. There's no stat that's going to have like everything covered. It's just not. There's not going to.
I'll say 3.3. 3.3 concern for the offensive line. Is that it?
I got one more. Physicality.
5.
5. DEFCON.
You can, and that's one of the concerns that needs that people need to be aware of tonight is they've gotten beat up 2 weeks in a row going into a short week. This isn't just short week. This is short week with physically abusive type of games that they've played the last couple weeks.
Who in this, and what's yours? Yours is 5?
Oh, it's a 5. Yeah, this is not a physical football team. I mean, when Jason Garrett calls you out for being soft, you are soft.
Who in this building, I think it's a must-win for McCarthy, who in this building is picking the New York Giants to actually embarrass the Cowboys tonight? We need your official picks. Y'all nailed it with the Ravens one. Let's see if you can do it again on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. The commercial-free expressway with a Boys to Men ticket giveaway is next. But what are you ordering from Hurtado tonight for...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Odyssey does too, and that's why they have their 2-hour I'm Listening special this Sunday on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
All right, let's make the official predictions here on your home of the Cowboys. Pre-game, play-by-play, post-game, all on this radio station for the New York Giants. Tonight, Paul Schwartz from New York at 8 o'clock. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst at 8:40. Michael Silver, national football reporter at 9:20 on DFW Sports Station. This is the commercial-free Expressway with a Boys to Men ticket giveaway. I want to repeat what I said in case Josh Clark and the web team are just waking up so I don't get misidentified or mislabeled with this take on social media when the fan account puts it out.
Misgendered.
I believe tonight is a must-win game for Mike McCarthy. Not that he gets fired tomorrow if they lose. Not that the Dallas Cowboys cannot make the playoffs if they lose. I don't believe McCarthy survives the season either after or within this stretch of games that takes place after this one if they drop this game to the Giants. The heat will be insane. It will get chaotic around here. It's already pretty crazy. It will be absolute chaos. And who knows how much this locker room folds up and turns on each other with the way the season has started. If the Cowboys lose tonight, Mike McCarthy, no chance he is back here next year. I don't know if he survives the season with the stretch that they have coming up against the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Detroit Lions, the San Francisco 49ers, Atlanta, Philly, Houston, and whatever the Commanders are.
Yeah, like you're not saying
they have to win.
Yeah, you're not saying like losing tonight, like Jerry will make the determination tonight. So you're just saying like that tells you that gives you the foresight to say it's not going to work out here, basically,
Yes.
is what you're saying. Yeah, okay, I get you. I mean, I think that's pretty accurate because there's
dramatic there, Nick.
this is the opportunity to like bounce back. Last week was an opportunity to bounce back. You absolutely did not. All the talk, all the frustration, all the irritation that exists with coaches, players, everybody else, if you come out flat and have issues again tonight, that's going to say something significant about where your team is. And I think it's going to just kind of push what is a teetering point right now. It's going to push it into a really bad place for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a must-win from the standpoint that 1-3 is going to be very difficult to make the postseason regardless. But if they do, I won't say Mike's gone because if they make the NFC Championship game even at 9-8, I think he sticks around.
Man, there's a big difference between sticking around though and like getting an extension. Like an extension is I'm just saying that's a much bigger leap. I think a higher bar for Jerry.
Well, this is the end of his contract. Like if I say stick around, I mean that means he's getting an extension. And I think he would if he gets to the NFC Championship game. I think he would. I don't care. They could go 7-10, win the division. And I think he would. And that would be the wrong decision, in my opinion. I'd rather go 12 I mean, to me, a better season is 12-5 again than 7-10 and having a lucky 2 games in the playoffs to make the NFC Championship game. That's not worthy of an extension, in my opinion.
Well, it would be to me, depending on how you won your 2 playoff games versus the 4 built-in gimme wins that they usually get over the Giants in Washington. So, like, you know, 4 of your 11 wins are usually cake, taking advantage of this joke of a division, which brings us to tonight.
Sometimes it's 5 of the 11 or 12 wins, right? Sometimes it's 5 of those games because a lot of times they do go 5-1 in this division. But yeah, so I don't know if it's a must win, but Well, I'll tell you, you don't beat this team, you got a lot of you got a lot of problems within this organization from how this team was built. Did they make the right decisions that they were going to have to ask themselves? I mean, either the Rangers are asking themselves questions after last year. What kind of in the middle of the season was that a fluke? You know, what the hell questions are the Cowboys going to be asking?
What are the 5 things on your list to see?
All right, so every week, 5 things. First one, and we talked about this earlier this week. Take the kickoff if they win the toss. Get off to the fast start. They clearly play better with the lead. It goes back and forth on what the trend is in the league based on who takes the kick, who doesn't. I think for this team, it's imperative to take the kick. They do not play well from behind because they're gutless. Number 2, coverage. Coverage. The Cowboys have 2 players on their defense whose PFF coverage grades for the year are higher than a 67. 2. And one of them is Micah, who barely gets into coverage anyway. He's got a handful of coverage. That's just awful. If they can't cover, they can't win because they sure as hell can't stop the run.
And if you remember in the offseason, there was a little battle taking place between Malik Neighbors, the stud rookie receiver on my fantasy teams, and Trayvon Diggs. And the other day in the locker room, the reporters tried to get Malik to re-spark it.
There's been a lot of back and forth between you and Diggs. You looking forward to this matchup once and for all?
I mean, it is what it is, but I don't really want to talk about it. I mean, it's game time now.
Do you know Diggs?
No, personally, no, I don't.
It's not even about.
I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I don't want to talk about it.
And now he doesn't want to touch it.
We'll talk about it. Huh?
So not adding any more fuel to it. Bobby, if they do get matched up the majority of the game, who wins the matchup?
Probably Neighbors, just because Neighbors is right now. I mean, he looks like one of at the start of the season, he looks like one of the 5 best receivers in the league right now. And so I would say probably Neighbors takes advantage of it.
Can Daniel Jones get him the ball enough?
Right.
That's the question there. I mean, he may not have great numbers, but he may, win the individual matchup and have, and be open a lot. Number 3, some semblance of a run defense would be nice. Again, according to PFF, there are 3 worst graded players from a rush perspective, running the football. We're all defensive tackles. There are 3 worst graded players from a run-stopping perspective. We're all defensive tackles. That is not good.
And I think the number is nobody runs it at a higher percentage between the tackles in the NFC than the Giants.
Oh boy.
Cowboys worst run defense in the NFL right now. Dead last, 185 allowed per game, 273 from Baltimore. So this would be Daniel Jones and Devin Singletary. One additional thing on Neighbors, by the way. He ranks 2nd in the NFL with 23 catches, 5th in receiving yards. No player in the league has more 20-plus yard catches than him.
Ooh.
He has 6. Last week, he became the first player in history to have 20-plus catches, 250-plus receiving yards, and 3 or more touchdown catches in his first 3 career games.
Woo! It's 59%, by the way. The Giants run the ball between the tackles 59% of the time.
Number 4.
I don't know what's worse. Again, every week we ask the same thing.
Yeah.
Is it scarier for teams to run to the perimeter of the Cowboys defense or inside? Probably see all of the above.
Probably will. I wonder how much Daniel Jones is going to keep it.
He has not been running it as much. As much this year. He's averaging just 22 rushing yards per game. For his career, he's averaged 34 yards on the ground.
Oof. Number 4, don't let him off the hook with field goals. This should be easy. You want to lose this game, though. Be average or worse in the red zone. Right now, the Cowboys are 50-50 in the red zone. They are 50% on the dot so early, so it's not really a good number, necessarily stat to use yet. It's not terrible, but it's mid-pack. But it's got to be better.
And they've had a nightmare kicking situation. Greg Joseph was signed off the Lions practice squad before the Cleveland game. He missed a 48-yarder. He did hit on 3 extra points. They recently put Graham Gano on injured reserve. Brian Daboll took some heat for mishandling the kicker situation a few weeks ago.
Man, Graham Gano's been around forever.
Yeah.
Oof. And then number 5, this is not an on-the-field thing, but there's no pouting, please. At the end of the day,
well, Bobby thinks you're showing you want to win. You know?
Yeah, it's just
if
showing
you pout
emotion.
and you mean it the right way, it's okay to pout.
Yeah, when we come in here tomorrow, I'd rather talk about a loss than talk about a player complaining. on the sidelines and get into verbal spats. Win or lose, I don't want to see what we saw last week. It's just tiresome. It's tiresome to talk about. It's tiresome to watch. Please no pouting.
Not me. Bring the chaos.
Bring the chaos.
Bring the chaos. Bring the ruckus. All right, Bobby, your preview or pick.
So this is Dallas is a more talented team than the Giants. There's no doubt about it. There are a number of things that the Giants do well, though, that are problematic for the Cowboys. The Giants, if you look at their offense, if I told you an offense is coming in here that likes to run, up the A gap, where the Cowboys have had some issues there, you got a team that likes to run up the A gap, has run the ball pretty effectively the last 2 weeks, uses read options, uses the screen game heavily, uses a bunch of different clear out routes and different things to get receivers in space. When you talk about that's what an offense does well, that sounds like the exact stuff that the Cowboys struggle with. And
do they look different with Dayball calling the plays as you feared?
Yeah, no, I don't know. Like, we'll see how much more successful it is. It's different, though. Like the way that they're doing both sides of the ball are completely different. The defensive coordinator they brought in, Shane Bowen, his blitz concepts are wildly different from what Wink Martindale's are. But he'll blitz people from all three different levels of the defense. He'll show stuff and then drop guys back. Sometimes they rush 4. Sometimes they'll bring 6. But they're very multiple in the way that they bring their blitz packages. The offensive stuff is concerning because I think the Giants' offensive line and pass protection has been inconsistent, but there have been several long stretches of these games where they're blocking things up really well and giving Daniel Jones time to throw. But they'll do things with Malik Neighbors where they scheme up easy throws for Neighbors, even though he's really good. They've had issues with tackling from Kalen Carson, who's probably not playing tonight. But if it's Andrew Booth, who's had trouble tackling his entire career, if you get Neighbors on him, those catch and runs we've seen a couple different times with the Cowboys this year where somebody catches a comeback, sheds the tackle, and runs down the field 60 yards, like happened against Baltimore and New Orleans. Neighbors has like 3 of those on his tape this year already.
By the way, their defense up front went off against the Browns. Dexter Lawrence.
So did ours.
The Giants had 17 pressures and 9 sacks.
Oof.
And Dexter Lawrence had 4 pressures and 2 sacks from the inside.
Yeah.
The Giants' D-line was what we talked about with them heading into the year. They had a strength. So who will those matchups be against? With Thibodeau, Lawrence, Burns. How's Burns look?
So Burns looks good. Thibodeau looks good. They move them around a lot. They look for different kind of matchups. The guy who's got a lot riding on him in this game is going to be Cooper Beebe because of what Dexter Lawrence can do. And Beebe has struggled with some of the twists and the stunts, and they'll run that. And he's struggled at times recognizing blitz pickups. They're going to do a lot of that. This is a troubling matchup just from the perspective of the things that the Giants do well on both sides of the ball are the things the Cowboys haven't done well and the things that the Cowboys have struggled with. I think what this will come down to is, can Dallas slow down the pass rush at all? They can slow down the pass rush. They can take advantage of the Giants' secondary. They'll score a bunch of points, and they'll win. I don't have confidence that that's going to happen, and so I've got the Giants winning 27-24.
Whoa. RJ, you look disgusted. You're shaking your head already.
He's just trying to speak McCarthy getting fired into existence.
I promise I'm not. I told you. I texted you. I texted you.
Never understood it.
I texted you the other day. I said I was ready to turn on, I was ready to turn on the tape and see. All right, yeah, they're going to win unless they just screwed up. You see it. The things they do are really difficult things that Dallas has trouble with.
Can you give away Broadus' pick? Did he make his?
He's made it already public. 26-23 Giants.
Whoa!
2 idiots, no waiting. Not.
All right, clip this, Peyton, for tomorrow morning. Clip Chop's reaction.
I mean, look, the sharps are telling you what's happening. The line's already moved 1.5, 2 points in the Cowboys' favor. Or I guess it would be in the Giants' favor if you want to look at it from the underdog perspective.
By the way, Daniel Jones, I guess, is the new Kirk Cousins' worst primetime record by a starting quarterback since the 70 merger.
No, because he's not very good.
Yeah.
He's not a very good player. Yeah, the Cowboys win 31-21. I need the Giants to score because in daily fantasy I have Neighbors and Singletary. So I need them to put up some stuff.
They'll both probably score.
I hope so. I hope they do.
They're both used a lot.
Yeah. So Cowboys with the former Cowboys tight end James Whalen chiming in. 31-17 Cowboys. Defense scores, and Turpin runs one back.
Yeah,
That's
sounds
not
about
a great
right.
offensive day then.
Sounds about right. They only win if they get 2 touchdowns from other places than their offense.
24-17 Cowboys. Again, I've been not even around the over-unders. The over-under for this is 45. I have 41 points. Cowboys win by 7. Pepe, your pick, and what are the Tolos saying? They nailed it last week with the Ravens selection.
Tolos have their answers in their predictions. 325 says Giants win 17-15. Low scoring game there. 817 40-16 Cowboys. 214 29-16 Cowboys, and the 903 and 817 have 20-17 Giants in overtime.
You seeing it 50-50 or?
There's a lot of Cowboy on here, and there's Giants sprinkled in. Let's not make no mistake about it. 24-17. Giants win the toss. It's a blowout, 27-9. There's a lot. But, then there's also people who have the Cowboys scored 42.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I'm picking the Giants. I think that's what's going to happen. If the Cowboys win, I think the only way the Cowboys win this is if it's a, avalanche. They either blow them out or they lose close to the Giants. That's how I look at it.
And look, with this, I'm not overthinking it. When the Cowboys make the playoffs, we always go back to history. The history shows the Cowboys will get bounced in round 1, round 2, if they're lucky to make it that far. I'm going with history with this NFC East rivalry matchup. And the Giants get their ass whooped by the Cowboys.
Are you okay?
Sorry.
This is not tomorrow morning when you stay up till midnight.
Right.
I already butchered the plain lady Charger
I got the
story.
Cowboys winning by 10 here.
Cowboys winning by 10. Update the plane Charger thing.
All right, so Peyton, the Charger lady, so the plane was stuck on the tarmac, which there's rules where if you're stuck on the plane for X amount of time, they'll let you get off the plane. They call it deplaning, whatever. So you get off the plane, then you come back on later when the flight's ready to leave. So the guy left his Charger on the plane in his seat, knowing he was going to come back to it. Maybe he didn't want to fold it up, roll it back up, put it away. He was like, I'm just going to leave it here. One of the other passengers told him that as they were getting off the plane, this blonde lady saw it, went into his seat, crouched down, and then took the Charger. And that's what happened. That it completely changes the story.
She's in the wrong. That's stealing.
Yes, she's just in the wrong now.
Yeah.
He's just leaving things on the airplane. Like, I'm coming back to it anyway. I'm not going to bother packing everything up.
That changes things.
All
right, those are the official selections here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. By the way, Micah Parsons was asked if he thought everyone got the message about being professional and following the game plan. He says, this is where Micah's really honest and refreshing. Everyone says it, but then again, we got to see what happens Thursday. How does he think his messaging is being received by teammates? It's hard to tell because everyone was nodding their head like, yeah, we all agree. But at the same time, it's not showing out on the field. As a competitor, at some point, you got to be prideful enough to say, I'm not going to allow this to happen to me. I just feel like some people are just allowing them to keep getting smacked in the face. When are you going to stand up? Has he gone to individual players and talked to them with conversations to elevate their play? Quote, I just feel like I'm not there yet to go to someone because it's hard to just blame one particular person for one thing. I don't think that's right.
That's pretty good. I think that's an accurate assessment. We said it after the game. When you hear Micah talk after...
But here's the problem with it. Sorry to interrupt. I appreciate what he's trying to do. I heard you on KNC the other day in studio. Well, Micah is trying, but you can't just talk macro like that without approaching the people micro. You know what I mean? The next step in his leadership is feeling comfortable enough to go in the D-line room or the linebacker room or the secondary room and be like, yo, this is just what I'm seeing. Don't go in there and preach to them. This is what I'm seeing. How can we figure this out? Don't just make blanket generic statements to the media. You got to be able to go to the people individually and talk to them. That's leadership.
I remember it was a couple years ago when they had hit a rough patch, and I was just asking somebody about how like off the record over by their log. I was just asking like how those discussions go and how you represent them. And somebody had told me, they said, in public it's broad, in private it's targeted. Like that's the approach you have to have, is that when you're talking publicly, you talk in broad generalities and say you're doing this. When you get like behind closed doors and it's safe in there, you need to tell guys, you need to feel comfortable enough with guys to say, you are not doing what you're supposed to be doing, and you are killing all of us right now because of it, or you're not doing that. And you're like, that's where those really hard conversations come from. I think Mike is 100% being honest, though. Like, I don't think he's just publicly representing it as broad. I think he's telling the truth. He doesn't feel comfortable doing it right now.
Yeah, but as a teammate, it rubs me more the wrong way when it's just a statement made without you like coming to me. Like, let's hash it out. Let's talk it out. My opinion.
Yeah, no, like Dak saying post game, guys need to be more professional.
Yeah.
And then CD coming out on Tuesday and saying, I've got to be more professional.
Yeah.
It's very clear.
That
Publicly,
implies-
Dak is talking broad. Privately, he's telling CD, you need to be more professional.
Yeah.
And then that's the way that I think they prefer you approach it.
Who's on the TV right now? Not the player, but what team? What team is on the TV?
The Oakland Athletics.
Oakland Athletics. You've seen the movie Moneyball. All the scouts are there just yapping, and then Brad Pitt starts doing the...
because the bottom TV is the Cowboys getting
yeah.
smashed by Derrick Henry.
It's true, it is.
Yeah.
But Brad Pitt's sitting there listening to this, and they're all talking about, this guy's great. He's got a hot girlfriend. He's got to be good. And he just does the talk thing, and it's this, guys, you're just talking.
Yep.
You're just talking. And that's what they're doing. I don't care what the hell Micah Parsons has to say about, we just got to be... Okay, you're just talking at this point. Because they that's all they do. That's all they do.
The hot
well.
noise, baby.
Yeah.
The hot noise.
I asked this, Chop and I were
They
talking
just don't talk when they're trying to communicate defensively.
Right. Then they yell, they argue, they yell, or they don't say a word.
Yeah.
Chop and I talked about this yesterday a little bit while you were out, so I was curious what your thought on it was. Is it more concerning to you that in the last few days, the people who are talking in a very serious tone about it are the DeMarcus Lawrences, Dak Prescotts, and Jordan Lewis, who have been here through bad times before? And like, is that an indicator to you of like, these guys who have experience dealing with bad locker room situations recognize we are getting really close?
Probably a little bit more concerning. It feels like this thing, the house of cards, baby, it's starting to teeter. If they lose tonight, you buckle up tomorrow.
Yeah.
If they lose tonight, buckle the F up.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
It's time for Neighborhood Watch here on 105 through the Fan. We do it every Thursday at around 7:40 during the Expressway. First, a shout out to get out of the way to McKenna Jackson over at Keller High School. The Keller High School softball team. Her dad, Rob, has been listening to the morning show for like a decade. He said it's what he puts on. He gets up in the morning, puts it on in the truck while he's driving around. So he listens to the morning show, and then he's tuned in for the rest of the day. But the morning show is where he's really locked in. And of course, Keller is the official high school softball team of the station here. But McKenna Jackson committing to the University of Kansas this week. She got a big time scholarship there. So making Ari Temkin proud over there, committing to Kansas. All right, our Facebook community group post of the week comes to us from City of Louisville. Not an account run by the City of Louisville, but a discussion about the City of Council. And it seems to have come from someone who is not from Texas. At least that's what a lot of the comments say. This caused a lot of
scallywags. That is a scallywag or a snowbird.
This caused a big stir here, Chop. They said that State Fair Cowboy statue needs a serious total makeover. There, I said it. That's all they leave it at. And people, you would think just
the State Fair Cowboy statue,
big tech.
You would think, that's somebody just being kind of flippant, joking around.
Yeah.
People in those comments did not take that as a joke. It was like, first of all, his name is Big Tex, okay? And no, he doesn't need a makeover.
No,
this
I thought it was
is
like
Big
a
Tex.
Dallas Cowboys statue out there.
Nope. Somebody says, tell me you're not a Texan without telling me you're not a Texan. State Fair Cowboy, what the actual F? His name is Big Tex. Somebody else says, some of us Texans like things to stay the same, especially when there's no need for improvement. I cannot imagine going to the State Fair with a new and improved Big Tex. There is such a thing as nostalgia. Somebody else said he did have a makeover back in 2012, and then they posted a picture of him on fire.
After Troy burned it down.
Yeah, exactly. So then there was others. Somebody said he looks creepy. So there's a little bit of back and forth, small support for him, but a lot of anger and resentment in there. And so it made me want to ask the question to you guys, with the state fair getting going. I know you're going to be going out there soon enough, Sean. Are we stuck in our ways at all with big techs? Like, are we
No.
Are we letting the air pass us by? Are we playing the mid-range jumper game in 2024 with big techs?
No, it needs to feel a little old and nostalgic, I believe. It's a fair.
It's a fair. Thank you. It's a fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That he looks perfectly perfectly fair.
Look, is he a little bit of is he a little barrel chested? Sure. Right? Is his face a little like, was it done was his face made in an era where it was a little, they didn't have the 3D printers?
Yeah.
Sure. But it's still like, I mean, everybody, what's the first thing you take a picture next to?
Yeah.
Well, is that the first thing you do when you walk in?
It's first thing kids want to do when we walk in.
You go and you wait for your gap to get the pose.
Get the pose.
Yeah.
So
we get the corn dog and the picture.
Yeah, I mean, if they changed it, I mean, I wouldn't freak out if they changed it, but it doesn't need fixing.
See, that is the thing. I think if you do...
Where did this post come from?
This
Who
is
made
in the
this post?
city of Louisville. It was in the city of Louisville, and that's the thing. It was posted by somebody, and then everybody in the comments was accusing this person of, you're a transplant. There's no way you're actually from here.
Right.
Because no one would call for this or claim for this. I think if you change Big Tex and give him a modern look, it's going to be similar to, you remember a couple years ago when the Sonic movie came out, and they gave it a modern Sonic look, and he looked like realistic, and then they had to go back in and CGI the old Sonic back in there because they're like, oh my gosh, this movie's going to flop if we come out and do this. Same thing with State Fair. I think you'd see a lot of people very upset. All right, the Fort Worth superintendent has resigned. The Fort Worth ISD superintendent has resigned under pressure from the city and education leaders following poor STAR testing results in the district. They lagged behind Dallas DISD a little bit in some of the STAR testing stuff. So after hours of sitting here and fighting about it and having trouble coming to an agreement, Dr. Angelica Ramsey went ahead and submitted her voluntary resignation. But this brings a bigger point out, which is the STAR testing stuff. Again.
So she has to go because these kids are dumb?
So that's again what we're looking at here.
I'm joking. I don't know what goes into it, the prep and how much she should be held accountable because the grades aren't high enough.
Yeah. Go ahead, finish it.
Yeah. There are a lot of teachers who despise the STAR testing model. I mean, they're graded and judged off the results, obviously, but they think it puts a ton of pressure on the students. It puts a ton of pressure on the teachers to prioritize that test and that they neglect other stuff because they're trying to coach to that test.
That's the issue.
And they feel like it manifests a lot of unhealthy stress, poor performance that kids get. My kids get sick every day.
And what is it to determine?
It's aptitude. So we all had a standardized test in school. Before the SAT, you had whether it was like the California Achievement Test, the CAT test. We had that. Some people have other ones. Every state has this, something like this. Not necessarily a STAR, but my mom was a teacher. My ex-wife's a teacher, and like all they do now, because that's all they're graded on. They're not graded on advancement. They're not graded on like grades. They're just graded, and the schools get funding just off their STAR test grades or whatever. And if you're lagging, then
but if I
you
do
lose a
well
lot.
in the STAR test, that gets me what as a student?
You get nothing.
If you do poorly, it's a problem.
Yeah.
If you do poorly, you're going to have to, in some instances, I believe, and we haven't had to deal with it, so I believe you get held back in some instances. I know other kids, it's just the following school year, it's you need extra tutoring or you need extra classes, but they will mandate certain stuff based on that. But
the teachers are now teaching just to pass the test instead of teaching like everything. So you're creating a class of nitwits because they don't know half the stuff that they're supposed to learn. And that's a problem.
Yeah, a lot of people feel like you're coaching to a test. You're not actually teaching them. And that can be a problem. I know every year we get an email from the district like the week before STAR testing. This is how much emphasis they put on it. And they give you like a rundown of the way you should prepare your child that morning. Like use calming energy, make sure they eat a good breakfast. Like they give you all these different tips for like make sure they're ready to go sit down and take this test
Anxiety.
for like 4 hours. So causes a lot of issues, and now it's left Fort Worth ISD without a superintendent. Okay, This is an insane figure I saw yesterday over at Fox 4. The amount of money it takes to be considered middle class in various cities across the country. And 2 North Texas cities ended up near the top of the list. University Park and South Lake. I'm curious, this is a scale. So the very minimum it takes to be considered middle class, and then the highest tier it takes where you could still have this much money and it's still not considered upper class.
So you South Lake, for example, are you saying the middle income of all the people of South Lake, like that's the middle number?
Yeah, like this is the range where you're considered middle class if you live in South Lake, for instance, which was 12th in rankings. Where do you think this area was?
$80K.
Chop.
DFW as a whole?
South Lake.
South Lake. 221,000
for the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're both wrong. You could make $720,000 and be considered middle class in South Lake. The range is on the low end, it's $240,000, and then on the high end, it's $720,000. And University Park is actually even worse. It looks like University Park is a little bit higher. They're $254,000 for the bottom of it. The high end is $762,000. But
that's where my dad got his ego checked when he came here, and he's like, I want to look at some real estate and invest in Dallas, and I want to look at Highland Park, Preston Hollow, and University Park. And he came home with his tail between his legs. A dollar don't go the same way here as it does in Maryland, Dad.
The number one city with the wealthiest middle class is Hillsborough, California, where you could make $1,079,900 and be considered the middle class in that community. Number 2 on this list, though, is from your neck of the woods, Chop. Well, not like your city, but your old state, New Jersey. What New Jersey city do you think it would have been?
Montclair, Bergen,
Cowboys,
Homedale.
Cowboys are
Alpine.
Cowboys, I think, are roughly in this area right now. Short Hills.
Oh,
Short Hills, New Jersey. It's
I used to get my Jordans.
$963,000 in Short Hills, New Jersey is still middle class. But there you go. University Park and South Lake, both really expensive. Really quickly, I got time for one more. The Wisconsin Department of Justice and SWAT were hanging out in Little Elm this week. So the Wisconsin Department of Justice is investigating a multi-state crime ring, a theft ring right now with goods being trafficked and different things like that. And they ended out reaching out to North Texas authorities and getting them involved and saying, hey, we've kind of tracked somebody that is working within this network that lives there in Little Elm, Texas. Would you guys be able to give us a hand here? So Little Elm authorities helped out. SWAT showed up at this house, raided it. They're not telling anybody what the goods are or what the issues are. But what was fascinating about this is from NBC5. They asked a couple different experts about, hey, this story's out here. What kind of stuff might they be talking about? And so they're listing the different things that it could be. But they said North Texas is actually going to be a hotbed for this kind of issue moving forward because population growth and cost of living and different things like that, those factors of it, with the advancements in AI and the ability to communicate between different networks, that North Texas is going to be a spot that's going to have a lot of these issues.
A guy that we really liked last year in previewing Cowboys Giants, Paul Schwartz from the New York Post, joins us after we hook you up and say thanks for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, right
There
now,
you go.
caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Boys to Men at Toyota Music Factory on October 13th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let's get you over to SotaWeightLoss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. Hit that request a nutritionist callback button. They'll be on the phone with you, getting you set up to lose that weight, shed that weight. Where'd it go? You don't know.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Game day. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 to preview Mike Silver, NFL Network at 9:20. We had this guy on last year, and we thought he was good enough to preview again. Cowboys Giants on this radio station. Here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And who can remember the pizza that Paul Schwartz has in his Twitter profile picture?
Oh no!
What was the What was the pizza?
Domino's.
No,
Probably not Domino's. Just gonna guess that one. I don't remember what it was.
Paul,
John's a bleak.
What's the pizza?
Full disclosure, I had some last night.
Oh.
Okay. It is a place called Umberto's.
There we go.
Umberto's, a couple of Long Island locations. And if you guys remember, that was the famous pizza that the Giants ate in 2011 before every game. And it was actually shipped to Indianapolis for the Super Bowl.
Wow.
And so, I think it's the food of champions back in 2011.
All right.
Last night, it was just the food for me. No champions.
All right, rank the three areas for pizza between New York, Jersey, and Connecticut. Because people say the Connecticut undercover really has the best.
Well, Connecticut, that New Haven area,
Yeah.
it's a small little area. So, I mean, statewide, I think we're going to have to go New York, definitely. New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, I would say in that order. Okay. And Dallas is around, 47, 48. Something like that.
Like you guys for barbecue. Probably. Actually, you guys probably have better barbecue than we have pizza.
I've had some good meals in Dallas, so I'm not going to I don't go there for pizza, but I've had some good meals in Dallas. So everybody has its strengths and its weaknesses, right?
Is the water really the difference? Like if I shipped water here from New York, we'd be able to replicate the pizza.
I think that's more of a deal with bagels. I think water for bagels. I think in New York, there's something about it. Maybe all the amoebas and protozoas or whatever the hell we have in our water.
East River water.
Yeah, whatever we have. But I think it's the ingredients, it's the sauce, it's the that extra. Who knows what it is? Who knows? But it's it's caring. The people in New York care more about pizza than they do in Dallas, and the people in Dallas care more about barbecue than they do in New York. So it's all about caring, isn't it? It's caring.
Well, Paul, it feels like we're teetering around here. I said that this is a must-win game for Mike McCarthy to survive or have any chance of coming back next year, that they have to win this game tonight. How worried do you think Cowboy fans should be that the Giants can actually pull off this upset?
Worried certainly, because I understand, we all live in our little igloos, right? And, I know in Dallas the sky is falling.
Yeah.
Look, the sky was falling after 2 weeks in New York. No, there's no question about it. They just lost a horrible game to the Commanders because they didn't have a kicker. You know what I mean? They literally didn't have a kicker and were going for 2-point conversions and passing up easy field goals in a 3-point loss in Washington. So, after 2 games, it was okay, who's the first pick in the draft going to be, and how are the Giants going to get this quarterback? And then all of a sudden they win a game in Cleveland, and okay, now the Giants have a shot here. Look, I don't disagree with you that if the Cowboys are 1-3 after 4 games with a loss on Thursday Night Football to the Giants, look, the Giants never beat the Cowboys in prime time. They've beaten them 6 in a row and 13 out of 14. If Mike McCarthy at any point in his career can rally the troops, right? I mean, from what I read there, everybody's upset. CeeDee Lamb is upset, and the defense is upset. Everybody's upset. If they can't figure it out and beat the Giants, who have some things in their favor, but not enough. I mean, these rosters are not comparable. Then I think, 1-3. I think the Cowboys are. I'm sure you find people in that area will take it all to heart and not blame it all on the coach and all these other things. But look, Dak Prescott has won the last 12 games against the Giants. It's even Roger Staubach didn't do that. So I would expect them to figure out a way to beat the Giants tonight.
Paul, do the Giants have a rushing attack that can continue to expose this historically bad run defense?
Well, it's funny. In other years, I would have said yes because of Saquon Barkley, but absolutely not because of the offensive line. Today, I will tell you, not necessarily because of Devin Singletary. He's a mid-level running back. He's had some nice wiggle, but maybe because of the offensive line, which is better. It is not a dominant offensive line. I think it's a better pass-protecting offensive line than a blow-you-off-the-ball, run-blocking offensive line. But you know what? The one thing I can say about the offensive line this year is they know what they're doing. You know what I mean? They have a sense of what they're doing. They have, Andrew Thomas is a terrific left tackle. They imported veterans like John Runyon, who plays one of the guard spots, Jermaine Illuminor, who plays right tackle, Greg Van Roten, who is 34 years old and, probably more suited to backup role, but at least he knows what he's doing at one of the guard spots, and a second-year center in John Michael Schmitz, who is developing is the kind word I would say, but at least he has guards on either side of him who know what they're doing, which was not the case last year. So, I don't look. It's not Derrick Henry. Daniel Jones does pose a threat running, but not like some of these studs. Certainly, not like Lamar Jackson. So I think they have a chance to do some damage, but I don't see 215 rushing yards. No.
Paul Schwartz from the New York Post joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Paul, Brian Daboll taking over play calling this year. What are the early returns on that, and sort of the comfort level for Daniel Jones within the offense?
Well, Brian Daboll took over the play calling this year, and basically he tries to look for Malik Neighbors on every play, and they did not have that the last few years, right? So I mean, it's a little different. It's like, look, he was targeted 18 times in one of these games, right? 12 targets, but you know what? It's not like if he's going to go down, he's going to go down, calling his own shots. I don't think it was as dramatic as that. But I think, 2 years ago, Brian Daboll rightly looked at himself as a novice head coach and said, you know what, I need to focus on everything out here, and I'm going to give it to a promising play caller, Mike Kafka, who learned it at the feet of Andy Reid. And I don't think Mike Kafka was incompetent by any stretch, but Brian Daboll is one of the best in the league at this. You know what I mean? So I think after 2 years and a bad year last year, he comes out and thinks, you know what, it's me. I can handle it. I can handle the rest of the operation here. I need to call the plays. I think it's been good. He's aggressive. You just don't second guess because you can't, look in the mirror and second guess yourself. He does want to take deep shots. That's one thing that has not connected so far with Malik Neighbors. He's done everything else, but they tried 2 or 3 deep shots in Cleveland. They did not connect. But, he's not afraid to run the ball. But Brian Daboll is first and foremost. He wants to spread you out and get the ball to the playmakers, get it out of the quarterback's hands quickly. And that's what I assume he'll try to do tonight because, as you know, the offensive line is better, but I still think they have to be wary of Micah Parsons and, a line that historically has been able to give the Giants problems.
Does he have to make the playoffs to keep his job?
No, I don't think so, no. Look, at 0-2, you start thinking to yourself, okay, if this team's going to win 2 or 3 games, look, you have to help yourself in anything in life, right? I don't think he went into this year. Don't forget, he was the coach of the year in 2022. That just doesn't go away. And last year there were some issues. Obviously, he and Wink Martindale by the end did not see eye to eye at all, and Wink cursed him out and walked out the door and walked all the way to Ann Arbor, apparently, because now he's the Michigan defensive coordinator. So last year was not a good year for Daboll, but Daboll, in the midst of all that, lost his 2 starting quarterbacks and figured out how to win 3 games with a guy named Tommy DeVito, who was you guys saw in his first NFL start, and it was 49-17 or something like that. It was not that. I remember getting on the plane for a fairly long flight to Dallas last year and thinking there is no chance the team I'm covering is going to compete in this game. That's a weird feeling. And it was true. It was absolutely true. It was 28-0 at halftime. So, no, the Brian Daboll is not on the hot seat. But, like I said, you have to help yourself. And going, 3-14 is not helping yourself. If the Giants if the arrow is somewhat pointing in the right direction, I think he and Joe Shane stay.
Is Daniel Jones dead man walking? Is this his final year?
Well, that's a different story. That's a different story. I mean, Daniel Jones is he's not on the last year of his contract, but this was always, we all know what the deal is with contracts in the NFL, right? Look at the headline and then analyze what comes after the headline. So 4 years, 160 was the headline. It was really 2 years, like 84. You know what I mean? And this is the second of that year. They can get out of the deal after this year for like $22 million dead cap hit, which isn't great, but it's not like we have to keep him. Like this year, Daniel Jones had to be on the roster. It was cap prohibitive. You couldn't get rid of him after 1 year. Look, they made no secret in Hard Knocks, right? They wanted to trade up for Jaden Daniels. They wanted to trade up for Drake May, and they couldn't do it. So Daniel Jones is going to have one hellacious season here and prove without a doubt that he deserves to come back. And I just don't see that happening. He's not that kind of quarterback, first of all. And, don't forget, Brian Daboll and Joe Shane have seen the other side of this in Josh Allen, right, in Buffalo. They see what a star quarterback can do for your franchise. And, Daniel Jones ain't it.
Paul Schwartz joins us here at 105 through the Fan. Compare the hype after, I know it's just 3 weeks, but compare between Odell Beckham and Malik Neighbors.
First of all, let social media was not the same thing in 2014 as it is now, right? It just isn't. It was big, but it's not, the monster it is now. Don't forget, Odell missed the first 4 games of the season with a strained hamstring. So it was delayed, and then he played okay, and then he had that catch against the Cowboys, right? And that was, I like to say, that's when Odell Beckham Jr. became OBJ. With an exclamation point. That catch, LeBron says, oh, my God, the greatest catch I've ever seen. And then he became OBJ. And so the hype was, it was wild. And they're different personalities, there's no question. Odell, was more camera ready. You know what I mean? He was a big talker in a sense. Malik is not that. Malik is more all business. Odell was hurt a lot in training camp. Malik was not, and was just awesome in training camp and has been awesome so far in the first 3 games. Beat himself up tremendously over a drop with 2 minutes to go in Washington. Was so upset. He said, these veterans look to me, to be a good player, and I let the veterans down. So much so that Dexter Lawrence, the best player on the team, had to, go to Malik and say, just chill out. You didn't let us down. You made plays. You're going to make plays. Everyone makes mistakes. Don't, move on. The hype is I don't think it's bigger than it was for Odell, because Odell was such a magnetic personality. Malik is not that in the locker room, but he's a tough dude, man. He is a tough guy. He's a bigger, thicker person as a 20-year-old than Odell was. Odell I would think he'd cut through the defense like a knife. He'd just, take a slant 15 and go 60. Malik, I think, will almost be like a power forward, who's faster than everyone, who will get down a field and box you out and jump over you and make a catch, and then maybe push you down and keep running. Different a little bit, but, equally awesome right now.
Cowboys win?
I think the Cowboys win. Yeah, I feel strongly about it because, it's Pavlov. Right? I've seen Dak Prescott, and sometimes when the Cowboys are down and people are questioning him, that he just comes in and lights it up. I'd sort of be surprised if the Cowboys don't score 30 points. Now, I know I'm not as close to it as you are, and seeing the dysfunction and the bad stuff that they've had, but I don't think the Giants can jump on them like the Saints could. I really don't. They can't run through them like the Ravens did. So, and it's going to be, 30,000 Cowboy fans probably in the building today, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. So, I think I'd be really surprised if the Cowboys win. And if the Giants are 2-2 and the Cowboys are 1-3 after tonight, then Giant fans are going to be ecstatic, and I'm sure Cowboy fans are going to, I don't know what they're going to be doing, whatever comparison you can say out there, it'll be something bad, I'm sure.
Paul, thank you so much for the time again this year. We appreciate it, and enjoy the game tonight. Paul Schwartz.
All right. Thanks, guys.
On the D&M Leasing Hotline. The latest that's happening with the mess at UNLV, and guess who Diddy's roommate is on a parent suicide watch? Next on Sean and RJ. But let me get you on over to the Tolo team of attorneys. If you ever need them, Mark, Scott, and Gene at Frankel & Frankel are here to help for you, and they have every type of accident covered. Automobile defect, delivery.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
To setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Stay of the Right Loss, that's soda, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Babe Laufenberg from New York to preview tonight, coming up at 8:40 here on Sean and RJ. Michael Silver from the NFL Network at 9:20. What is going on at UNLV? What is happening?
College football is the anti-Dallas Cowboys. As you said, the Cowboys are great Monday through Friday and then terrible on Sunday. College football is great on Saturday and terrible Monday through Friday. They can't get out of their own way. And the UNLV quarterback, Matthew Sluka, left the program late Tuesday night, like in the wee hours of the Tuesday night. Decided he was going to transfer because of what he calls unpaid promises from the university, upwards of $100,000. UNLV comes back and then sends this kind of leaks this to the CBS reporter saying, nah, we paid him what we told him. He came back and says, my value's now changed. I want to renegotiate. Which, if that's the case, I mean, that opens up, you have two choices of your UNLV. Either you pay him because he's getting to the playoff and they have a shot. They have a shot to go to the playoff. Getting to the playoff is worth millions. Or do you say, hey, we can't open up this door because if we do this, then everybody else is going to have their hand out. So,
because Gundy said that at Oak State, right? He's like, yo, tell your agents the window's closed. Negotiation time is over. It's time to play football now.
Right.
He said that right before the year started.
Correct.
But does it really have to close? Can this kid, he can't play somewhere else this year, though.
No, he has to wait till next year. Which, like, I mean, I don't really know if what they're going to need to do. And here's a sidebar to this: the UNLV now is also saying that what they never formally agreed to pay him the $100,000. An assistant coach mentioned it, but it never passed it through the head coach. The head coach never agreed to it. And UNLV is saying that what he wants violates NCAA rules and Nevada state law, which they're like, we're not going to go down that road. They're not being like specific as to what violates state law or what it's the pay for play rules. But what's going to happen here is like, this is going to lead to contracts. The agent is the one that's really, the agent and the assistant coach are really the two parties that are at fault. The assistant coach opened his mouth and the agent never got it in writing. And they don't have a formal, I could be an agent. You and I, we could start an NIL and be an agent. And we have no license. It's not like the NFL where you got Mulligetta, Todd France, all these guys, Tom Condon. It's not like that. Anybody can be an agent in college football of these players. And the guy didn't do his job. He didn't get it in writing. And the stupid assistant coach blabbed and didn't pass it and get it agreed to by the head coach and the NIL collective. So this is going to lead to signed contracts for players. That's the only good that's coming out of this, is that these players are going to have signed contracts to where you get the money, but if you decide to do something like this and don't play, you got to get the money back. Like that's it. That's all it's going to come down to, is because they do need that. This is insane from both parts. Now, if they agreed to this and he's right and they never paid him, then I have no problem with him leaving.
Yeah, this is what the NCAA gets. Like, this is the fallout from refusing to just try to reach out. You had to wait for a legal precedent to be set that basically said, nope, you guys have dug in for so long. This is just what it is. And then it's like the Wild West, like we talked about yesterday. If they would have worked on getting a plan in place, recognized where this was going, getting a plan in place, a lot of the stuff would have been settled. Now you're going to get instances like this one here, or like the one, a lot of people got pissed off with the way the Quinn Ewers thing was like handled, going to Ohio State for a year and then bailing and going to Texas and like leaving from high school early. And so this is the fallout from that. It's largely the NCAA's fault at the end of the day, but also in this particular case, that kid, if he's represented by anybody, they've got to get a more firm commitment than just an assistant coach told me. That is just, to me, seems dumb that you would lean on that as well. Here, this is what I'm getting.
Does this make you look side-eyed at this kid if you're an NFL team? He's just bailing and quitting on all his teammates.
So from what I've read, he's not a thrower. He's a big time runner of the football. Right? He is a great. He's like a Taysom Hill, right? Type. But yeah.
Well, he wanted to change and negotiate in season.
He wanted to change and negotiate in season. But again, I guess Did he want to change a negotiating season, or did they not pay what they said? Because if we took a job and 4 weeks into it, we didn't get paid, we'd be like, guys, what's going on here? Where's my paycheck?
We get our intercom expenses.
Right.
Let's forget if he's an NFL prospect or what he is. Just in general, to your question of a player doing this, I think NFL teams right now are really confused by. They're still navigating the landscape of how reasonable is it to expect the kids to respond a certain way if there aren't parameters in place? Like if it's so free and open and they don't have that structure and they don't have that history, it's a lot of projection. I think it causes them to pause, but I don't know if they feel like they can comfortably glean anything from it.
All right. During my sick day yesterday, I watched 5 of the 6 hours of the Vince McMahon documentary. And I also have been going down Diddy rabbit holes with old audio. I'm not clicking the video that are apparently out there. I'm scared of my computer getting annihilated like some of these people apparently did. But what is the update? Diddy watch. Apparently, he's not trusting the food given to him. He is on suicide watch. There could be politicians involved.
Yes.
And he has a roommate.
And he has a roommate. That roommate is SBF from FTX. Sam Bankman-Fried, or Fried, however you want.
No clue who that is.
We need to bring back the that guy who, dang it, the investor dude with the amazing lines.
Oh, Pierre.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I love that guy.
The crypto bro.
Crypto bro.
Absolutely do. But yeah, so
Sam Bankman, much bigger than that.
I don't know who that is.
You'll know his photo. You would recognize him. Yeah. So Sam Bankman-Fried is his cellmate, which I think if you're Diddy, you couldn't have asked for anything better. Like that's the best possible situation. That guy's not gonna shank you in your sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't want to hear that Diddy shook behind the scenes if Sam is surviving and making do.
That guy's not going to shank you. He's going to try and get you to listen to a Smith's vinyl.
So, yeah, he's refusing to eat. He's got a fear of being poisoned.
This is according to people and reports.
According to people. His bodyguard says politicians are on these freak-off parties.
Yeah.
Politicians are on these tapes. And, he also went on to say, in terms of Diddy, that this is like, he called Diddy a victim as well, saying Diddy did nothing to these people that wasn't done to him. And what they're saying, so
that's not the way the law works.
That's not the way the law works. That's not the way the law works at all. And it should not work that way. There is a lot of psychological beliefs that, and not even belief, it's like it's known that if you were sexually abused as a child, you have a greater chance of growing up to be a sexual abuser or whatever. So I understand that.
McMahon.
Right. I understand that from a psychological standpoint. That doesn't absolve you of any wrongdoing, but at least could be you have a traumatic incident that caused you to do trauma and project it on others. That doesn't absolve him, but because he's going to go to jail forever. But
listen to this, though. This is his attorney on with TMZ, and TMZ asked the attorney, how do you explain the thousands of bottles of baby oil the feds found?
They call them freak-offs. But, back when I was a kid in the late 70s, they were called threesomes.
If these are genuinely threesomes, how do you explain 1,000 bottles of baby oil?
I don't know where the number 1,000 came.
The U.S. attorney said it.
I can't imagine it's thousands. I mean, and I'm not really sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
They're essentially saying it's a lubricant for an orgy.
I guess. I don't know what you need 1,000. One bottle of baby oil goes a long way. I don't know what you need 1,000 for. I mean, he has a big house. He buys in bulk. I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home. I mean, have you sat in the parking lot of a Costco and see what people walk out of there with?
Not 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was. Let's just say it's a lot. Okay.
Hey, why is he at 1,000, guys? We're Americans. We buy in bulk.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
That's the greatest line. I want him defending me, guys. We buy in bulk.
Excess culture. Why is he held responsible for that?
I go to Costco twice a week. Why? I'm just obsessed with bulk.
I do like that his first response is like, well, I mean, one bottle goes a long way. Like, I've used a bottle.
What do you need 1,000 bottles for?
My gosh. That was...
You can't buy baby oil now without thinking of Diddy. You just can't.
I don't know the last time I bought baby oil.
No.
It's lubricated.
I had a baby. I had a baby.
So there it is. Diddy Watch. Have you been fascinated with it like I have?
Yeah, I mean, like I have. I haven't watched all the videos. I've watched quite a bit. The one that's going to drop is the Kevin Hart one. He might be in trouble because he's hosting a lot of these. Like he's not the host. A lot of them. He's the host of one of them where he's like on the mic and everything. And the amount of politicians that may be there, and the amount of celebrities that may be there. LeBron's like got the ain't no party, like a Diddy party video out there. Like, what's going to come of that? This whole thing's a mess.
Babe Laufenberg from New York. Are we going to get another Cowboys mess tonight? And will he finally admit that the run game matters? Babe joins us next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, every Thursday at this time, and he is joining us from the site of tonight's Thursday night game, Cowboys at Giants. And here is Babe via the D&M Leasing Hotline here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Mr. Laufenberg. How are you?
I'm doing great. Just had my in-room coffee, which was pretty good. Sometimes they can be pretty nasty, you know. And I'll go get a real one later, but got to get started. I think the in-room coffee, honestly, next to the, Jonas Salk inventing the polio vaccine, I think it's one of the greatest inventions in mankind.
The one that you're making it in there.
Yes.
So, okay. So you're putting Mr. Coffee on the level of the polio vaccine.
Well, no, that would be unfair. I'm just saying right below it.
Black, or are you using some of the powdery cream and sugar?
Oh gosh, just the way God intended it. Black.
Okay.
And
Black.
this is the like the K cups, or you're making it in a pot? Because
K cups.
Okay, I was gonna say, because the old coffee pots, they were notorious for back in the day. Flight attendants, when they were staying at hotels, would use those coffee pots to wash their undergarments.
Oh my God. No, ever since the pandemic, the coffee pot that little 4-cup coffee pot has gone the way of the horse and buggy.
So Jonas Salk 1, Mr. Coffee 2, and then Alexander Fleming inventing penicillin would be 3?
I would say, yeah, right there.
That's fair. That's fair.
Hey, you got the answer to my trivia question this morning.
What was it?
No, he just answered it.
Oh.
Give me the top 3 inventions. You know.
So that was the trivia.
Man. You ready for a little trivia?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. This is a pretty easy one, by the way. You know, I didn't have enough time on a Sunday game. The Thursday game came quickly. Okay, so
Just
ready?
like Dak.
Mike
Yeah.
McCarthy, obviously trying to win a Super Bowl here. 15 coaches have won a Super Bowl and then went on to coach for another team. Obviously, McCarthy is one of those guys. None of them have won a Super Bowl. There isn't a single coach who's won a Super Bowl at one place, gone over one another. But 2 have been to a Super Bowl. They lost. Who are those 2 head coaches?
Mike Holmgren and Bill Parcells.
Look, I told Peyton that Bobby will probably get this. It's a pretty easy one.
Wow.
Well done, Bobby.
Thank you.
And finally, you've been included on the group messages too.
I know, Babe's got me on the group messages now. I've finally drank from the thing or whatever, and now I'm included.
And I'll be honest with you, I give Bobby the answers.
Hey, no, don't put that in their head because they'll believe it.
Babe,
No, I'm kidding.
I have to ask you this again after another embarrassing run defense performance. Are you changing your opening season statement about the run game not mattering?
Well, I never said it doesn't matter. I said
Close,
it's not
right beneath penicillin.
Right beneath penicillin.
Exactly. It was number 4. No, you got to be able to run the ball decently, and you got to be able to stop the run decently. This is historically bad run defense.
Yeah.
It's the first time in Cowboys history that they've given up 3 touchdowns rushing in back-to-back games. I mean, the numbers go on and on, obviously. But let me just ask you this. I'll flip it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the run game is so important, okay, why are running backs and defensive tackles who are run stoppers, why are they not the highest paid guys in football?
Look, I mean,
it's not as important as the pass, but like,
well, yeah. Let's face it. Is the punting game important? It is if your punter is averaging 17 yards a punt, and that's basically where this run defense and rushing offense has been, right?
Yeah. So what you're saying is like you either want to be. You don't want to be at the very, very bottom. If you're in the very, very bottom, then it becomes a problem. Like if you're in the middle, then it's just okay, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're just middle of the road, but you're a good passing team. I had the numbers. Next week, I'll bring them on to you. The teams that have won Super Bowls, and I know Kansas City's won a bunch recently, but they've not been great rushing teams. New England, all those Super Bowls, I mean, name me a guy even in the backfield. They were not great rushing teams.
Babe, sorry.
It's just today's NFL. Hey, John Riggins. Sean was up there. Maybe he's a little young, but, John Riggins carried the ball 35 times in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen anymore. So, the game has changed. But, yeah, you can't be. I mean, I would never make the argument that, go up and give up 200 yards rushing a game. You'll be fine.
Babe, how are you feeling and what are you sensing about all this implosion talk heading into this, and what happens if they lose this tonight with the implosion storyline?
Man, I cannot even think about what would happen if they lose tonight.
Yep.
But there's no question that this one is real. Sometimes, you see things, you see one isolated incident, whatever you have, and you say, hey, that's not a big deal. People make a big deal out of something. I think this is a big deal. I really do. I think it's on both sides of the ball. And, Dak is a leader. We know that. You're looking for other leaders to kind of step up and take this thing over. But, this thing, an implosion is the right word, I think. I mean, I really think it's ready to blow up. Now, you win. Everybody gets their numbers, and guys get their catches, and guys get their sacks, and blah, blah, blah. And you go on to Pittsburgh next week. You lose. I mean, Mike McCarthy will have a major, major coaching job on his hands to get his team ready for Pittsburgh next week.
Babe, Bobby and I were huge fans of Mike Zimmer. We swore there was going to be like an attitude adjustment and details and all those things. Obviously, it's been Mike Nolan, Rob Ryan-esque. What are you seeing? Is there something scheme-wise that isn't making sense? Is it making you think the game is passes him by? Is it the personnel? What are you seeing with Zimmer's defense with the thoughts of Dan Quinn and what he did here over the years?
Well, I think we even talked about last week. I mentioned, people were. Now, let me say, I think Mike Zimmer is a heck of a coach, and he's proven it. And everywhere he's been, his defenses have been good. And Dan Quinn, though, did a heck of a job. I think people wanted to say, oh, well, we got rid of Quinn. Well, we remember the Green Bay playoff game, right? So you don't want to see that again. But it's just been a continuation of that. And in answer to your question, I honestly, and it sounds like a cop-out, I think it's a little bit of everything. But I went, obviously I look at the tape, and I've run it back 5 times, and I'm looking at what they're doing defensively, and somebody is missing assignments, But I can't tell you because I don't know the defensive call. I would need to sit in the room. That's why I love announcers. They get on, they say, oh, this guy blew the coverage. Well, how do you know that? I don't know what defense was called. But there's no question that there are plays. I'll send you guys one. I know that's not good for our audience, but I'll send it to you where I'm like, okay, somebody screwed up here on a boot. They ran a bootleg, and the 2 guys open, receivers, Lamar Jackson, and the only guy over there is Tank Lawrence, and so there's 1 Cowboy, and there's 3 Baltimore Ravens. Excuse me, and I'm like, okay, I know that was not the defense that Mike Zimmer drew up, but it's his job too to get these guys, to play what he's calling, right? But it was disastrous. I mean, you don't need to be a football genius to figure out, what they did against Baltimore was awful. And there's a lot of finger pointing. Lee Corso used to always say, don't point the finger, pull the thumb. And right now, it's like guys have 4 fingers and no thumbs.
What does that even mean? You pull the thumb in, like point to yourself, like it's me, it's on me, like that.
Yeah,
no, not like
I'm just thinking about farting.
Yeah, they like pull the finger.
No.
Let me do it the way Coach Corso did it. Don't point the finger, pull the thumb.
There you go. Babe Laufenberg joining us on 105 through the Fan. Babe, is this a get-right game for CeeDee Lamb, given some of the injuries there in the Giants secondary?
Yeah, boy, the Giants, I'm sure you guys have touched on it. And I apologize because I'm up here in New York, and I did get on the app, though, I must say. But
Thank you.
They're beat up in the secondary. I mean, it should be a game where they're able to throw the ball. Now, I'm hoping, I'm looking out my hotel window here, and you can see about 10 feet in front of you, the clouds, and hopefully it doesn't become, a rainy game that just makes it difficult to throw the ball. But it could be. But, here's my fear, though, guys. CD squawked, great. And now you try to get him the ball to keep him happy. And then you start forcing the ball to him where he shouldn't get the ball. So you got to be careful of that. On the one hand, you say, okay, let's get CD going, get him a little screen pass, get him some passes early. That's fine. On the other, you start forcing it to him because you think, I don't want to have to deal with him. And, that becomes worse. That becomes problematic, right? So it'll be interesting. One thing I found funny, too, very quickly. Last week I'm watching some of the shows, the pregame shows or whatever. Cowboys had the later game at 3:30. And, every receiver says I'm the number 1 receiver in football, right? I mean, CD will tell you I'm the best receiver in football. And I watched Justin Jefferson do a little interview before. I'm the best receiver in football. I've heard Jamar Chase. I'm the best receiver in football. If you were to ask a quarterback, if you were to ask Patrick Mahomes, are you the best quarterback in the NFL? I'll bet you he would say, oh, gosh, there's a bunch of good guys. And if you were to ask Josh Allen, anyway, you go across the board. Now, they all are the best the best quarterback in football when it comes to the pay trough. Because whoever's up next gets paid like they're the best quarterback in football. But, receivers are a different breed.
Real quick, do you think CD is 100%? Do you think he's still a little bit behind?
Hard for me to say, but, it appears a little bit like he and Dak have not been on the proverbial same page. And I always say, there's a reason why you have training camp. And there's a reason why guys go to training camp. If it wasn't important, you wouldn't have it, right? You'd show up Monday and you'd play that Sunday. So I've always been tickled when people miss training camp and they say, oh, no, I've played football all my life. And there's a reason you go to training camp. And it's the reason, and it's why we say, hey, the passing is like the lowest since in 30 years, right? the number of yards. And I think a lot of it stems from these guys don't play in the preseason. We're watching effectively a cross between a preseason game and a regular season game right now for all these teams.
Babe, thank you so much. Enjoy some real coffee on the streets.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to go out and get my son.
Have a great call.
Thank you, guys.
Our buddy, the great Babe Laufenberg on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. All right, did Choppy say it? We have P. Choppy in studio and an NFL version of What's More Likely. Final hour, game day, coming at you right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters at the place to watch all the action, including tonight's game with You Have the...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, it's freaking me out a little bit.
And her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's game day, and this is your home for all of it. Pre-game, play-by-play, color, Babe Laufenberg, you just heard him. Post-game, and then tomorrow morning on your home of the Cowboys. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. In case you missed it, myself, Chop, and Peyton picked the Cowboys to win, and the love of the star, Bobby Belt and Brian Broaddus, saying the New York Giants will win tonight. Get in your selections on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. The great Michael Silver, awesome NFL reporter, joins us at 9:20 to talk about tonight and everything else. Pepe has gathered up this cut thanks to Tolo Artemio, who just sent me this. Bobby, get ready to praise your boy Dan Orlovsky, who just went off on the Dallas Cowboys offense.
Yeah, and part of this reason is I don't think there's an offense in football that sets their quarterback up to fail more than the Cowboys do with Dak Prescott. The fundamental ways to get your quarterback to play better or make it easier to play better. You run the football, the Cowboys can't. You use play action, the Cowboys don't. You use motion, the Cowboys don't. You throw screens, the Cowboys don't. They're bottom 3 or 4 in a couple of them, bottom 10 essentially in all of them. In many ways, they're saying, Dak Prescott, we want this to be as hard as possible on you. Greeny, it reminds me a little bit, I don't know if you remember, when Brady went down to Tampa initially, the way that I categorized it was they're so reliant on high-end execution. It's the same with the Cowboys offense. And it's so easy for everyone to be like, this guy sucks. No, they're making it hard to execute consistently.
Brandon Dixon sent that as well, so thanks to the Tolos. NFL rank in the separate categories. Play action, they're 18th in the NFL. Motion at the snap, they're 29th. Screens, they're tied for the 25th lowest amount. Yards per rush, 29th. So all the talk, majority of the talk here on this show about the defense, those are some of the offensive numbers.
Yeah, I saw
praise
that.
him, agree.
While I was taking my 3-minute bathroom break, coming back in here, I was looking at Twitter, and I saw the clip, and I didn't listen to it, but I saw the headline of what they said, and my initial thought was, this is quintessential Orlovsky, though. Like, I don't trust anything this man says. It's like, what's counterculture? What
so the guy's blaming Mike McCarthy, and your stubbornness still won't allow you to side with him.
Right, because I don't believe him. Like, I don't believe his authenticity in anything. Everything he said, we can find stuff that runs completely counter to this that I'm sure he said 6 times. And before that, we can find this take the previous 6 times. This is what he does, and he's such a...
So you don't buy anything that he's talking about here?
No, I think he is
Are these points valid?
No, I mean, some of them are valid. I just think he is a fundamental liar who has no courage of conviction in anything he does in life.
Okay, now let's just try to separate it.
Okay.
And talk about the categories.
Yep.
What is really problematic? Play action. The lack of motion, screenplays, those 3.
Lack of motion, I'm not that concerned with because there are a lot of quarterbacks that just don't like motion. They don't want that. They want their players to be stagnant and stay in the spots so they know where they are, so they know where the defensive players are.
But is that just a Peyton Manning thing, or
Rodgers was like
you've
that
heard
too.
about it more?
Yeah, I mean,
okay. But otherwise, I feel like whenever we look at the top 5, 6 best offenses in the league, it usually correlates with the most motion run.
I think it probably correlates with the best quarterback. That's my guess.
Dak's play action rate last year when he played the best football of his career was 28%. 28% of his pass attempts were play action, and that was 5th in the NFL. So he is.
I think play action's a much bigger deal.
He's down near the bottom now. So yeah, that play action is an issue to me.
Real quick, how much of that is they've been down?
Play action is not determined by whether they think you're actually going to run or not.
No, it's not determined by how good your running back is. It's not good, but it doesn't matter how good your running game is. Like, you generally just don't play action when you're down.
No, because it's like we talked about the other day when reviewing the Baltimore tape. There is a play on there where Micah Parsons looks like he's just been completely fooled. And it's like, well, no, his assignment is he's got to follow Derrick Henry into the hole. And so when Lamar Jackson keeps it and runs outside, it's not like, oh my gosh, Mike was right there. Why didn't he make a play? It's like, well, it's his assignment. It's his read. There's certain things where they can't just, they may have a sense of down and distance. They're probably not going to do it. But they have to have a little hesitation just for like their responsibilities within the defense on that play action.
Do they consider a read option play action?
In terms of if you do the read option for the run and then pass it instead of, hey, I don't know how they count it typically, but Dallas doesn't use much of that.
Let's do NFL more likely from RJ Choppy.
More likely to be the quarterback of their current team in 3 years. Trevor Lawrence or Tua?
Trevor Lawrence. Because of Tua's injuries. If you told me it was ability and getting it done, I would say Tua.
Tua's been better.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, because I don't know. 3 years from now, I don't know if Tua's going to be in the NFL. So,
might not.
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I think it's Trevor. More likely to be the coach of their current team after week 7. I'll throw McCarthy in there too.
Okay.
The main ones are Zach Taylor or Doug Peterson.
Taylor's more likely than Peterson.
To what?
To be the head coach still. I think the two easiest candidates for early season firing are McCarthy and Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson's the leader in the clubhouse to me. Things are tightening up for him really quick. He could be gone in the next couple weeks. So Peterson is the most likely one to be gone.
What do you think? I don't know how Mike Brown is with Zach Taylor.
I don't either. I think Peterson is the most likely to be gone. The Bengals defense is their biggest issue, and that's not Zach's side of the ball. Their offense, again, they're one of the few teams. They had no punts and no turnovers in their game on Monday night, and they lost. They gave 38.
Yeah.
It's hard to do.
I'll say Peterson, and that's McCarthy included. Peterson goes before McCarthy.
Okay.
But McCarthy goes if they lose tonight. This is a must-win game tonight.
More likely to be the week 1 starter next year, Michael Penix or J.J. McCarthy?
Oh, you came up with a great J.J. McCarthy Vikings topic. That's a great topic. Bobby?
Penix. Penix is more likely to be the starter.
Why?
Or no, McCarthy. Oh, shoot.
Go ahead, explain.
I think they're both starters.
So let's say Darnold continues to play this way the rest of the year. They just drafted McCarthy, right?
Yep.
What do they do? Like, if Sam Darnold goes out there and they win 12 games and he plays basically like this the entire year, this is not a 7th-round pick. This is the 3rd overall pick or whatever, who finally figured out how to play in the NFL. Do they dare let Darnold walk? Or do they sign him, trade McCarthy? Because he would get a first. You get a first-round pick for McCarthy. He was just drafted in the first round.
Probably.
By the way, we're doing all this for Sam Darnold.
I know.
He hasn't thrown for 270 yards on the season. That's just telling you about the NFL and where we're at in terms of the lack of pass. He's thrown for 181, 208, and 265. It's 268, excuse me. We're doing all that and throwing this parade for Sam Darnold. J.J. McCarthy more likely to start next year, game 1, over Penix.
Over Penix?
Yes, because this will not continue.
Yeah, and one guy's under contract, one isn't. Cousins is still under contract. Darnold won't be. So
okay, I mean, I generally agree.
Otherwise, Minnesota can be the next Atlanta and pay 2 guys, just like they did Penix and Cousins.
Right.
I'll say JJ more likely to start game 1. You?
Yeah, I will say that too. Just because like Bobby said, Cousins under contract, and I just think McCarthy's a really good player too.
None of the combinations would surprise me, to be honest.
No. More likely to
Difficulty
be
of the question.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Duh.
more likely to be a bust. Caleb Williams or Anthony Richardson?
Anthony
Great
Richardson.
question.
Thank you.
Both have been disappointing.
Yeah, to me, not even. I think that one's not close. Anthony Richardson's got a huge bust potential. Caleb Williams is. There's a lot of this there was going to be a little bit of a curve here coming into the NFL. I'm not saying that
he's getting killed too.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Caleb's like a slam dunk gonna hit. Like there's that variable for everybody. But I mean, Anthony Richardson has 3 interceptions, I think, this year already on throws over 20 yards. Like deep passes down the field are not supposed to get picked off consistently. Like he is wild, erratic, reckless. There's a lot of questions there. There's massive bust factor with him.
All right, what next one?
Well, let's all answer.
I think. I thought
You got to answer. And I didn't answer.
I thought you did. I think it's Anthony Richardson. I think Caleb's gonna be. I still think Caleb could be a good player. Anthony Richardson. I mean, he was never great in college. He was all like, he's got flashes, you could see it, but he was never like tremendous.
He started like 8 games or something. It's Trey Lance like.
I'll go with Richardson too.
What coach's success is more likely to give Jerry Jones nightmares? Kellen Moore or Dan Quinn?
Dan Quinn.
Quinn.
Dan Quinn, because he's got the former players and he's the head coach.
Kellen Moore broke up with you. You let Dan Quinn go after he hung around for a little bit. Like, hey, I'm seeing, and I mean, Dan Quinn's got a head coaching job right now, so there's a greater opportunity for that. If you see him revive a Washington team that has been just spiraling for 20 years, yeah, I think Quinn is the one that would hurt a lot more. Kellen Moore, I think they've put out of their head.
One's wet and one's dry.
Man, okay. Because I think I see them looking at Kellen like they looked at Jason almost.
Well, not enough. They let Mike stay.
Jason would have never walked into that office and said, "I want out of here." So,
no, he wouldn't have. But like that wasn't. He didn't want out of there because of Jerry.
I mean, it was a lot of things. I think.
Wow.
I'm saying. I think
I'm
that
an insider.
I mean, look,
he knows.
Look,
He's just not saying.
Look, the day after McCarthy gets fired, we're gonna have a lot of fun with a lot of topics.
23 points a game for the Eagles. So I don't think they're going to be 28 a game, 30 a game in order to be that envious of Kellen because of our Jalen Hurts concerns. So the answer is Dan Quinn.
Okay. I don't know. It's tough because neither one of them were going to be the head coach this year anyway because Jerry wasn't going to get rid of Mike. I think he really wants to be. I think he wants Kellen because he wants to get the credit for discovering somebody.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't have discovered Dan Quinn. And I think he would have seen Kellen as like, hey, I found this.
But if
guy.
he loved him that, I think we can say that he did not love Kellen as much as he loved Jason.
No, he didn't. He definitely didn't.
Yeah,
because Jason was. I mean, he hired Jason before he hired Wade.
Plus, everyone's going to forget, with Bobby's help, that Kellen did nothing with the Chargers last year and sucked. So you can feel better about that if you're Jerry.
More likely 1-2 team to win their division: Baltimore or the Dallas Cowboys?
Baltimore.
Okay.
I mean, Dallas is
Baltimore.
You look at the narrow margins. Baltimore lost their first couple games by the division leader as a team that everybody thought you were better than coming into this year. There's a lot of discussion of, is Philly or Dallas better? Like that was close to begin with, and Dallas is spiraling at this point. Just compare the Saints games.
Yeah, I'm surprised you said that. I mean, I don't disagree. I think it's Baltimore too. I'm just surprised because they're 2 back in the division, whereas the Cowboys are just a game back.
All right. Well done, RJ Choppy, cooking up a little what's more likely around the NFL here on your home of the Cowboys. Let's talk about tonight's game and what he's hearing about Mike McCarthy and everyone else. The fantastic reporter from the NFL Network, Michael Silver, joins us on Sean and RJ next. But Tolo J already said he's putting in the order. He's going with the turkey tonight from Hurtado.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Through October 20th. Get your tickets at BigTex.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Loss, that's soda, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And our current guest here on the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby has basically written a book about the Dallas Cowboys kryptonite. The Why is Everything, a story of football rivalry and revolution written by 30-year insider Michael Silver. And it's basically following around and featuring Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, Matt LaFleur. We've talked about this type of system being the kryptonite to the Dallas Cowboys. And Michael Silver is joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Michael. How are you?
I'm awesome. Thanks for having me, you guys.
Have you kind of thought about that as well in looking at San Fran versus Dallas and not being able to get over the hump? Have you heard that in other league circles, Michael, that this Shanahan-type system is one the Cowboys can never defeat?
Well, you know I'm old, so actually I go back to the start of this book, which is in the early 90s. I'm covering the 49ers. Mike Shanahan, who was a broken guy, arrives as the offensive coordinator, had been fired by Al Davis and Dan Reeves. Steve Young is playing for Joe Montana, who's injured and not good enough for 49er fans, runs too much, can't read defenses right. Together they get it rolling and would have won 3 Super Bowls, but twice they were taken down by 2 of the greatest teams of all time, the Jimmy Johnson Cowboys, before they finally got over the hump in 94. So, yes, the 49ers have given the Cowboys trouble. Obviously, what Matt LaFleur coached up last year with Jordan Love and the Packers was super effective, but definitely 49er fans would tell you that they're still not over those Cowboys games from the early 90s.
Michael, before we really delve into the book, I'm just curious your general thoughts on Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, and just the Dallas Cowboys as a whole.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy, I guess this is year 4. Like, I haven't realized how long it's been. Did a great job in Green Bay. I can understand why Jerry would have wanted him, and obviously is doing a really, really good job there, getting them into the playoffs and positioning them. I don't think there's anyone outside of Dallas who, if Jerry had chosen to move on after that playoff game, would have thought, wow, this is rash. Jerry Jones is just crazy. He just fires coaches. I think people would have got it because, though the final score was sanitized, we all saw what happened. That was just a complete destruction. I don't need to make you and your listeners relive it, right? So, I've always believed Jerry for decades that this is all he cares about. He is driven to win. I think he's behaved like it in terms of aggressive pursuit of revenue, aggressive spending, and, not being distracted by other businesses in a way that some owners are. And I've always, kind of stood on the table to defend that. But, I do wonder the last few years. I mean, he knows how great Sean Payton is in his mind. He could have had him. He didn't. Obviously, he, had some pretty intriguing options out there after last year, including Mike Vrabel, Bill Belichick, clearly everybody would point to. So, it's Jerry's team. I'm not saying he's not trying to win. I'm just saying he's not behaving like a person who is maniacal about it. And it's easy for me to say he should pay people off and spend his money and pay off their contracts. But the Jerry I know and love wouldn't flinch at that.
Michael Silver joining us here on 105 Through the Fan. Mike, you talk about in this book, it seems to root here in Kyle Shanahan's time in Washington and how he developed McVay and LaFleur and these guys like that. You mentioned that he challenged the coaches to really think about some of these schemes and not just stay committed to a system. What were some of the examples you got through talking to people where you felt like these were instances where they really started challenging some old school norms and pushing the envelope?
Well, the most glaring example is in 2012 in Washington. So you've got this staff under Mike Shanahan that has now these 5 current head coaches: Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, Matt LaFleur, Raheem Morris over on the defensive side. And they were really presented with a problem in that RG3 was the pick and had never done anything other than running things out of the pistol, obviously very effectively at Baylor. So they did something that was pretty radical and took their entire outside zone Shanahan scheme and transported it into the pistol, which is more complicated than it sounds, and they did it quickly, and it blew the league away. That they really couldn't stop that in 2012. They had this one pass play called Drift, where Robert Griffin would fake the zone read handoff, turn his back, and just kind of blindly throw over to where the linebackers would be if they hadn't come up to stop the run. And it gained a third of their passing yards that year, and he was Rookie of the Year, and they went rolling into the playoffs. So even though it all imploded, as things tend to do under Dan Snyder amid the dysfunction, in league circles, people were like, whoa, what did they do? And, football for so long has been a culture where, coaches kind of, hey, this is how we do it. This is how Bill Walsh did it. We're going to do it this way. Why are we doing it that way? It just works. Just do what we say. And this is a much different group in that they will throw anything out for the sake of innovation. They will deconstruct. They absolutely want to know exactly why anything is being done, and they want to be able to tell that to their players too and explain it to them. So that's kind of the central, through line that this group, is governed by. And by the way, this group is now proliferated beyond, you've got Kevin O'Connell doing his thing in Minnesota. Obviously, you've got D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick in Houston. You see Clint Kubiak, who they had those first 2 games where the Saints were lighting it up. So it's kind of a thing.
Michael, the old saying, the Jimmies and the Joes, not the X's and the O's. And I know in this, it talks about how it used to be about the plays and the players. Now it's the system and the players. Do you think this new breed of coaches believes that it's not the players, that it is the X's and the O's?
Not enough, right? I think if you look at Kyle Shanahan's, what is his tragic flaw that he hasn't gotten over the top? Some people would say, yeah, he just is so beholden to his scheme and of the belief that his scheme will have answers and be superior, that maybe he's not paying enough attention to that other side. I think he's gotten better. But interestingly, the book begins, in that epic Super Bowl collapse when he was the Falcons offensive coordinator in early 2017, and they're up 28-3 on the Patriots, and then it all starts to unravel. And in that pivotal moment where we all now look back and question, why didn't they just run, kick the field goal and go up 11? What's going through Kyle Shanahan's head in that moment is actually a saying that Matt Ryan used to repeat to him a lot, which is players over plays. And that was kind of Matt Ryan's way, especially when they were clashing in that first year, of telling Kyle Shanahan, like, hey, your schemes are awesome, but like in the end, players are more important. And so in that pivotal moment, Kyle Shanahan says, to himself, I think Matt Ryan's right. I'm going to Julio. And it turns out, unfortunately for him, to be his undoing. But it's a great question. It's kind of the thing that they wrestle with a lot, because they spend all week trying to, be brainiacs and come up with this stuff. And then sometimes it just comes down to, Christian McCaffrey ran really fast, or something like that.
Michael, I know that when the Patriot way was something that was getting discussed a lot, there were always people behind the scenes who would say, that Patriot way, that's being oversold. That's not that big a deal, almost kind of defiant about it. While you were researching this and interviewing people, did you get any of that resistance from across the league of like, you guys are way overselling what Shanahan is doing here? It's not what you think it is. And what were those kind of criticisms they would try and lob?
Well, I will oversell with the best of them, especially when I have a book out. So that's my first caveat. I mean, I guess this is my, disclaimer, is that they are doing something seismic. It represents the change in the league. They are not the only people coming up with innovations, right? And I mean, you've got Mike Zimmer there now, and obviously Andy Reid and Sean Payton, and people are doing Ben Johnson in Detroit. People are doing really cool stuff. Vic Fangio, which we get into in this book, but I do think that unlike the Belichick tree, they I would say that Belichick's prodigies and imitators, to their peril, have basically operated under the premise, that some exceptions, but the basic premise seems to be, if I act like a jerk like Bill and am secretive, I'll win like Bill, when I think you would probably argue in retrospect, or even beforehand, as I did, it helps if you have Tom Brady and are one of the greatest coaches of all time, which Bill is. I think that's why he won so much, more than the fact that he could act like a big jerk. And so if you try to imitate the wrong part of that, certainly getting Tom Brady's a big, that's a great start. I do think that, they were all shaped by the scars of that Washington experience. They saw Mike Shanahan, a guy they revere, and in Kyle's case, his father, not only get ingloriously fired and, amid turmoil and dysfunction, but that was it. And still isn't in the Hall of Fame, which I hope this book will make the case should be rectified. But, all of a sudden now Kyle's in Cleveland. Talk about going from one dysfunctional place to another, fought his way out of there after a year, but then even after a year in Atlanta under Dan Quinn, there was legitimate talk that he might be fired by Dan Quinn. They end up having this summit meeting with Dan Quinn, Matt LaFleur, who was the quarterback coach, Matt Ryan, and Kyle Shanahan over in Southern California at the home of Tom House, the quarterback guru who Matt Ryan was working with, described in the book as kumbaya sessions or marriage counseling. And they had to really air some things out and try to get to a point where they could work together. And then in 2016, they made beautiful music together. And it's interesting because Dan Quinn, who now I think is atop the NFC East, not to trigger people, but, there's always been this talk that Kyle Shanahan blew that Super Bowl, but, Dan Quinn was the head coach and the guy who should have been greenlighting those calls. So I know a lot of offensive coordinators over the years who've been really, really aggressive and wanted to go after it, and their head coaches have been like, "Nah, man, we're gonna play conservative." And in fact, you can ask Brian Schottenheimer about some of his experiences recently before he came to the Cowboys, right? So That's on the head coach to me. And Dan, it's not that Dan didn't own it. It's just that America kind of decided, well, that was Kyle Shanahan's fault. I don't know if Dan Quinn jumped up and down on the table to diffuse that. And then all of a sudden Kyle was in San Francisco and Sean McVay was in LA. And then we get into, that's where a lot of the pettiness and rivalry in this book picks up, and we have a lot of fun.
Shanahan, McVay, McDaniel, LaFleur, Raheem Morris. Which one of these guys do you want to go out and have a night of fun with the most?
I can actually answer this because I have in all cases. They can all be fun. McDaniel, doesn't drink anymore because he had too much fun. But amazingly, I still might say McDaniel, probably him or Raheem. But really, they're all, Sean will party all night and remember every word somehow. Kyle, I think, is fully committed to the fun when he decides to have fun. Raheem is just unbelievably funny. We know McDaniel's funny, right, with that dry sense of humor. But Raheem has this incredible delivery and ability to disarm people, and to the point where his personality is so good that he can kind of say brutal things to people and get away with it because he's so likable. I guarantee in that locker room he could dress down Kirk Cousins or tell someone they're screwing up, but in a way that makes it palatable just because of who he is. And then LaFleur's kind of sensitive. It's funny, he's obviously gotten hardened, but in the book there's this scene in the Redskin days where Chris Cooley, their star tight end, decides on a flight, I'm going to play a prank. So he passes out pencils and paper to every player on the plane and says, we're doing a poll. We're going to rank the assistant coaches in terms of who we like the most. And, of course, it's a fake poll, but he goes through all the motions. And then he announces the results, and he announces that LaFleur is the second least popular assistant coach. And word is that his eyes welled up with tears. He was so bummed out that he was hated that much by his players. Wasn't actually true, but Cooley's prank definitely landed.
Michael, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations on the book. The Why is Everything will be released nationally on Tuesday, October 1st, and it can be pre-ordered now wherever books are sold. Thank you, man. Enjoy the season.
Thanks, man. And if I haven't blocked people on social media, they can find those pre-order links all over my bios.
Are you a big blocker? Are you a big blocker?
Oh, yeah. Hey, guys, Blocktober's coming up. So
Blocktober.
All right, who is the big name that has blocked you?
Wow. There's so many. God, there was a big name who's blocked me. That's a great. I wonder if Pat McAfee blocked me. We have a big feud going on. It started when I made fun of punters or him for being a punter. And I'm just going to own this right now because I'm on the show with you guys. I've been accused of not respecting punters. That's not true. I absolutely respect punters. I just respect them way less than the other 52 on the roster. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Michael. We appreciate it. Michael Silver on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpieces next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist, own store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up.
mental health discussions and supporting folks who are suffering. Odyssey does too, and that's why they have their 2-hour I'm Listening special this Sunday on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, fellas. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, Jared Sandler will join us for Buckets today from about Oakland. We're going to discuss a little bit of what's going on.
Did you guys get Mike's video yesterday? Or
Yeah,
was that just
the
me?
homeless people.
I was going to say the streets of San
5
Francisco.
miles.
25 of them, right?
5 miles of.
I just thought it was the streets of San Francisco.
No, it
or
was
Oakland.
tents. It was tents along the train track. It was 5 miles of.
It's hard to feel if it was tents through the video, though.
I hate you.
My buddy was there last night. He said,
Well,
it
in the tents?
No, at Oakland.
I believe.
And he said it was like an awesome atmosphere. It's an awesome, and I've seen a couple games there. It is a great spot.
I thought it was a dump.
Oh, it's a dump, but there's not a bad. Like, I didn't find there to be a bad seat. I know it's like a million miles away. I didn't really find that. My biggest issue was it's freezing at the game. Like, it's literally freezing. But he said the atmosphere was great until about like the 7th inning. Everybody got really weird and aggressive
Because the alcohol was turned off at that point, and then they were all drunk. And they were like, we want more alcohol. We can't get it. Also, Tony Casillas joins us at 12:20 today.
Well, all right, we need your guys' help. We need you to lend us your audio ear. Tell us what you heard in RJ Choppy's commercial read right after we had a Diddy update.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up in that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com.
It sounds like Bobby is whispering to him or something like that.
No, Choppy just said orgy.
Okay, you heard that too.
I did not.
He
I
definitely
did not
said
catch
orgy.
that. I'm sorry.
And here's what happened too. I was in the car in the parking lot garage, and I was getting out of the car, and I heard Sean go, "Wait, what?" And I was like, "Did I hear that too?" And then Bobby played it for me, and I was like, "Oh yeah, he definitely said orgy."
I could see how you would hear that, but there's clearly
Play that part again, please.
But I could see how you would hear it. Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep.
Okay.
No, you're cutting it off, Peyton, because he says Jeep.
Bobby, then
Platinum.
come in here and play that damn clip yourself.
Whoa! That's how I got taken.
He's going to do it.
That's how I got taken off the Michael Irvin show right there. That's how I got taken off the Michael Irvin show.
What happened?
Michael didn't like the way I did a commercial. I said, "Well, you come here and do it." It was a Sports Center update. I said, "You come here and do it yourself." And I had already won. Actually, I had already got my night show with Grego.
You got replaced by Clarence Carter.
I was like, this is about time. So I was just like, I was just upset because I was doing 9 to noon and then coming back doing nights. I was like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Bobby's on the board right
So
now.
I was looking for a reason.
Hey, Bobby.
Hi, how's it going?
All right, so what are you going to do different?
I'm just going to play the actual clip. I got to find out where we're at first. I got to see where we're queued up. But yeah, all right, I'm going to cue this up here, and you're going to hear it because he's cutting it off at Jeep. And the whole idea was he said Jeep Platinum, and that's what caused us to kind of go, wait, what'd you say? So here it is.
Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, or Jeep, Platinum CDRJ, Texas.
I don't think that changes that he said Jeep. I think we were wrong.
I'm not admitting I'm wrong.
Okay.
I'll tell you, Peyton's wrong. He doesn't know how to run audition in here. That's what I know. And he tried to turn off the pot before I came in here so that I'd get caught by that. But I caught it.
Is there a way we can do? You would know this. Can we do?
It usually happens after our show.
Can we do a board off or something? Like, are there?
Oh my God.
Are there like
politics
contests or like button contests?
Yeah, use the hotkeys. You got to use the hotkeys.
Yeah.
The instant replay, the 360 in there.
Like a producer relay race, something.
I'm sure there's something you could do. Yeah, absolutely. You
Come
just
up with like 5 things, like a test of 3 to 5 things.
It's like you
can he
have-
produce?
Yeah, you have one of them in another studio where they can't hear what's going on,
like Family Feud,
and then you got to have this person do it, and then we have the other person do the same thing,
Yeah.
and then we set it up so where
him, Peyton, and Alec.
Yeah, Alec wins
3-way or Jeep. Kevin,
oh my gosh,
did you watch the Vince McMahon Netflix? I watched 5 of the 6 yesterday.
5?
Man, had nothing to do. I was homesick.
Okay, what
what stopped you from watching the last one if you were that close to the end?
It was 10 o'clock, and
you gotta get
I
up.
want to sleep a little bit, and then I wanted to have something to look forward to today.
Okay. I watched 3 of them, and I'm very conflicted in terms of...
You got a Cowboys game. What do you mean you wanted to watch something that you had to look forward to today?
Well, when I go home.
Yeah,
I gotta wait
Cowboys.
till
Cowboys
7
is
or
later.
7:30.
You listen to our show and then G-Bag? That's what you do.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
my apologies for interrupting the wrestling.
He meant in the commercial
Gotcha,
break.
my apologies.
Something to watch then.
Spittle got to you already today.
Oh, my gosh.
I saw him in here.
I watched 3 of the episodes. I thought it was like, if you're a diehard wrestling fan, which I'll admit I am, it was kind of boring because they already went over a whole bunch of stuff that you knew. But I could see if you're like a casual wrestling fan or didn't know about it, you'd be like, oh, fascinating. I just threw 3 episodes. I don't see how this is a hit piece at all. It is
there's
very
reports
fair.
that Vince tried to buy it from Netflix because he panicked and he was like, oh my God, you're going to expose me and show me like this. Through the first 5, that is a complete overreaction from him.
Or is it his part of his marketing? Hey, let's put out that this is such a hit piece. Like, it's a part of his theater. He is Mr. Theater.
That's a good point.
That is an interesting point. And I guess I didn't realize either because it's a lot more about like the history of the WWE since it transitioned to his company. And then I was like, oh, yeah, well, I guess Raw is going to be on Netflix. So this is probably a good introductory course for people who are like, hey, have you not been watching wrestling for a long time?
It was great nostalgia.
Yeah, that's true.
I suggested to you, if you watch back with, Hitman Hard and Hogan and Ultimate Warrior, it was great nostalgia. Here's the biggest lesson that I learned, and I think you're going to be very happy to talk about this.
Okay.
I thought that the matches, I did not realize the improvisation of the matches while they're going on. I thought everything was scripted out I'm not triggering you. The punch that we do, the kick that we do.
Yeah.
I did not realize they're like, all right, we're changing within the match. You sense what the crowd is, and that are they not doing practice fights beforehand, scripting out every maneuver?
So that has changed a lot over the years. Like Hogan talks a lot about calling it in the ring, and that used to be the way it was. And like you always let the bad guy call the match as it went along. That's changed a lot in terms of like depending on who they bring in. Like when they brought in new people, like they brought in, Ronda Rousey and people like that, they would go through the match and really have it down. And a lot of people do practice their spots and stuff now, but it did used to be a lot different, except for once in a while, Macho Man. There's a really famous story at WrestleMania 3 against Ricky Steamboat. He has like pages and pages of that yellow legal paper, and he wrote down like step 1, lock up, step 2, continue lock up, step 3, break away, like every step, and they had to go through it all. So,
but otherwise they go in and they just know who's going to win or lose.
And how much time you have.
And how much time you have.
Yep.
And then
usually the finish. Like usually hey, just wait for this person to come out and they'll distract you and then you'll, take a bow and arrow to the back of the head and you'll be done.
So was the Quebec ripoff where The Rock spit on Vince McMahon? Was that one
Quebec
planned?
ripoff.
That's where The Rock spit on him.
Oh my gosh.
He let Kane win or something.
You know what? I've worked with Corey long enough to be not immune, but somewhat prepared.
Sorry,
for
not
this
Quebec,
level of
Quebec.
With this level of trolling. When he would say "Rock Hot Steve Boston,"
Ooh.
So I'm prepared for these.
I'm
things.
going to defend Vince a little bit in that though. Like, and everyone was ticked off at Vince. Brett was not giving up the belt.
Okay, so I could see how people would argue both ways. Like, and Paul Heyman is very much on Vince McMahon's side because at
that
the time,
guy's must listen.
Yeah, he was like, "Look, F him. It's your belt. Do what you want with it." And so I see both sides because from Bret Hart's perspective, Shawn Michaels literally told him in the locker room when he was putting him over for the belt one time, he goes, "Hey, I appreciate it. I would not do the same thing for you." And I could see how Bret Hart would be like, "I'll lose it to anybody
and he threw
else."
out the accusation that he was sleeping with Sonny.
Even though in real life, Shawn Michaels had been banging Sonny for about a year or so.
Yeah.
And so that's fun.
So they should have had someone in the middle, like Brett lose it to someone else.
Yes. Or the other thing I don't understand is he was under contract for another month. You could have got another pay-per-view out of this. Then he would have lost in America. He didn't want to lose to Shawn Michaels in Canada. So if you're Team Bret Hart, I get it. He's like, I'll lose to anybody else. But if you're Team WWE, F him. You don't get to decide what you do. We decided to give you the belt, we decide to take it back.
America.
Love it or leave it.
Anyone else going to watch it?
Yeah, I'll watch it. I'm interested enough, unless you guys make it sound like it's lame. But yeah,
That's just because, like, I've heard so much of this stuff from individual interviews on, like, podcasts and stuff. If you're a normal human who lives a regular life, you will probably be fascinated by a lot of this
That's
stuff.
what I've heard.
At the end of every episode, it's like a lawsuit update.
Yes.
At the end of every episode, it's like so-and-so settled up.
like Unsolved Mysteries back in the day where it's like, after this episode airs,
Yeah, I
somebody's
always
arrested.
love that update from...
they got him!
Robert
Yeah.
Stack.
Yes.
Any of you picking the Giants to win tonight in what I'm calling a must-win game for McCarthy?
I think the Cowboys are going to win by 17 to 21 points. And if they don't, tomorrow should be
I
interesting.
think it's going to be a lot closer than he thinks. A lot closer. Because the Giants' defense does things that give Dak fits. This is a different
line up?
defense than he's been playing. Yeah.
Oh, Bobby, are you going to take that?
I'm going to take your lead and not get drawn off sides.
Oh,
Smart.
there you go. Unlike the Cowboys defense a lot of
Oh,
times.
yeah.
We're back tomorrow
More offense somehow.
morning. Enjoy the game tonight. The KNC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime you want on our Odyssey app. Check it out if you dare.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports. Squads. Old Jarrah can't be happy, and that makes Mike McCarthy's seat hotter.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Oh, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, and Alec Medford. Mike is on assignment with the Texas Rangers. He will be back on Monday. But my question for you guys right now.
Do you love Keith Richards?
Yes. Well, how much would you pay for a one-of-one Keith Richards card with a piece of his hair in it? and if you're like, did you just have a stroke? Are those just words that accidentally came together?
It's a real thing.
They are not. All right. So my question for y'all, I know you guys are working, so this is probably going to be for our audience. Are you working today? Where at, and how are you pre-gaming for Cowboys Giants? 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or if you want to hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Fingers crossed it doesn't crash today. We'll see how that goes. If you want to get back to us with your feedback, because I want to know, are you working today? Where at? And maybe how focused you are too. You should be focused, I hope.
I am working
yes.
today, as well as Alec. We're both working today. I am pre-gaming by talking about the Cowboys game tonight.
That makes sense.
And then I will take Lucy to therapy after school and be home right in time for kickoff.
Okay.
So like Adrian has some things to do, and she said hers is done at 7. So she will be home at 7 and she will take care of the kids for the rest of the night. But I have things to do after the show today. So I'll be listening to the G-Bag Nation and listening to the pregame show right here on 105.3 The Fan leading up to it. And I don't know if I'm focused or not today, though.
What?
Yeah, because the focus level, Kevin, like all I'm thinking about is having these daydreams about what the game's going to be like and going back and forth in my own mind of where exactly I feel about this. So
if the Cowboys lose, do you want us to get ready with the drop of Are You Embarrassed and just play it regardless of whether you approve with Jerry?
I am trying to figure out how to phrase that.
Okay.
Because
you did it right the last
At that point, Kevin, you knew Jason Garrett wasn't it, and you knew that team was better. That's the reason I asked it. You knew that team was better. Dak was a better quarterback than they were playing.
Yeah.
And you were sitting there going, there's something wrong with the way that this team is managed.
Fair.
And right now, it feels like there's still personnel and mismanagement at the same time. So that's where it's a little bit like, I guess the reason I would ask him something like that would be, are you embarrassed about the players that you got? But I think the question still on that is, do you feel like these players are the ones you got on the defensive front are good enough? He said Tuesday he thinks they are.
Yep.
Will he feel the same way on Friday?
Now, from the YouTube, I'm working today. I'm pre-gaming by watching the Rangers. Ooh, that's a solid idea.
That is
there.
a great approach today.
From the 469, I'm just running my pest control route, talking to my customers about the game and listening to you boys for the pregame. From the 972, I own my own barbershop, pregame weed.
Oh, man, I bet.
This is probably not a question my bosses
You
want
cannot
me to
get
ask,
a pregame weave.
But my question...
You have no hair.
No, weed.
Oh, okay.
Not pregame weave.
Okay, sorry.
Pregame weed. If you're pregame weeding it, do you want to be able to cycle through by the time the game starts and be refocused? Or do you think people are anticipating the worst and they're like, I don't really want to watch this game?
Yeah, you want to be calm at kickoff and then around halftime, you're like, I got to reboot.
Okay.
So that I can fall asleep here in just a little bit. Unless you have the, I don't know, sativa. I don't know which one is which.
From the 817, working from home, boys, and I mean hardly working. Toloing since 6 a.m. is how I am pre-gaming. From the 817, I'm working today, kind of focused, but not because of the Cowboys.
On the Twitch, TX Fathead says, multiple 105.3 The Fan hosts saying Dallas is losing has me losing it. He's working from home, not very focused, to be honest.
So I'm going to go back to this. I know times have changed, teams has changed, personnel has changed. This feels like a classic Cowboys game where they win, 38-17 or something like that. And then so tomorrow, Jerry and then Steven, when he's on with G-Bag, can talk about don't worry about those other 2 weeks. We're back. Division games are the most important games, and we just smoked what they'll say was a red-hot Giants team. And by red-hot, I'll be like, because they won a game? Yes, that's what made them red-hot. This just feels like a classic Cowboys game based on many, many, many previous seasons where they thump a lesser-than opponent and trick themselves into thinking they're better than they really are, and then reality will punch them in the face in the ensuing 3 to 4 weeks. Now, if that doesn't happen and they lose this game, well, throw the script out the window because I have no idea how it's going to go tomorrow.
Then
probably poorly.
That is, you know what, Kevin, and I'll say this. We'll worry about that tomorrow.
Fair.
Or tonight after the game during the post-game show with Zach Wolchuk and Brian Broaddus.
I'm telling you, I want you to listen all day tomorrow, regardless. But if they lose...
Stop it!
I just say it!
You gotta stop it because if they lose stuff, dude.
They lose. Alec, tell me if you think I'm wrong. How insanely heated is that post-game show going to be right here on the Fan?
There will be
amazing.
Polo's going to call in and he's going to say, Broaddus, I know I told you I would never call in again, but I called in after the first game of the year and here I am. I'm back again. Polo will have some things to say. And then there will be more callers. There will be a couple callers that have their radio turned up too loud and they can't hear what's going on, and they'll have to hang up on them.
People still not figured that out.
And then there will be a couple callers that are very, very drunk. Kevin, when the Rangers won the World Series, do you remember we came in here and we had a blast until 4 in the morning?
I do.
And there were a lot of people cussing on accident. And they even messaged us and were like, I'm so sorry. I'm just very drunk right now.
There's this clip from G-Bag that I don't know if we've scrubbed from the internet or not, but it is shocking the night that the Rangers won the World Series.
So here's the thing. For anybody that's pre-gaming, Kevin, I try to tell you this often, okay? I try to tell you this often, and it sounds like you're not there. If you're going through this today, if you're pre-gaming, don't get caught up in the what if they lose, what if they win? Because if they lose and that's a terror for you, and they do actually lose, then you've lived it twice. You live the what if, and then you have to live it again.
That is
But
fair.
if you just ignore it and go do other things in your mind, like what if Dak Prescott throws for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns?
I said they're going to win by 3
and
touchdowns.
they win. Then you'll have that vibe of, you know what? I thought about that, and they won. Then you get to live that twice. You get to live the victory twice. So think about that today so that your mind can be more focused on positive energy.
Corey, you're not going to like this one. I swear, this is not my phone number. From the 817. I'm a medical scribe working at Texas Health HEB. I'll be pre-gaming by expecting the worst so I can slowly numb the pain for when we lose today. So look, kind of the opposite.
Like with morphine?
Pretty much I think they mean mentally numb the pain.
Gotcha.
I think pretty much exactly the opposite of what Corey just suggested. From the 972, selling air conditioners and playing on pre-gaming by listening to y'all and playing golf. From the 469, Panther to you, driving trucks, doing deliveries today. And the Cowboys have to earn a planned pregame. Instead, I'm going to listen to you guys.
Somebody said sativa is for sleep, dum-dum. Indica is for keeping you up, Corey. And I said, I knew y'all would know. And then Baseball Jesus says KMC is the show for potheads. That should be a promo. So the Twitch is on fire today. And that is lots of fun.
From the 737, I'm working. I work for UPS in Austin, and I'm pre-gaming by praying. So look, Corey.
And then Mike _ ex-Cowboy says, my director is off. I gave my team the day, so I'm not doing anything, and I'm doing pot pass. So
okay,
I think that means that they're cooking. So they're cooking in this pot, and then passing it over to
team
a
effort,
grill.
man.
Yeah,
I love it.
That's how it goes.
Okay, that's good. Would you rather do that or play the game Stone Face?
What is that game?
Guys,
I've never played that game before.
Marquise Bell and just don't say it on air. Marquise Bell and Kalen Carson are listed as doubtful, but we talked about this would probably be the case. There are defensive backfield issues for the Giants as well. Jackson's out,
yes.
Phillips out, and so it looks like both teams are going to have to call to their reserve. Now, luckily for the Giants, they experienced this in the last game, so perhaps they were better prepared than the Cowboys are.
Sorry, all the people are upset about the conversation about the week. When it comes to,
Are they?
Yeah, no, well, they're all, everybody disagrees. I'm wrong. I don't know. We'll figure it out. The players in the secondary for the Giants, I agree, are not as good as everybody else across the league. And maybe that is where that can take advantage of them. Is, look, maybe we can get that separation from Brandon Cooks. Maybe we can get a little more than just CeeDee Lamb. Maybe Jake Ferguson can have his night. But it's the difference in the way they play. And that's why I'm not expecting some of the things that we've seen in the past, because with Wink, and we discussed this yesterday with our writer from The Athletic, in the past, everybody has turned around from Dak Prescott and run with the receivers. This is turn around, two high safeties, everything's in front of you. Look in the backfield, watch Dak Prescott. Whatever he does, that dictates what you do. And so that's how they're playing now in the Shane Bowen defense. And that's something that two high safeties has been something that's really crushed the Cowboys, because they love taking advantage of that big play. And we'll talk a little bit about that in the next segment on their first 15. I just kind of did a little study on that. But that's what they do differently. So it's just a different look than we're used to with the Giants that Dak's been dominating over the last few years.
Now, Corey, with that information in mind, you need to help this person from the 469. Should I take the Cowboys in my Survivor League? There's only like 100 people left, and it's $50,000 to the winner.
So, I don't know. How does this work? I've never played in a Survivor League.
You can only use each team once, right?
Yeah.
And so do you take a look at San Francisco against the Patriots, perhaps, as your go-to?
Yeah, I haven't
even...
even...
think the Texans over the Jags, because the Jags are like...
The Jags are
with it.
terrible right now. I would have said everything on Carolina for a long time, but now...
Against them.
I really thought Carolina was going to lose every game this year.
Yeah.
Based on the way that they looked. So... Yeah, man, I would want, you'd think Cincinnati over Carolina is it, because Cincinnati is a far better team than that, but they've been bad lately. You know, Andy Dalton wants revenge, right?
Does he?
You know, Andy Dalton wants revenge.
From the 682, I'm not going to say where I'm working, because I am pre-gaming for the game during work and on my lunch break, so probably not going to tell you, and that's totally fine. I absolutely appreciate it, but there are a lot of people who are fired up for this game, or doing the appropriate things so they're prepared for the inevitable result.
Yeah, maybe Titans over Dolphins. I know the Titans are 0-3 right now.
Just because the Dolphins haven't
they
had
don't have
a
a quarterback
in a game all year.
Unless, as Alex said yesterday, former Pro Bowler Huntley is going to come in there and do his stuff.
How did that happen? How did that happen?
Because the Ravens are a good football team.
Okay.
And that was while he was the quarterback, he looked good because the Ravens are good. So that's why.
From the 214, I'm doing Uber and I'm going to pregame by going to marriage therapy. From the 325, I'm working, delivering the mail, toloing since 6 a.m. and will be till game time. What time do I know you work earlier than that, because you got to load up the mail and stuff. What's the earliest people drop mail in a mailbox?
3 in my house.
Okay.
It's never until 3
o'clock. And I know
o'clock.
it's got to be earlier than that, because I did live at a place once for 1 year. I don't know what the deal was, but our guy would drop off the mail at 10 in the morning every day. And I always thought, Man, good for you getting after it. So I know you got a lot of other stuff to do, but what's the earliest you've ever gotten like actual mail in your mailbox?
Yeah, I'm going to go with 3
o'clock
at the moment. What's the earliest you should text somebody or call somebody? Because I feel like before 9 o'clock is too aggressive.
I could see that. My same question for how late.
Yeah,
because
the cutoff time's 9:30.
Okay, and see, because sometimes there's business ideas or peace-a-thon ideas that pop into my head. And I want to text somebody, but I don't want to text them, you up at 11. I want to be like, hey, you up for donating? Like, that's...
But you've never called them and they gone, it's too late. It's past the cutoff time. That's never happened to you before, right?
Yeah, no.
But they'll probably just not answer. Real quick, Kevin, everybody is saying indica is in the couch. That means it puts you to sleep. Sativa is the one that gets you up. And then Mike asked if everybody is pre-gaming for the Rangers game today. So that's
Man, Mike, I need you to let us know if the game's going to be a forfeit or not because of unruly fans in Oakland. Maybe we'll get more information from Jared about that as well. Fascinating. For the 903, my first mailbox I hit is about 7:45 to 8:40 a.m. From the 940, my house must be early on the route because I get it 8:30 to 9 a.m. daily. And then from the 469, route delivery is supposed to start at about 9:45 or 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Woo!
And then actually deliver around 3.
It depends where you are on the route. That's fair. Plano, they have to drive so far to get to each house.
There's a lot of houses.
The sprawling estates.
No,
and you're like, I got to drive
houses.
so far to get to the
They
next
said,
one.
how can we use this plot of land and get as many houses on here as possible?
Yes. Oh, and from the 469, I used to be your mailman, Kevin. I believe that. I actually got a package once that said, they like wrote on the outside of the package, KNC forever. And I thought that was super neat.
Nice.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey has done an intensive study.
Oh, crap. I better find it.
Oh, no. The Cowboys' first 15 plays and how or if they've changed from last year. Maybe how they could still evolve. We'll do it all next right here in The Fan.
If you're
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
W's #1 garage door company. Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First down, Prescott back, good block from Steele over the middle, pass is intercepted at the 35-yard line as Jalen Brooks fell down. And running around, it's Paulson Adebo, and he's running to the right now, to the 45, to the 40. Adebo right to the 30, got Prescott turned around, and Prescott and Zeke Elliott tackle him.
KNC Masterpiece back here from 105.3 The Fan from the 214. I'm not going to change the station, but is Kevin still hoping the Cowboys lose? For the record, that is not what I said yesterday.
For your interest, he hopes they lose.
I think it would be more interesting
like
if they lost, but I think they are going to win. I want to make that very clear. Now, Corey, you've done a research project about the first 15 plays of the drive or of the game last year versus this year, if I understand correctly.
Yes. Well, and I guess not versus this year, but I was looking for some trends.
Okay.
Because word is that the Cowboys last year, around after the Chargers game, around the bye week, the Cowboys players went to Mike McCarthy and said, hey, we would like to do things a little bit differently.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he was like, oh, yeah? You want to do it differently? And then threw the playbook at him and was like, y'all figure it out. And then Dak was like, I got this. Offense is about to be better. I have no clue how that went down.
And it was.
I've just been told that after that it happened. Now, the Broadus has brought up multiple times, and he brought up on the Love of the Star podcast that he's concerned about the Cowboys' first 15 because it hasn't been very productive so far. And I think we all agree that the Cowboys have not been as productive as you'd like them to be.
For sure.
Their first 15 is 5.7 yards per pass. They're after that 6.1. So they're better after the first 15. They do have a better completion percentage in the first 15. Their runs, 4.1 yards per run, 3.4 yards per run after that. So that's where the Cowboys are right now. Now, you might ask, why does that matter? Why do the first 15 matter? And if you're new to sports, if you're new to football, we can discuss that too. Kevin, what are the reasons you think the first 15 are important.
Because that is literally where you think you should have the advantage in terms of going into the game. And plus, those are the plays that you've probably scripted and practiced most. So you would think, in theory, those would be the most polished. And by the way, if your first 15 don't work and you can't pivot quickly, the other team's probably going to eat you up.
And I completely agree with doing things for a purpose. If you script your first 15 and you're like, all right, cool, we did it, and then you go, like, everything else changes after that and you had no plan for that, well, that's weird. But if you're a head coach that has the idea that you're going to run your first 15 and what you see, I am exploiting this matchup now. We have seen that this guy's not any good, and I know that I can make plays on him. I have 3 other plays that are designed to take advantage of that cornerback today. When we see this happen again, we're going to have a 35-yard play downfield. Just book it. And so that's one of the things that's one of the ways you want to feel out what their defense is, kind of see what they're doing, how they're adjusting to your motions. Whenever you go left, whenever you go right, and your motions, are they following? Are they staying stuck in their defense? I know with Dan Quinn's defense, they didn't like to adjust a lot to your motion. They said, we're just going to stay still, and their feeling behind that was, we're forcing you to make a decision based on what our look is. We're not getting moved out of place and letting you go, oh, I just see something. That's what the Dan Quinn philosophy was. You're trying to set up their defense for something too. That's another reason that you're scripting this first 15 so you can go, okay, I'm using this play to set up another play later in the game. Mike McDaniels, Mike Shanahan, they do this all the time. They set up things.
And pretty darn effectively,
yes,
we feel like,
yes.
right?
And I remember Jimmy Johnson, we've seen this frequently throughout careers. I got to get Michael Irvin involved early. I got to get the ball to Michael Irvin because otherwise he's going to get disinterested. I got to get him and Troy in a rhythm early. So you set up a few of these plays, and like you said, you've practiced them all week.
Yep.
And these guys know I'm going to get this ball early. Yep. It's time for me to get hot. And then you run plays that you're good at. You say, hey, I want to score. I want to score first and be ahead of everybody, and I want the other team to chase us. That's why the Cowboys took the ball last week. They wanted to score. Unfortunately, it wasn't successful.
For the record, though, I don't want to be Captain Hindsight here and be like, that was dumb. I supported the decision then. I still support the decision for them to take the ball first.
Okay.
I know that goes against kind of conventional football wisdom. If you win the toss, I want the ball.
Okay.
For this specific team.
This team, because you don't think that this team can stop people. And they need to play with the lead.
Once they fall behind, yeah.
Okay. So that's kind of like... That's what this is all kind of about. And I love the story. Bobby told, because he did this yesterday on This Year, the first 3 games, what the Cowboys are looking like, and we kind of broke down those numbers there. They have a better completion percentage. They have more yards whenever they're not in their first 15, and they're better at running in their first 15. So that's a good thing, I think. I don't know.
Hey,
Bobby told a story, though, about the Cowboys. George Seifert walks in with his first 15, and Dave Wanstett's evidently scripted his too. I'd like to ask Tony Casillas if he was here for that too, because defenses don't generally do that. They're scripting their own. But he said, I am not giving my defense away to you. So I'm just calling 15 plays to start the game.
Yeah.
And we'll make adjustments from there. And like I said, if you have a purpose, you can manipulate that in so many different ways. That's important. Having a reason that you're doing it is important. And so if Mike McCarthy's rolling out there and saying, I'm doing this motion, but not taking advantage of what the motion is setting up for you, then that's a real big problem. If Dak Prescott's stepping up to the line, changing plays up, but he's not using it to set something up for another reason, then he's got to adjust to that a little bit. And again, I do not know what goes on in that room between those two guys.
Because aren't you kind of fascinated to know how much input and feedback there is in terms of Dak's well, that doesn't make any sense if that's play 7, if this is going to be play 13. I'm really fascinated by that aspect.
Or if Dak says, I'm more comfortable with this than I am with that.
Sure.
And Mike, I would prefer not to do that. And does Mike McCarthy listen? Because the best coaches do not ask their players to do things that they can't do. If they can do it, then he's like, all right, let's milk that for all it's worth. If they can't, then we got to come up with something else. All right, so Kevin, I went to look at the first 6 weeks
of last year
to try to get a better idea, a better understanding of what they were doing. And in the pass attempts versus run attempts, in the first 6 weeks, 59 pass attempts, 31 rush attempts.
Okay.
59 for 349 yards, and then 31 for 100 yards. They did not run the ball well to start games.
I was going to say, can we just stop it right there? I don't know what your plan is for the rest of the games, like every single one of these individual games. But if you start out running the ball at a clip of 3.2 yards per carry, I always wonder if that's going to change your philosophy. You're like, dude, we can't run the ball today.
I agree with you. Do you just go, well, it's going to be a pass day.
Yeah.
It's a Dak day today. And if you look kind of in the rest of the offense, because I did also chart that out, like how they did the rest of the game as opposed to their first 15, it does kind of mirror that when they saw something in their first 15, they continued on with it. So that second weeks, they go a little bit heavier pass, 63 pass attempts in the second 6 games.
And this is post supposed intervention, I guess.
Yeah, when Dak went to him and said, hey, I would rather do it this way. So they upped the number of pass attempts, 404, 6.4 yards. That means that's better than they were before at 5.9 yards. They're more efficient running the ball, too, and they're running the ball less. So they're getting more yards, running the ball less, and more efficient at it, too. And then in the third, this is kind of weird because I did include the Green Bay game in this, too. The Green Bay game had 60 pass attempts, so that was a little wild. But they were, in the third 6 weeks, they had 54 was the number, 439 pass yards, and then run attempts 36. And they were, again, Buffalo is the point of demarcation in that last 6 weeks. Because when the Buffalo game happens, it all changes. Right in weeks 7 through 9, the Cowboys are consistent. 10 passes, 5 runs. And in that stretch where Dak kind of took over, it was 9-6, 10-5, 12-3.
Okay.
A lot of times Dak is more pro pass early in the game in his first 15 than he is run. If that's true.
Which makes sense, right? Because as the quarterback, well, that just makes sense for a lot of reasons. But also, statistically, if you were going to pass the ball every single time, you'd be better off than if you mix it up. Now, I realize how that actually would play out in the game could be problematic, but you're more apt to get more yards in a pass play than a run play. That's just the reality of football. So that breakdown kind of makes sense to me. It feels like, and you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, that those immediate 6 weeks after the offensive intervention is when it was the most effective, when Dak's like, what if we do it like this?
And then Buffalo hits. They're a better defense, and they don't know how to adjust. And then, Kevin, the last game against Washington and the game against Green Bay, you go back to closer in 8-6 or 8-7. And I wonder if McCarthy was like, hey, it's playoff time. I kind of want to take more control over this. I don't know. But it feels like Dak Prescott is much more comfortable in the offense whenever he gets to pass a lot more, and the running game becomes more efficient because you're passing to set up the run.
Okay, I'm going to throw this out as my opinion. Maybe you won't agree.
But again, after those first 15, the Cowboys are more successful passing the ball and do it more frequently as well.
I think if it's anything closer than 10 pass, 5 run, you have made a mistake in scheduling your first 15 plays.
Do me a favor. What is 10 pass, 5 run? What's the percentage pass there?
66.67%.
Okay, so it's 66.
So it's 2/3.
Okay, gotcha. 44, 66?
I think that's a mistake. If it's any closer than that, so it's 9-6 at whatever.
34.
I think that is a mistake.
Okay.
I think it needs to be at least 10-5. And if you want to move it over to 11-4, I would listen to that just because this team doesn't seem to be able to run the ball. I have no faith in their personnel. I know they have faith in their personnel, so maybe they see this entirely different.
One last thing before we do that. I completely read one of Bobby's notes wrong.
Okay.
But I did go to look at big plays downfield in the first 15. In the first 6 weeks, 7 for 179 yards. The next 6 weeks, 13 for 303. Dak evidently had at least 2 to 3 plays that went almost 20 yards or more. The 92-yard touchdown in the Lions game was huge.
Yep.
But there were a lot more big plays, try to stretch the field and see what they got, and a lot more completions that actually made that happen. So let's see if that adjustment, if it's there, if they can find that and be better in their first 15 like Broadus is suggesting they need to be.
Will you take partial credit for that as well?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I just went and looked at the past. So this is reactionary, not proactive.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors. And I believe we're going to talk with Jared Sandler.
Yeah, let's give Jared Sandler a call and see what Oakland's like next in The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's...
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking cancel it.
And anyone else, this is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for baseball buckets with Corey Major.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with baseball buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets. Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. Today is the last day for the Rangers and A's at the Coliseum, and we head to Jared Sandler, who is probably tearing up right now thinking about this stadium and the possum that lives in the wall not being able to do their thing. Jared, how's it going today, man?
He's not ready.
Okay, we'll wait for a few moments to talk to Jared, and when we do, we'll see how things go. But Mike Bassick has been texting me this morning, Kevin. He wants to give us updates even though he doesn't want to be on our show. He said it's a sellout, 50,000 people. He said 42-13 Cowboys. This is where Dak earns his contract. He kills bad teams.
That's what I think.
He said 4 times the amount of security will be at this game today, and fans haven't caused any major issues so far. But we do have Jared Sandler on the line. Jared, how's it going today, man?
Hey, sorry, I heard you introduce me and here's whatever, and then my phone dropped. So
it's all good, man.
Kind of awkward, I'm sure. I don't know what you said after that, but
did you see that rat in the wall and you were afraid and you had to hang out?
Yeah. Guys, I'll be honest with you. I've never had anything other than a great experience going to the Coliseum, and I think players probably like it more than they let on because I think they feel like they've got to push for better quality of amenities and whatnot and keep trying to raise the bar. But if you're a visiting player and you're there 3 times a year, I mean, all players will say it's the best playing surface in baseball. Pitchers tend to love the mound. You heard Nate Lowe yesterday talk about how much he loves the backdrop there to hit in the batter's box. He said says the best batter's box in baseball. I mean, there are a lot of charming qualities about that place, and it's this is not a happy day. I know there will be some celebrations and whatnot, but it's really more a celebration of life. This is like a funeral more than it is anything that has positive emotions attached to it.
Is there any chance that the Texas Rangers could win by forfeit today because of unruly Oakland A's fans?
I'm not going to rule it out. I did say last week, people were throwing out all these like doomsday scenarios, and people love drama and stuff like that. I told everyone, I was like, you guys are nuts. That this is not. They're going to have security. Nothing like that's going to happen. So if it does happen, I'm going to look like a total idiot. But I mean, I'm sure there's going to be stuff that happens that is just not something you'll typically see. I know yesterday Bob Nightingale tweeted that someone tried to walk out of the stadium with one of the seats. I guess they brought a screwdriver. I don't know how that works, but I don't anticipate anything to the level of forfeiture. But I listen. I don't blame these fans if they're not to do that, not to put anyone in harm's way. But if they want to be rowdy and you got all sorts of chants, I mean. Listen, if they did like 5 innings worth of sell the team chants or, bleep John Fisher, that would not surprise me. But I think that Major League Baseball is going to make sure that there's crowd control as far as going on the field.
Yeah, that plays. I know Marcus Semien talked a little bit about it. Do you think he's going to have an emotional moment with this today?
I'll be honest, Corey, I've rarely seen him have any kind of emotional moment. He is about as stoic of a person. I mean, he'll laugh and have a good time when he's not in baseball mode. But, like, when he's in baseball mode, I remember I went up to him his first year because he's a huge Warriors fan, right? And I went up to him, and it was like the Warriors were playing. And think about playoffs, that's beginning of the season. I spent like a month and a half with Marcus Semien, and I was like, you nervous about the game? I said something that you would just, like a normal sports fan, like, hey, like, what are you thinking about the game tonight? And he just looked at me and said, I'm thinking about, and it was like some random pitcher. It wasn't like I'm thinking about facing Jacob deGrom. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm thinking about, facing Corey Majors or something. It was just like, I was like, oh, okay, got it. And so, no, that's not to say I've had plenty of great basketball talks with Marcus and whatnot, but he's just, I don't know. I hope he does, though. I hope, even if it's not outward, I just hope he feels something. I mean, he's a Bay Area guy. He wasn't drafted by the A's, but he came up with the A's as a major leaguer. He was traded by the White Sox after making his debut with the White Sox to the A's. So he didn't come up through their system, but he was raised as a major leaguer there. Yeah. And Ron Washington's work with him while he was in Oakland, what Marcus has said is, changed the trajectory of his career. And I know his family, is always there, at least in the 3 years he's been with the Rangers. I don't think they've missed a trip out to the Bay Area. And so it's sad. And guys, we had actually a pretty lengthy post-game show last night for a game that ended at around midnight for a team that's not playing for anything. And there were some A's fans who called in. We had someone call in from Northern California. We had a local A's fan in the Metroplex. And they were sharing memories. And then we had a Rangers fan call in. It was like the most random thing. It was this sweet older gentleman. And it was kind of an out-of-place phone call because he just decided, well, A's fans are sharing their memories. I just want to tell you my memories as a Rangers fan. And it wasn't like we weren't talking about that, but as he's sharing his memories, I'm thinking, this is what you're taking away from people.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say that every city in America deserves a sports franchise. And obviously, there are some shortcomings with the A's as an organization. It just seems like the analogy I used last night, I talked about divorce. When my parents got divorced, I don't remember them ever liking each other. So it was a relief for me. I'm glad, like, okay, fine, this all now makes sense. But, what happens if you're someone cheated on someone else and it's not as well received of a divorce? That's what this feels like. It feels like there was infidelity and there's heartbreak because of it as opposed to an amicable split. And I hate that there are people who they are going to be stripped of the opportunity to have some of these special memories and bonds and whatnot that so many people talked about last year as the Rangers were going through their run and won the World Series. Like, I think about that, and I think about the kids who aren't old enough to maybe get it. It doesn't make sense to them, and their heroes are being taken away. And I feel for those kids because they certainly don't deserve it.
Yeah, my parents' divorce was very caught off guard, and never expected it. And that's a different story for a different time.
I was a save the marriage baby, and it didn't work.
Okay, gotcha. Now, Kevin.
Oh my God!
We just had a real life alert. It's okay.
No, that's fine. Let me ask you a follow-up question then. What if it wasn't technically a divorce because you hadn't got married just yet? Would you ever tell your kid that your significant other was the cheater and that's why it fell apart?
Don't do that.
Interesting. It seems like, is this like the Hallmark Kevin Hagelin life story?
Hey, this is just a question, Jared. It didn't have to be about anything.
Hey, Jared.
Haven't considered that one. I'll get back to you after doing some research.
Thank you.
All right, man. Before we let you go, I told Kevin earlier, Kumar Rocker's game against Seattle looked like I've been waiting for this moment for my whole life. I am prepared for it. The game against Texas looked like I've been waiting for this moment. Oh, man, this is different than I thought it was going to be. And this environment that he's going to walk into today, and that'll be on News Radio 1080 KRLD is where you'll hear the Rangers game today. Starts at 10:40. What are you expecting him to go into that environment like? What are you hoping he gets out of it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I hope it's a special experience because I think that there are not going to be many environments, regular season environments like the one today in Oakland. I just hope, he ends the season on a high note. It's going to be his last outing. So, I don't think it's going to phase him one way or the other, but I think it would be great if he can go into the off season with a positive taste in his mouth. He'll forever be a part of a trivia question of, who's the starting matchup in the final ever game there. Maybe he gets the win if he can get through 5. But, you're right, Corey. I mean, the Seattle start and then the next one, too, looked a little bit different. The velocity was down just a tick. We didn't see as much chase or swing and miss on the breaking ball, but I don't know that nothing he does is going to change my opinion, nor should it change anyone's opinion in terms of what they feel like next year will be. But this is going to be a pretty ridiculous environment. He pitched in some crazy environments at Vanderbilt in the College World Series, but nothing that's going to come close to comparing to this. I don't even know how you prepare for whatever it is they're about to do. This is going to be the closest. I think this is going to be the closest environment that resembles like a European soccer match, fervor in the crowd and intensity that you'll get for a baseball game here domestically.
Now, I know you said you don't think it's going to end up with a forfeit, but if it did, do you think Kumar Rocker should get the victory?
So I think that he, depending on I actually don't know. We'd have to get Matt Hicks on this. I think he maybe would, depending on how the game had played out. But, yeah, I mean, let's just make the rule now that no matter what, forfeit or not, even if he doesn't end up starting today, if there's a change, he should just get the victory because.
Okay, if things break down and you want to grab 2 seats, one for the Sandlot charity and one for Peace-a-thon, I'd really appreciate that, man.
Well, I'd love to. I'm actually in Dallas, so that'd be tough for me to pull off, but maybe we'll get Matt. Matt loves to steal stuff.
You really just destroyed the illusion of that whole thing, Jared. It was really had something working there.
All right, man.
Thanks, Jared.
Hey, guys.
Man, you just crushed my hopes and dreams with that last part.
Like you said, though, maybe Matt Hicks will do it. He loves to steal things, so.
Is that true?
That's what he just said. I'll just believe Jared.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You've made us number 1 in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got the Cowboys coming up tonight on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Pregame starts at 4 o'clock right after a condensed G-Bag Nation leading you all the way to, through, and past the end of the game. Everything Cowboys you need today right here on The Fan. And that includes Mickey Spagnola, good sir. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys?
There's a lot of tension amongst
you in New York,
the fans.
You in New York right now?
New Jersey.
Okay, New Jersey. All right. But you're not in Dallas
drizzly,
acting like you're there.
Cloudy, ugly, just miserable looking.
Whenever you're out there, did you ever think about looking for Jimmy Hoffa?
You have to be closer to the stadium to find that, right?
That's a fair point. That is a very...
Even as rumor had it with the old stadium.
Yes.
Giant Stadium.
Yes.
In the end zone.
Okay, was it the end zone? I thought I'd heard midfield, but that makes probably more sense, the end zone. Now...
Because it was the end, right?
Yes, that is a good point.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of angst amongst Cowboys fans, like I'm sure you can guess. But from your, watching the team, visiting with the team this week, I know it's a super short week, but do you get that same sense of angst or not so much?
From the team or from the fan base?
From the team.
I think there's a level of frustration, seeing their not used to losing 2 consecutive games. They, I think, thought that they had a better chance to stop the run, and they have not done that. And let's not let the offense off the hook very easily, because until the fourth quarter, scoring touchdowns in the second half of the opener and the next 2 games, over those 3 quarters of that third game, have been at a deficit.
Yeah,
they haven't been they've been kicking field goals. God bless Brandon Aubrey, but scoring touchdowns have been a problem. So it's kind of been, an entire team type of frustration. Now, one of the things I figured out, if you'll allow me to call DeMarvion Overshown a rookie, since he didn't play all last year, they got 7 guys, basically rookies, that have totaled 905 snaps so far. That's a lot of young guys out on the field.
Yeah.
And I think we overlooked the fact that, this might be a team that, has to gain some experience. And they're in some pretty significant spots where those rookies are playing. Not an excuse, but I think it's a kind of an overlooked thing that we just take for granted that, well, just plug this rookie in at left tackle, plug this rookie in at center for the first time he's ever played that, and he's doing it in the NFL, and everything will be fine. Because they've struggled on the offensive line. And it's not just those 2 guys either, by the way, if you go back and look at it. The blame goes to the running back, but if you look inside of some of this, it goes to the offensive line. Not opening holes for the running game. So I don't know if we should have assumed that this team might get off to a slow start with all the kind of new guys in there, new system on defense. But what's hard to accept, I think, for them is just the fact that they got blown out in 2 games, and I think that's where the frustration has occurred.
It's happened multiple times too, where you've kind of felt like when that defense is giving that up, can the offense keep up with it? Can the offense turn it on and keep pace? How do you think McCarthy and Dak are going to try and attack this Giants defense tonight?
Well, it's going to be interesting because both teams are going to be at a deficit, it looks like, at the cornerback position, right? The Giants are going to be without their rookie starter, Drew Phillips, who's the guy that was starting in the nickel, and a backup, Adoree Jackson. And it's, Cowboys are listing Kalen Carson doubtful for the game. That means either Andrew Booth would have to start on the outside or Israel Mukuamu. And I think the way they had been practicing it, it would be Booth. And I think we saw some of his work in the preseason that didn't get you all excited about. So it'll be interesting to see how both teams compensate at the cornerback position. But, yeah, they just got to figure out ways to be able to run the ball better, to run block better. And if you can't do that, then at least pass block and give Dak some opportunities to operate. I think I saw where, from a yardage standpoint, his yards are up there. They're just not scoring touchdowns. So they have to be more consistent when they get inside the red zone. You can't fumble at the 5-yard line. You can't have holding penalties when you get close. And those are the things that have kind of gotten in their way because they've had a bunch of long drives. They just haven't capitalized that into touchdowns.
Do you put anything to, because I know different players on both teams and everything, do you put any stock into this is the perfect opponent because Dak Prescott owns the Giants?
Yeah, but he owned the Giants previously, right?
Yeah.
And it's not exactly the same team.
There.
So, yeah, I don't know that, if you're a betting person, you go, oh, I'm taking the Giants. They beat them 13 out of the last 14 times, right? That doesn't get you a touchdown this game. And I think I've been reading the New York papers and Jersey papers, and it's like, okay, can we get this monkey off our backs? And they keep pointing out how the Cowboys have dominated them. But and last year, if you look at the scores, it was pretty dominating. But it's not last year. This is not your last year's Cowboys team. There's a change at center. There's a change at left tackle. Basically a change at running back. change at defensive end. Actually, and one of the things, and excuse me if I've brought this up before, but, losing Sam Williams it should not be taken lightly.
Yeah.
Because that lost the Cowboys' ability to move Micah Parsons around because they haven't really sunk their teeth into somebody else playing that other defensive end spot. And he's just getting overwhelmed out there in the run game. Partly his fault for always chasing a tackle for a loss or a sack instead of holding down the edge. And the other part is he's just not big enough to take on 330-pound offensive tackles in the run game, especially if they're going to double team him and say, okay, we're taking him out. We're running right at him, not away from him. So some of that has really gotten in the way of this defense.
Mickey, I'm glad you brought up Micah there because I was kind of looking back. Aside from his rookie season, he has 4 sacks by this time every year so far. His rookie season, he had 2.5 by this time. And I wonder, is he frustrated by that part of it? But you just brought up the, moving him around and everything, and he can't take on these guys. Do you think he believes that he knows that he can't take on those guys and needs to have a talk with Zimmer about what they can do?
Well, I don't know that he needs to have a talk with him. It's pretty obvious, right? But then who plays defensive end? Marshawn Nealon, get another rookie out there.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that's what our team needs.
So that's kind of complicated the situation. Now, the other thing is the last 2 games, and I think I got this right, the Saints only threw the ball 16 times.
Yeah, not a lot of opportunities to get those sacks for sure.
And Baltimore only threw it 15 times. So, what do you think the Giants are going to do? They're going to run right at them.
Yeah.
And let's remember a couple times, even though the Cowboys ended up winning the game, Daniel Jones has run on him.
Yeah.
You remember last year?
Yes.
They were down by like 30 points, and they were still calling quarterback runs for some reason in that one game. So, you're going to say, well, okay, fine, we got rid of Lamar Jackson. Now it's Daniel Jones, but he's run the ball well. So between him and Singletary, they're going to have their hands full. Interesting stat on Singletary. The Giants put this stat together where they had listed the top 6 guys over the last 3 years, the running backs, and he was 6. And on that list, the Cowboys are going to play 5 of those guys this year.
Awesome. That's great.
So,
wow.
Yeah, good luck with that. And then mix in, Malik Neighbors with 23 catches in 3 games to start his career, second most in NFL history to start a career. So, you can sit there and tell me they beat them 6 consecutive times, and Dak hasn't lost to them since 2017. But I think you got to throw all that out the window.
Well, with all that in mind, I'm really intrigued to see which direction this goes. What is your prediction?
So I swore after the loss to Baltimore that I would not pick them again until they won a game. So having said that, I got the Giants 24-23.
Wow. All right. Excellent stuff.
No.
Good, sir. Hey.
Oh, no.
Hopefully he's wrong, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
We'll
exactly.
Hopefully we talk to him
Sure
tomorrow
they're
and he's like,
thinking that way too, but I've been wrong the last 2 weeks also.
Yeah, well, you know what, Mickey? If you're not wrong, just a reminder that Jerry Jones will be on with us tomorrow at 10:30. So if you're not wrong about that prediction, you're definitely going to want to tune into that segment.
10:30. Okay. Well, we should get up. We'll get home around 4:30 probably.
Okay,
I should be up ready to go.
You can do it.
Yeah,
No problem.
Absolutely.
No problem. All right. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Have a good game day.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Corey, you seem concerned.
Yeah, about Zach Lowe getting laid off by ESPN.
What?
Yeah, I'm concerned about that. He's really
Is
good.
that right?
Yeah, according to Andrew
he is
Marchand.
really good.
Yeah.
Huh.
I just saw that, but is that not what you're discussing?
No, you seem concerned that Mickey did not pick the Mavericks.
The Cowboys. I don't know if the Zach Lowe thing really screwed
It
you
really
up.
did. And I was going to mention the Stars won in the preseason. Is this whole thing?
I I don't know if I've ever heard Mickey pick against the Cowboys.
And if they lose, he's going to pick against them again.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
this team has us all in a blender right now.
You need something to cheer you up, I can tell. AT&T Stadium is going to be one of the host venues for the 2025 CONCACAF Gold Cup.
Nice.
So I got the sense that you really needed that to be the case. All right, you know what? We were going to ask if this game is a must-win, but I don't think Corey is mentally prepared for that. So instead, we're going to go with NFL overreaction or reality. That might also have a couple Cowboys questions in it. We'll do it next, right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
Engineered and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
They reset the play clock. They don't. With 3 seconds left, Daniels flips. He's got another, and this time it's Trent Scott.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do a little overreaction or reality for the NFL right here. I was going to ask, this is a must-win game. We're going to wait on that. Emotions are high right now. So we're going to get to that.
No, Kevin, I don't think it's a must-win game.
Okay.
You wanted to... Oh, that's later.
That's later.
My apologies.
We're going to do that later. We got Tony Casillas coming up in about an hour. All things getting you ready for Cowboys and Giants right here on 105.3 The Fan. So now we're going to do some overreaction or reality. You're going to hate my first question. Alec, I'm going to go to you first because I fear Corey's response. Overreaction or reality? The Giants will defeat the Cowboys tonight.
Oh, no.
I forgot I put that in there.
What the hell are you doing right now?
It's just a question.
It feels like we just circled back to the original topic that we were going to do here. Man, you know what? I'm not feeling great. I'm really not. I'm going to say that's reality. I'm going the Mickey Spagnola route. I'm going to say until proven otherwise, I have to believe and hope. I'm going to hope for the best and expect the worst. So whenever they do win, I'll be happy. Reverse psychology, Corey. Reverse psychology. So it is reality.
Mm-hmm. Do people like Kaylee Hartung's Thursday night stuff on Amazon Prime? I think she's pretty good at her sideline stuff. I think she's really good.
I enjoy her work.
Kevin, this is interesting because people in New York think that the Giants are terrible.
Yes.
And people in Dallas right now think the Cowboys are terrible.
Both could be true.
And because we see every bit of it, like we're looking at it going, oh man, we're really that bad. And because the Giants found a little heat against the Cleveland Browns.
We also
have only defeated this year. Now everybody's like, oh man, maybe they're a good team. Maybe the Browns are really that bad though. And so maybe the Cowboys aren't that bad. But they have been really bad on the defensive line trying to stop the run. However, somebody said earlier, Kevin, on the fan text, that I am the reason, I'm the kind of people who are the problem with the Cowboys because I like to believe in the positivity. The positivity leading up to something I definitely like.
Yes.
The reality of what happens after, I want to definitely discuss. And the reality right now, after the last 2 games, is that they aren't playing well. But I want to believe that Dak can still beat this team until proven otherwise. So I'm going to say that's an overreaction.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality. Jaden Daniels is going to be compared, fair or unfairly, to RG3 all year long. You've already seen that begin. RG3 stats for the first 3 games versus Jaden Daniels for the first 3 games. I'm not saying they're the same player at all, but overreaction or reality, he will be compared to RG3 all year long.
Is that the last time Washington had a good quarterback for that year?
Probably.
Like, I'm really trying to struggle to remember anybody else that's come along that you've been like, man, they're a good, serviceable team. So that's where the comparison is. Other than you're trying to say the running part of it, the running aspect,
and they're both in the
style
same
player.
team, I think it's just good enough.
I think style of play, I think he's a better thrower. I think he's a better deep ball thrower than RG3 was throughout his career. But I think that's a reality. That's going to happen.
Bonus Jaden Daniels question. Alec, I'm going to go to you again because I don't think Corey's going to like this question. Jaden Daniels is the 2024 version of CJ Stroud last year.
In terms of excitement and perception publicly right now, that's reality. Do I think he finishes the year as successful and consistent? No. Okay. So I'll say in that view, it's an overreaction. But general excitement. I'm excited to watch him. I'm excited to play against him. I think he's going to be really, really good, and he's really fun to watch. So, in general, I'll say reality.
Say the question again.
Jaden Daniels is the 2024 version of C.J. Stroud last year.
Overreaction.
Won their division.
I think it's an overreaction.
Okay.
The reality of that is the Giants could have beaten, if they had a kicker, they could have beaten Washington, and they would be sitting there right now at 1-2, having beat Cincinnati. But the Cincinnati throw, that's what everybody's memory is right now of Daniels.
Overreaction or reality, and I might need to explain my case first. The NFC North is the best division in football. Consider this. That's the only division that has 3 teams above 500. It's the only team with 3 teams ranked in the top 8 of total DVOA. And it's the only division that doesn't have a team with a double-digit negative point differential.
Oh, wow.
The NFC North is the best division in football. Overreaction or reality?
I think it's a reality right now. I would still go to the AFC East if Tua was playing.
Okay.
Because I think the Jets have shown, hey, we're good, but the Dolphins can't right now without their quarterback.
Yeah.
I just think a quarterback in that offense is so important, and they got to figure out somebody that can do it. So I would go there next right now.
Alec, what say you?
I still defer to the AFC West. I'm going to say it's an overreaction because I think that going forward, the NFC in general is not going to be able to hang with what that one division alone is going to do.
Dude, Broncos defense is real.
Yeah.
It's whether or not their offense can get on the same page.
Now, we've talked about this team for the past couple of weeks. Just a question. NFL overreaction or reality? At this point, the Minnesota Vikings are the best team in the NFC. Now, clearly, NFC feels like it's inferior to the AFC, but my question remains.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Viking, again, really good coach, really good defensive coordinator, defense playing as if they are out for something, and a quarterback who has found trust with his offensive coordinator, head coach, and he knows he has the best receiver in the NFL. That's great right now. We'll see. The thing that they got to that the NFL has to figure out is how to get to Sam Darnold. If they can start making him see ghosts again, then maybe
he's done.
Yeah, maybe that could be a way. But right now, there are no holes in his approach.
Ooh, I'm going to copy a former producer of this very show. I'm going to say that this is the year.
Oh, my gosh.
That Sam Darnold puts it all together.
Oh, my goodness.
Because he is on the best team in the NFC right now. It is a reality, Kevin.
How about that?
I thought he was going to answer your question by saying $1, Bob, because that was one of Reggie's other go-tos.
It was. What did that usually mean? That he did not hear the question. NFL overreaction or reality? The Jacksonville Jaguars are the most confusing team of the young NFL season.
Yes, that is reality.
What the hell happened?
It's a dysfunctional franchise in that I don't know that the owners know how to run a football team.
You know how to sell a chair shot.
Yeah, they know how to do that and all that stuff. And maybe they're running it as if it's AEW. Maybe that's what they're like. When the script comes out, we'll be all right. But yeah, they are dysfunctional. The quarterback has not played up to his expectation by any means, and I think they're losing confidence. He's losing confidence in himself right now, and I don't think they have the talent either.
Do you know the Jacksonville Jaguars have the second worst point differential in the NFL? They're 1 point ahead of Carolina.
Oh, really?
And that's because of Andy Dalton.
Thanks a lot, Andy Dalton.
Yeah. Andy Dalton's trying his best to get them.
We had somebody we could kick around, and then Andy Dalton comes in here and screws it all up for us.
True. Alec, what say you? Jaguars, most confusing team of the young NFL season.
They're confusing in multiple ways. And because they have, football Jesus himself that is looking anything but that.
Yeah.
And then
he got off the cross and just moved on with his life.
he seems to be A-okay with being mid right now. And the whole team, the roster construction, it's still Trent Baalke out there, which I don't know why he still has a job.
Yeah.
But his free agency decisions the past 3-4 years have not been great. So it feels like whenever they lose a marquee piece, they go get the most overrated player at that position that's available.
Yeah.
You know, like look at Christian Kirk, who is putting up a massive 0.5 points on my fantasy bench. But that team around Trevor isn't doing much for him either because they're not getting good players. So very, very weird. That's a reality.
NFL overreaction or reality, Mike McCarthy will not last the entire season in Dallas. Because you want to say no, but
I think it's an overreaction.
You kind of see it though, right?
I mean, I have seen things fall apart for him. In the first season here with the Cowboys, and in his last season with the Packers. But other than that, he's been really good. I don't know if this window is already ready for it to close. So I'm going to say that's an overreaction for right now.
Alec?
I'm going to say it's an overreaction as well. I hear guys like Bobby say it on the morning show that, you know, if we get to the bye week and they've lost a game like against the Giants tonight, that he doesn't see him making it through the bye week. I disagree. You already have the lame duck coach that hasn't gotten a new contract. I don't think Jerry's in any rush to make that decision because he has the whole offseason to make that decision because he'll be a free agent. The head coach won't even be under contract. So I don't think there's any reason to blow it up and destroy what morale is left. I don't know how much there is in that locker room right now, but if there is any sense of morale, why blow it up right now? So overreaction.
Overreaction or reality, you want football pundits to make more bold picks. Now don't tell me you're going to take the Bucs as a 2.5-point dog. Tell me you're picking the Broncos to go on the road and upset the Jets, even though they're 7.5-point underdogs.
You know what? I think they could cover that spread.
That's not bold enough, Corey.
I think they're
You need
going
to say they're going to win.
I think they'll win.
Yes! And if they don't...
Blame Kevin. He forced me to say it.
Oh, man.
I was bold. They, again, really good defense that they're playing with right now. Can they lock up Aaron Rodgers? But their offense has to keep pace with Aaron Rodgers. So, like, that's the one thing that we haven't seen yet is that their offense really can do it. But their defense is awesome.
Do you have a bold pick you want to throw out there, Alec?
Ooh.
Do you think people should make more bold picks?
I think that is my bold pick, that people should make more because this NFL season has been so stupid already and it's only been a few weeks. I feel like such an idiot. Weird. Like thinking about some of the things that I said on these airwaves going into the season. I'm like, again, going back to that Tolo that said, imagine losing your job if you were wrong, losing your credentials. Gosh. Man, I would have been out the door before Reggie was out the door. This would have been bad. Like, I don't understand any of this anymore. So, yeah, I'm right there with Corey.
NFL overreaction or reality, you love double Monday Night Football.
I love it.
Now, we saw it last week. You're going to see it again this week. But I do know that there's a contingent of people, maybe a big contingent of people, that don't like it because you can't, give all your focus to one game.
I don't care about you.
Okay.
No, I'm just joking.
Those people, not me. Right?
What? Look, we all have phones. Watch it on your phone. Well, not everybody, because there was that one guy at 7-Eleven that asked me if he could borrow my phone. I told him I didn't have a phone. He was like, "How do you not have a phone?" I was like, "How do you not have a phone?" So I get it, but flip back and forth if that's the case. Mm-hmm. Get your laptop out. Go to your neighbor and say, hey, bring your TV to my house so we can watch 2 games at one time together. Mm-hmm. This is a great opportunity for people to get out there and get to know their neighbors a little bit. If you live in one of those communities where you pull into the garage in your back of your house all the time, you probably don't talk to your neighbor because you don't get out in front of your house and see him that much. So get out there and talk to your neighbor if you're concerned about, can't focus on one game. Dude, come on.
Alec, you better not go against that because he sounds like he's going to destroy you if you do.
The image I have in my head of Corey in the middle of Plano walking down a sidewalk with a TV in his hands is just the funniest
We're going to watch
right
both games.
We're going to watch both at the same time, and you're going to like it.
But I have to run a cable from my cable box over to my neighbor's house because
my God.
He can't watch 2 different ones.
Like cables all down the sidewalk. It looks like you're doing some sort of like power saw activity. It's like, nope, we're just watching watching football over here. I love it. Honestly, I do. The only non-Sunday beef I have is Thursday night football. I hate Thursday games. I really do. So outside of that, Monday Night Football double? Sure. Why not?
Have you seen the guys that they turn their fence into a bar top so it can folds down?
So
just
cool.
put your TVs outside and stand there at your bar top and watch with your neighbor. Again, get to know your neighbors. You might find out you're more politically inclined than you thought.
Before I owned a home, I had no idea how oddly complicated fence stuff could be, because do you have a shared fence? Do you both have your own fences? If it's a shared fence, can you get somebody to convince them, hey, our fence sucks?
Good point.
We need to do it. That's a whole other topic.
That is what happened with me and my neighbor. She was like, I'm putting this fence in. Would you like to split it with me? And I was like, absolutely. I'm totally about it.
Okay. Very nice. And then she took the money and ran. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
She's no longer with us.
Oh, my God. What the hell? Overreaction?
She moved to Washington or something.
Okay. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who will be the last undefeated team standing, and who will be the last winless team? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
In motion, Kenny McIntosh out of the backfield. Tomlinson a block. He's going deep and he's got him. D.K. Metcalf, big six. What a throw!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you could shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. So, there's a Cowboys game today. We should probably start with some Cowboys stuff. It will not be today, but there's more and more rumblings about Deron Bland coming back around, and Mike McCarthy even talked about it. He said, we always thought that Pittsburgh was the game where we'd have more information. And so with a mini bye week, we're hoping things will rev up there. So I know the concerns about Carson probably being out, but it does look like Deron Bland might be back sooner than anticipated.
My question to you, I always get concerned about this. Do you think that's them rushing him back and him rushing himself back? Because there is, not precedent, but there is a feeling that happens where a player's like, I need to get back out there, and the team's like, yeah, let's go ahead and do that because we need you back out there.
See, I think it's that one. I think it's the player that is more.
I think every time it's gonna. A lot of times it's gonna be the player because they're competitive. They want to play. They want to be out there. Not just for the money and all that stuff. They want to be out there because they love it. Like they love being out there for it. So I get you. I hope he's really ready whenever he gets back because we need him right now.
Now, the undefeated teams remaining right now are the Kansas City Chiefs, Buffalo Bills, Minnesota Vikings, Pittsburgh Steelers, and Seattle Seahawks. Who do you think will be the last undefeated team standing in the NFL?
I'll have to look at their schedules to confirm. Probably the Vikings, dude.
The Vikings, eh? Well, you can get 5-1 on your money if you believe the Minnesota Vikings will be the last undefeated
This is a
team left.
tough game this weekend for them.
Right now, it is overwhelmingly in favor of the Chiefs.
Oh.
Actually, not the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills are second on the list. Nobody seems to believe in the Seattle Seahawks. They are last on the list at 7-1.
Where's my money? Where's the money on the Steelers?
Steelers are 6-1.
That's not good enough odds.
Don't you?
I need
hope they
30-1
lose
or something
pretty
like
soon?
that. To who?
To the Cowboys.
Hold on, Kevin.
Don't you?
You think?
Hope that happens.
You think? But you're telling me.
Mm-hmm.
Because you think the Cowboys are winning by a landslide tonight. You've said it, even though you said it would be more interesting if they lost.
It would.
You think they're going to win by 1 million. Okay. All right, man. I got you. All right. Yeah, we'll cancel out on the Steelers then. They're good defense, though. And I think the offense balance, that's where I'm with the Vikings. But based on the way the referees have bailed out the Chiefs in every game this year, I totally understand that.
Who will be the last team to win a game? Now, your options are the Tennessee Titans, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Cincinnati Bengals.
I'm going to go with the Jags.
That makes sense.
They're just, they're rumbling and bumbling. I think the other two teams can get it together first. Although I don't like the Titans that much, but I did say I would take the Titans this weekend.
This makes a lot of sense. Doug Peterson said, our sense of urgency is obviously heightened because we're 0-3.
Oh, really?
I mean, I feel
You
like
don't forget the season started? Is that what's wrong here?
because you'd think there'd be urgency right out of the gate, right?
Yes.
But
well,
not so much.
It took us to get 0-3 before we woke up, guys.
Okay.
Now we're turning the light on.
All right. Now, speaking of the Bengals, they actually still have a 44% probability of making the playoffs. At 0-3, do you think the Cincinnati Bengals will make the playoffs?
No.
Yeah, I'm going to say no as well.
No, I don't, man. And I think I can't remember exactly how I did. I think I replaced the Browns or the Steelers with the Bengals this year. But yeah, I don't think they can. It's a big hole to climb out of.
Okay.
Where they are right now. I know there's an extra game this year and there's more time, but I guess that makes it more interesting. I'm betting, Kevin, late in the season is far more interesting whenever teams are trying to get to that playoff place.
Now, Corey, do you view yourself as a tough individual?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think you'll ever be as tough as Alex Singleton? Alex Singleton is the linebacker for the Denver Broncos who will miss the rest of the season because of a torn ACL. Now, he tore his ACL in the first quarter of the game against the Bucs, finished the game, didn't miss a single snap, and led the team with 10 tackles.
All right, no.
That would be my answer, too.
But I have seen soccer players play on torn ACLs for a season.
Is that because every time they fall down, you think they tore their ACL? Because they're like, I've been shocked.
I was covering a team, and they had two girls on their team that were playing with torn ACLs. And I was like, how are they even playing? They're like,
that is crazy.
They just put they tape it up, they put a sleeve over it, and they wear a brace, and they play through it. They can't get the surgery, so they're going after it. I'm like, what? So that's weird to me, but I feel like it's more about after the pain initially.
Yeah.
Isn't it more about the stability? And so that's where it's weird, and I don't know, man. Is that really that tough?
Oh, my gosh.
I feel like bone breaks are, like somebody breaks a bone and plays through it, that feels tough.
I'm going to ask my wife. She's torn her ACL twice and definitely has at least one dead person's ACL in her leg.
What?
Yeah.
They do that?
That's what they do.
They take a dead person's
Yeah.
ACL and just attach it?
Unless I've misunderstood the story that she told me. I feel pretty confident.
Get her
about
on the
that.
phone. Let's get her on the phone. See.
I feel pretty confident about that. All right. Does this sound like Justin Herbert is going to play? Now, I know there's a lot of concerns. He had a high ankle sprain. They sent him out there anyway. The second he looked wobbly, Harbaugh's like, I'm going to pull him out. And he said he had a setback. Justin Herbert says they've talked about resting him until the bye, but, quote, I don't think that's the way we're heading. And he said he feels less pain and is able to do 7-on-7 work. Do you get the sense that Justin Herbert is trying to tell us, I am going to play today?
Yes. Again,
or this weekend.
What do we just discuss with Deron Bland? It is players want to play. They want to be on the field. This is Tony Romo when he had broken ribs and punctured lung and all that stuff that he was dealing with, broken ribs. He gets back out there. He's like, hey, just shoot me up, man. Whatever I need to do to get out on that field so I can throw a great pass to Jesse Holley so that he can almost get into the end zone for the first time in his career.
And you know when we put that video back up, Jesse Holley asked if he could tackle me again.
I bet. But I remember Tony saying this when I went, because I was in the locker room all the time for this, and Romo was sitting there, and I'm hanging from like a locker, kind of just leaning in, and he said, "You only have a finite amount of games you get to play. You want to play all of them for your team, for yourself, because once the experience gone, you're done, and once your career's over, Mike said it many times, Father Time's undefeated." So that's why Justin Herbert wants to be out there.
By the way, multiple people have confirmed from the 214. My daughter tore her ACL 3 times playing soccer, and yes, they do use cadaver parts. From the 682, yes, cadaver parts. From the 214, yes, that is exactly what they do. I swear that's what she told me. And so...
What, does she know who the person was? And does she thank her family?
I also asked that, and she said no. I don't think this is a situation where, like, in her younger life, she got the cadaver from some guy who had a son that was, like, then her age, and they fell in love. Like, it's not like a Hallmark movie or anything like that.
There are 2 main options. An allograft, which is taking it from somebody dead, and then an autograft, which is using a tendon from another location in your body.
Hold on.
Autograft.
Shouldn't we not have autograph and autographed? Because, like, what if you walk up to Patrick Mahomes and you're like, hey, can I have an autograph? And he's like, oh, sure. I mean, like, that's not going to be binding that you're going to get him to the hospital and be like, this is the part of your body I want.
The 214, Corey's right. Once the initial pain is over, it's just a stability issue. On Kevin's dead person tendon, donor tendons are one option along with harvest. So.
Okay. Corey, don't sound...
disgusting.
It is disgusting.
Do I want somebody else's tendon in me?
Well, so you can walk again. Although one person boldly claimed they grew their ACL back themselves. So,
like a lizard's tail?
I guess. I'm not entirely sure.
Abracadaver. That's funny.
By the way,
y'all are on it today. I love you.
I really do appreciate that. Dak Prescott in his division since 2016. He has more wins in his division than any other quarterback. He's 32-8 against NFC East teams. He's thrown for 27 touchdowns against the Giants, tied with Washington for the most touchdowns he has against any team he's played in his career, if you're looking for more positive things going into this evening's game.
Elvis Andrus loved hitting in Cleveland and Oakland. There was no explanation for why he was so good there. Dak Prescott loves playing against these NFC East teams. That explanation is those teams have been bad for a while. But right now, they look like they're trying to be good. You don't have to dig up your own cadaver and take it to... No, that's not how it works, Kevin. No.
Man, I'm just thinking, I know we got to go. I'm just thinking, how much money would they be like, you can save $12,000 on your medical bills, even with insurance, if you just grab a shovel and bring your own... I don't know.
Deal.
Just a question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You're probably right. Coming up next... Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Let us know. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But
Nice. From the 214, Cowboys win if they lose because we can eventually build the team around Arch Manning. Oh, interesting. From the 972, Cowboys lose because Jerry Jones is the owner and GM. Cowboys win because Jerry steps down as the GM before the game starts. I would bet that's not going to happen. I think it's more likely that Corey runs at the window, jumps out, has a parachute in his backpack, and safely lands on the ground than Jerry Jones resigns as GM before the game.
Oh, wow. I think it's more likely that I jump out of the window without a backpack and land safely on the ground than it is Jerry resigns. Like, I don't even.
That's a good point.
That's the most, like, he shouldn't have lived. Well, Jerry didn't resign.
That is a good point. I like that. From the 214. Cowboys lose because Mike McCarthy doesn't watch film. From the 319. Where is that? Cowboys win because the Giants are butt. From the 469, Cowboys win because they can easily beat up on bad teams. And that right there, I have like a more insightful answer, but that right there is why I think the Cowboys are going to win. I'm not saying that the Cowboys are a good team whatsoever, but I think the Giants are a terrible team. And this is what the Cowboys specialize in, beating up on terrible teams to briefly hide all the other issues that they have.
319 area code is Iowa. Cedar Rapids, Waterloo, Iowa City, and Burlington. So they're at the coat factory.
Waterloo.
Yeah.
I could not forget if I wanted to.
ABBA.
And so now I won't. Very good.
Abracadabra.
Very good. So my Cowboys win because, and I know Mickey said some of the pitfalls that come with this. Dak owns the Giants. He owns them. Dak Prescott has won 12 straight games over the Giants. Last year, the Cowboys beat the Giants 89-17 combined in their 2 wins. And in Dak's 12 straight wins against the Giants, the average margin of victory is 17 points. Dak Prescott owns this division, and he owns the Giants. That's my Cowboys win because.
Those are past things, though, Kevin.
That's true.
Every year, teams change.
You're going to hate this. My Cowboys lose because it's a present thing. Because Malik Neighbors is, in fact, the man. Malik Neighbors is second in the NFL with 23 catches and 5th in receiving yards. No player in the league, think about this. This is the scary part to me. No player in the league has more 20-plus yard catches than Malik Neighbors. He has 6. The Cowboys have struggled with proximity on their coverage assignments. So I think that combination could potentially be disastrous for them.
I wanted to do this yesterday, but there was a big room of people talking here during crosstalk.
That's true.
I went to my notes on my draft stuff as I was looking through draft for this year, and I got Malik Neighbors, and this are my notes on him. I love this dude's vibe like I would Jamar Chase or OBJ or Waddle. Like he just had that kind of vibe to him. And then Broadus yesterday brings up Odell. Just that kind of ability. Great balance and feel for cornerbacks that are around him. He's shifty. Versatility is crazy. And then once the ball is in his hand, he hits a different gear. And this morning I heard when Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton were doing their thing, I heard the guy from New York, maybe the Post, he was saying that he's more likely to, when he gets the ball, push you down.
Okay.
Than run around you or something like that. But he's got that kind of strength, but he's also got that kind of speed and dynamic ability. Kevin, it is one guy. He is a rookie. Nobody's really been able to lock him up yet, though. He's still got that ability. So I'm with you, man. That is a concern for the night. And it's not just tonight.
No.
There's a long future of having to cover that guy for a long time.
Look, you can look at Neighbors, you can look at Daniels, and you could see frightening rookies in your division. From the 469, Cowboys win because they play Hunter Lipke as the starting running back. Ooh, that would be fascinating. Cowboys lose because Devin Singletary makes us look like a JV team. And this is the point where I'll tell you this. The Dallas Cowboys gave up more rushing yards against the Ravens than 5 teams in the NFL have given up all season. That is astonishing to me and a potentially bad sign for this week and the week after, etc.
Cowboys win because they stopped the Giants on first down. They stopped Singletary on first down. The easiest way for a team to be successful, first and second down, they're able to get big chunks, and then they're able to convert on third down. Like that's the way you want to do it if you're making drives down the field. And then once a team steps up, you make a big play over them whenever they don't expect it. The Cowboys have yet to prove that on first down, they can keep you from getting yards. They're not getting you in the backfield. They're not stopping you for no gain. That's what the Cowboys haven't done so far. So if they can do it against the Giants, they win this game. I am concerned, though, about the Singletary making them look like a JV team. So far, everybody's that decided we're committed to running the ball against the Cowboys has made them look that way. And that's part of the details that Jordan Lewis has been talking about. Jordan Lewis saying, look, it's the details from us knowing routes, from us knowing hand placements, from us knowing, ways to exploit the offensive line whenever they're trying to do what they're doing to us. So stopping them on first down, whether it's stuffing them in the backfield or just getting no gains or maybe 1 yard gains at max.
Yeah.
Cowboys lose because Daniel Jones converts third downs consistently. And it's not that he does do that, but if the Cowboys can't get off the field, then guess what's going to happen after third down's converted? On first down, Singletary's getting the ball, and he's going to push it down your throat. So those are my 2 ways. If the Cowboys can stop that, they win. But they got to also make sure that Daniel Jones doesn't convert and give the ball back to Devin Singletary on first downs.
From the 2-1-4, Cowboys win because they beat up on bad teams. Cowboys lose because the Giants run all over their defense. From the 5-1-2, Cowboys lose because Neighbors and Singletary come to play and expose our already exposed defense. I understand that concern, absolutely. From the 4-6-9, Cowboys lose because it's prime time. Now, let's talk about the fascinating aspect of that. First of all, this is the first road Thursday turnaround game, I guess, in Cowboys franchise history, which is fascinating. Like, they've done the turnaround before on the Thursday, but it's usually been a home game. But Daniel Jones has the worst primetime record in the history of starting quarterbacks.
Does this date back to that time that the turf grabbed him when there was nobody around him for like 62 yards?
Yes, it does. Now, Kirk Cousins, as we've talked about, has gotten a little bit of a winning streak going, and that has helped him move out of this classification. It goes Ken Anderson was the 4th worst, then Jeff George, then Andy Dalton, and Daniel Jones says, no. Daniel Jones is 1-12 in primetime games. So, like, we used to talk about this with Kirk Cousins. Daniel Jones is terrible in primetime. His only win came in December of 2022. The team won 20-12. So if you're looking for something from that perspective, and again, I know that goes to the past as opposed to what's happening right now, Daniel Jones has been terrible in primetime.
Yeah, I mean, the teams have been bad around him. Maybe say for a couple of players. Barkley's a pretty good player. But they've been a bad team around him. Offensive line, very bad in front of him for a long time. But that could change right now. Like maybe they got the right talent and they got the right offensive line working there because they've looked like a cluster F for a long time.
From the 7-3-7, I think a lot of people would be happy about this. Cowboys win because CeeDee Lamb gets 8 catches for 180 yards and 3 touchdowns. Cowboys lose because Dak hasn't woken up yet. From the 8-1-7, Cowboys win because CD scores 2 touchdowns. Cowboys lose because Malik Neighbors is him. That is a very big concern. But you hear multiple CeeDee Lamb texts coming in about being the key for why the Cowboys win. It's been a disappointing start for the offense as a whole. So no doubt a disappointing start for the Dak and CD connection as well. Do you believe this is the game where that's gonna wake up?
Wasn't it New York where he had the drop pass down the sideline and was just like, that's on me? And it was a big time play that probably would have been like a 60-yard touchdown. And then in the second half, he comes out, has almost the exact same play, delivers, and then just went on a tear from there. So I think it was in New York, and it was on the road against New York when that happened, and he said that's on me. So I don't know if last week was the wake-up call. Have you seen the tweet Bobby sent out of him this week talking, and everybody kind of asked him about it a little bit, and he was like, he looked like he wanted to say something, and he looked like he wanted to say, and then he goes, it's going to happen again.
Okay.
Like he looked like he wanted to say, look, man, this is we're about to turn it on. Just get ready. I don't know exactly what it was, but I think this is the one that kind of livens up CeeDee Lamb again.
From the 214, it's we do Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because Cowboys win because we figure out how to run the football. From the 682, Cowboys win because they stop the run, and Cowboys lose because for the second week in a row, they let a running back who they could have had run all over them. I don't know if people get more frustrated about that, but that is pretty frustrating. I mean, I would have been mad either way with the loss with the Ravens and Derrick Henry, but the fact that you can throw in like, hey, he kind of wanted to be here. He lives here in the offseason, so, it doesn't help that the Cowboys are also 8th in the league in missed tackles. Although...
And Devin Singletary's 3rd in breaking tackles right now.
Wouldn't you have guessed that number was higher for the Cowboys? They're tied for 5th most in the league, which is not good. But I honestly would have guessed that they were probably 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. You know what they are 1st, 2nd, or 3rd at? Committing penalties.
Oh, crap.
They are 2nd in penalties committed and accepted.
So you're saying they're bad at stopping the run, they're bad at running the ball,
yes,
and they're undisciplined?
Correct.
Buy into us.
No, I'm not buying into that, Mike.
It's tough.
That's a bad setup.
So this is what Jess said during the last game when they were committing penalties. She goes, don't they always commit penalties? I feel like every time I watch this team, there's a lot of penalties. And if I know it's a problem, I definitely feel like they should know it's a problem. I feel like they know it's a problem. They're just like, hey, we'll get it better. We'll get it under wraps. And then you see the next game and you're like, oh, maybe not.
You need one of those crews that's like, we're letting them play tonight.
Oh my gosh.
But we're only letting the Cowboys play. We're not letting the Giants play. Like, that's the kind of crew you need in this to break out of that spell, Kevin.
Now,
hey, we saw you false start, but it could have been anything. We don't know.
From the 214, this is a question we get all the time, and we're just the wrong people to ask. What's y'all's 100% serious vision for this team over the next 5 years? I've said this for the last 2 years. I have a completely different vision for the direction that this franchise should have gone than what the Cowboys chose. For the next 5 years, Dak Prescott is your quarterback, and you have to continue to try to work your way around how that hamstrings the salary cap to put together a team that you think could potentially make a playoff run. That's what's going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, that's been the history of it. It feels like it's going to continue to be that way for sure. I don't feel like anything's changing there. You and I have been on the same page about that for a while now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with former Cowboys defensive tackle and two-time Super Bowl champ Tony Casillas right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for some
Hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Details, visit good-guys.com.
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Archer straight back. Everybody out. Under pressure. Down he goes. Tony Casillas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you former Dallas Cowboys defensive tackle, two-time Super Bowl champion, Tony Casillas. Good afternoon, sir.
Guys, how are you today?
I would be doing better if you can tell me why the Cowboys don't care about your position anymore. Can you help me out with why that is?
Well, I just don't think they have the personnel. For me, I watched that. I was in the building Sunday last week versus the Ravens, and I just couldn't believe the lack of devotion when it comes to the intensity, and I think everyone's talked about it, but it was kind of lifeless, and I was really surprised considering I thought it'd be a bounce-back game. I know there was somewhat of a challenge. Baltimore desperately needed to win, but I really thought that these guys would respond considering what happened the week before that, and I just it's very perplexing. And, honestly, when you look at Mike Zimmer, and I'm a big fan of Mike. I mean, I've had experience with him, but I think maybe he's asking them to do a little bit more than they want to, and I think that's where the problem may lie.
What do you mean by asking them to do a little bit more than they want to?
Okay, well, I just think that, and again, I think that, it's the third week of the season. I think there's a lot always in expectations for the Dallas Cowboys. They remind me of someone tells you it's blockbuster, these Brad Pitt, George Clooney, all these megastars and whatnot, and they hype this movie up, and you go see it, and you're like, that was the worst movie I've ever seen. And sometimes it reminds you of the Dallas Cowboys, especially week one. You look at Cleveland, you look at the measuring for that game. Everybody gets excited, and then. You have the Saints and like, wow, what happened there? And then obviously last week. But I just think that, Mike Zimmer's defense is obviously different than Dan Quinn's. Dan was a little bit more, not careless, but freed you up a lot more. Guys had a lot more opportunities to make big plays with not as much responsible as Mike Zimmer's defense, and it more really pertains to the heart and soul of the defense when it comes to the interior, kind of the boring things that people don't really want to hear about, but that's where the main cog of the defense is. And I just don't think that when you look at the Mozzie Smiths, when I look at that one position, the two tackles, they're asking these guys to play. It's somewhat boring, but it can be a defense you can make a lot of plays. There's not any slants. It's not schematic. It doesn't get exotic. Michael may get exotic, but obviously, and this is a long answer, it's the being patient and not being every play is going to be a knockout play. And I think the way that they played last week against certainly the Ravens, there was not much heart as far as playing more, I guess, devoted to disciplined football. And, to me, sometimes that's not fun, but it can be very gratifying. In the long run, it's more, to me, you can count on it more. And, to me, it's more consistent. And if you don't have the personnel, you don't have the dogs, you don't have the guys that want to do that, then it creates a problem. And you guys have seen it. It's gotten exploited, and really, it's very perplexing to figure out what is going on with that side of the ball.
Oh yeah, man. Tony Casillas joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. You've been in that trench. How much of it is just want to and desire versus technique and all that? Like, can you kind of explain how those go hand in hand to win the battle to stop the run?
Well, I think in the run, it's just a dog. It's a dog attitude. It's not very hard. I mean, all you have to do is play a technique, and a 3 technique, a 1 technique. You have to stay in your gap and maintain that. But more importantly, you have to have some passion. And, I think it's just you're asking your defensive lineman to make one, like a half a second responsibility, whether it's, the A gap, B gaps, be in that gap. And then after that, let it eat, go make a play. You got to bring the juice after that. And I think for me, it's the passion. You guys watch it. And I think when you go back and you just watch guys just getting blown off the ball and their shoulders are turned to the sideline, it's very vulnerable for the inside part of the defense because of that. And as much as people love to watch Micah play, DeMarcus Lawrence to me is a guy that doesn't get enough credit. That dude plays every down. But a lot of what you're seeing now is everyone's going to try to take Micah out of the game. There's a pattern here. We all talk about this all the time. They see the films like, okay, we're going to take number 11 out, and then we're going to make someone else beat us. And that's exactly what they're doing. And I think when it comes down, it's Micah's got to make a decision. Do I want that battle? Do I want to be put in there? Do I want to put my head in there? Do I want to be, the grind guy? Because it is a grind, and that's the philosophy, especially in sign, is that you have to grind it out. And if you don't have guys that are able to accept that role, everybody likes to get upfield. Everybody likes to get sacks. Everyone wants to get takeaways and tackles for losses. But when you're trying to find your soul, and when you're trying to find an identity all of a sudden where you can't stop the run, the last 3 games of teams have rushed for more touchdowns in franchise history, it's time to find some soul searching. And to me, it's pretty easy if someone wants to do it.
Okay, that's an amazing breakdown as we talk to Tony Casillas right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm curious about a couple of things. Like, I know the coaches, hey, their job is to coach them up no matter what, blah, 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 blah. How quickly can you tell out on the field or in practice or whatever if you're like, that guy, he doesn't have the dog in him? And can it ever be taught?
Well, I just know this. I think the Cowboys should reconsider drafting a defensive lineman from Michigan. I mean, I watched Michigan last week against USC, and that's been said. But the point being is that it has to come from the individual. And you have to, you can evaluate talent, you can coach talent, but the best part about it is on Sunday. That's when it's the preparation the week before. And you can't tell me that there's something out of sync during a week prior to a game. I mean, I've been in locker rooms. I've been with the guys that we need to turn this thing around real fast. It's not about pointing fingers at you. You look at me, you watch the film, you work on your technique, and you play your ass off. And to me, that's not – you can't coach that. I mean, you've heard this forever. Corey, you have a son that's playing 7th grade football. He's a defensive lineman.
Yep.
But if you don't have the heart, especially as a professional athlete, and you don't want to do the job, then you need to find someone else. And to me, that's what I've seen. And you hate to criticize guys when it comes to their heart, but everyone watches it. Whenever time you get gals as much yardage as they did last week against Baltimore, Derrick Henry they just carve them up. And you guys, as I mentioned, you just see guys just getting blown off the ball, and there wasn't any passion. There wasn't any of this angerness that you have to have as a defensive lineman.
And Kevin, he's dead on. Just like my son Carter. You gotta when you love something, when you love it, you're passionate about it. You're all about it. You're doing all those little things.
I think it's hard for the fans to understand that too. And look, I think that we've all been as an athlete or as a team. When I was with the Cowboys, we've gone through a bad run where we just weren't. This wasn't happening, but. When it comes to like the desire and the passion and just the pride that you have as a defense, then that's when you really test, a lot of personalities. And again, it's just not pointing fingers and it's that guy, this guy, it's a collective deal, but I think it could be corrected. And I would expect it to be corrected tonight against the Giants, I would think. But at this point, it's all about proving to yourself, proving to each other that we can get this done. And the hell with the outside noise. This is something that's internal that we have to take care of, because deep down inside, it's embarrassing. It really is. And you have to live with that.
You know, a lot's been kind of made too of CeeDee Lamb being expressive on the sideline, Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence being expressive on the sideline. When that's happening, I don't necessarily on that case specifically, but when guys are getting into each other on the sideline like that, what's going on there? Is that usually a discussion of equal minds saying we're going to get this together, or is there usually a rift between the two?
I think it's just frustration. I think it's frustration because, CD, both him and Dak, they got paid, obviously. We all know about that. But, CD, when you fumble the ball and you have a chance to get your team, your offense down to score, you got to make that play. Or, the offensive line's not blocking. They can't run the football. I mean, there's not opportunities. I mean, Dak can, he can get, CD can get 20 targets. But if Dak, the situations are right where he's not open, I mean, you just can't force the ball to one particular player. You got to get it to him, because right now, CeeDee Lamb is their best playmaker. I mean, they can't run the football. I mean, the whole deal with the running back by committee is not working with these three guys. So I think you got to force it in. And then when you're not having success and on the defensive side of the ball, you're just getting gouged. So all of a sudden it creates a lot of negativity. And I think you lash out at different guys, but the body language, I mean, you can tell the body language of guys. I mean, you know their personality just by reading their body language. And so the bottom line is that you just got to calm down. You got to sort it through. Look, we're frustrated. We need to do something about it. But we just can't individually do something about it. It's a collective movement. It's a collective thing. We need to get this turned around, and hopefully we can do that. But it can't be like 5 or 6 different guys in that locker room blaming it on someone else and, hey, it's all about me. It's got to be all about everyone getting this thing together. And then the coaches, they got to do a much better job too. I mean, there's a lot of accountability. And, I don't know about you guys, but this is it's a big football game for this franchise tonight. Early on in the season, you go 1-3, you lose to the Giants. If you beat, 12 out of the last 13 times, I don't even want to think about what could happen if they lose.
Because the answer to that is their season is over. I'm right. It is. I'm telling you, I'm right there with you. I do not think the Giants are a good team at all. I think if you lose this game, unfortunately, you're going to keep going, but I think that is terrible.
Well,
for
I think it just has a propensity to implode more.
Yep.
And there's a lot more things that are going on, more that related to football, and I think that creates issues. But it's a long season, but certainly the expectations for this team and what we buy into every year has been totally disappointing thus far. So, yeah, this is a very, what they say, must-win tonight. I think it's a must-win for the Cowboys, even if it's the 4th game of the season.
Well, either way, I want to give you a heads up. We got Jerry Jones with us tomorrow at 10:30. So if they do lose,
I'll talk to him.
Say a prayer for us going into that interview. We'll see how it goes.
Well, you guys I'm sure you guys will handle it tenderly.
Yes.
Hopefully you'll be in a good mood tomorrow.
We'll see. Definitely hope so. And all that being said, all the things we just kind of discussed about the negatives, on the flip side, does one win solve all the problems, or is that just a Band-Aid? How much does one win help?
Oh, absolutely. Winning solves everything. I mean, it's a week-to-week deal. And the best thing about this game, only, on a Thursday, you don't have to wait that long to just get rid of that taste, I mean, this solves a lot of different things. And that's all you can do. The only way you turn it around is to win. I mean, there's no moral victories for this team. There's a lot of expectations, but I guess we'll find out how good they are. I mean, I expect them to win, but at this juncture, I'm just like everyone else. I'm a little hesitant to jump on. And look, Dak, if you lose this game tonight, there's going to be a lot of people jumping off that bandwagon. I tell you what, for sure.
Now, I'm curious, going back a little bit, when you were playing, where were the Giants on your hate-o-meter? Like, when you were determining, I really hate playing against this team for whatever reason, where did the Giants fit in that?
Well, I think the Giants we all hated. I mean, I would say, I don't know, it was the Giants 1 and the Eagles 1A, and then Washington 1B. And yeah, because we hated them all. It didn't matter. I mean, that's the way you play the game. You play with that type of approach. You know, they're trying to take something from you, and you're not going to give it to them. And that's the way you play that game. And look, it doesn't take you that much motivation to get up for, I don't know, maybe it's different now, but I wouldn't think so, to get up for your division opponent, especially the Giants, and especially a game that both of these teams want to win badly. I mean, the Giants have got embarrassed the last 12 out of 13 or 13 out of 14 times, so they want to win. And the Cowboys, look what's happened to them the last 2 games. I mean, it's both of these teams are playing for something.
This might sound like a weird question, but based off of what you just said, do you think that more athletes should maybe kind of have that they're trying to take something from me attitude as opposed to, whatever else is the motivation right now?
Oh yeah, I think that a lot of that gets lost with the money, because the guys and we kind of put that, like, everyone wants to get their bag of money, and yeah, you got to. I mean, you're not in the NFL that long, so you got to take advantage of that. But you know, there's a certain amount of pride, and especially with the Cowboys, you know, what it symbolizes. It's America's team. It'll always be, and people love you or hate you. That's never changed. That's generational. Cowboys have always been a love or hate relationship, but they even hate you more when you win.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think that's what you put out there, and I think athletes have to play with that. You have to play with. There's got to be this burning desire that I'm going to go out there and kick your ass, and if I go out there and I try to have that approach, and it may or may not work out, but I know that next time we play each other, you're going to remember me. And that's always, I think, you want to your legacy, or just when you play someone, because you play each other twice a year, you'll see them again. But you want to know the next time, that dude's going to remember you, and it's not going to be easy. So I think that's the approach. I think that should be approached, and I think it is. I mean, that's the way a lot of guys play. That they want to leave that imprint on you, that you know that next time I meet you, that you better be ready, and put a little scare factor in them too while you're at it.
I like it.
Love it.
He means imprint both physically and mentally, I think, is what I took.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you very much, good sir, for the time. That was outstanding.
What's that, guys? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just said thank you for the time.
Yeah, man, it was awesome talking.
You were too busy laughing at our hilarious joke.
Anytime, guys. You guys enjoy the game tonight, and hopefully you'll be talking about a win and not something that we don't want to go to. And that's 1-3.
Agreed.
I'm with you, man.
Agreed. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Casillas right here on 105.3 The Fan. Clearly the Twitch, the YouTube, and the fan text pleased by him and by that interview. And from the 817, you heard him, Kevin, it is a must win. We will dive back into that at 120. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it on a game day. It's time for AM on the FM. Haven't done one of these on a game day in forever, so it's kind of fun.
For sure.
You have to go back to last year when I was doing some of those tailgate shows on the weekends. That was always a good time, so it's fun to talk football here. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line to get involved, answer the question of the day today. I got some sound to run for you from one of our old friends with the Texas Rangers. Something fun, a career milestone that he's going to talk about.
Jared Sandler?
No, he is here, but
He's one of our old friends. Yeah, okay.
A guy that is no longer with the Texas Rangers that we're going to hear from. He's actually on a playoff team, so you're going to get to watch him on some of these national broadcasts. Don't know if he's going to play much, but we will see about that. But the question of the day today, it's National Pancake Day. So I'm going to ask you boys the question, and the Tolos. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. What is the best breakfast food? 877-881-1053.
Bacon and eggs.
Ooh.
It's bacon and eggs every time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say among the three big breakfast breads, pancakes is at the bottom. Give me French toast number one, then waffles, then pancakes. I think French toast is the best breakfast food.
I'll flip your 1 and 2. If we're discussing just breakfast breads like that, I will go with, oh man, I'm sorry. Pancakes are 4. It is, it's waffles, biscuits and gravy, and then French toast, then pancakes. Yeah, pancakes are okay. But the crunchiness of the waffle, the fact that it's its own little cup for honey, for syrup. Or honey or jelly. Hell, I don't know, whatever you want to put on there. But yeah, man, I'm gonna go with that order. Biscuits and gravy are fantastic. Sausage gravy, it's gotta be sausage gravy.
Okay.
Though. Yeah.
Okay, we're a big proponent of that here in the Medford household. I do appreciate that. I'm going to read from the 469 breakfast burritos. And I say that because I will say this with my entire chest. I believe that I make the best breakfast burritos that I have ever eaten. So.
All right, hold on. Because I didn't think about this, but breakfast tacos are where I start. That's my number one option. Every Saturday morning I wake up and I want breakfast tacos. Kevin, you remember when we went to Arizona, I asked that guy where the best breakfast tacos are in Arizona, and he said, that's not a thing here. And I was like, the hell are you talking about? We need to find breakfast tacos. How do you make your breakfast burrito? How does it roll?
Okay, so it changes with the seasons. It does, because right now, and this is why some people, even some of our coworkers up here, ask why I wake up so early before work. I wake up at 6 every day. The show starts at 10, but I wake up so I can make breakfast.
Yes.
I want to actually eat before I leave the house, have my coffee, have some time to wake up. But right now, because it's in season, this is going to make a lot of sense. Breakfast burrito goes like this: a nice large tortilla.
Okay.
You got to toast it up a little bit after you make it too. If you just have that regular tortilla. Yes, absolutely. If you don't toast your burritos, there is something wrong with you. I know time constraints, I get that part, but if you just do it by choice, if you leave it alone, you're wrong. Eggs, bacon. If you have the sausage on hand, sure, get that extra protein in there. I'm counting my calories, I'm counting the macros, so I definitely need that extra protein. But this is my trick that I use around this time of the year. H-E-B, yes, Mike would hate me for saying this, but H-E-B has a special cheese, Hatch green chili cheese.
Oh, yeah.
If you put that in the breakfast burrito, it gives you a little bit of that heat, just a little bit of the heat, and then I'll put on some seasoning. I think right now I'm rocking the Meat Church Blanco.
There you go.
Is what I like to use. It's a good everything seasoning. I'll sprinkle just a little bit of that with a little bit of pepper on the eggs itself. You wrap it up, you toast it, put it in some foil. You're rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
You are rocking and rolling.
I'm gonna get you some of the. Do you have any of the voodoo from Meat Church?
I do not.
I'll get you some of that because that stuff is. It's still got the sweet flavor. It goes great on ribs. I love it on ribs, but it's got the jalapeno spice to it that I really like. So Alec nailed it, dude. Like that,
that does sound really good.
If I hated you before, you just won me over, Alec. I didn't hate you before, so I love you that much more right now.
I'm glad you didn't because, that would be a long work week if you did. Let's see, from the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, but I'm guessing that this is maybe Sunday morning breakfast here from the 817 Cold Pizza.
Oh, not the failed ESPN show.
Yeah.
Cold pizza's fantastic as an option.
It is.
Ahead of Cronuts?
But not just cheese pizza. Oh, look, man, Cronuts are a special breakfast.
It is.
That's not something you want to have every day, all right? If you have Cronuts every day, you're going to have some problems. Yeah. But I think you can eat some bacon and eggs every day. And throw it on a tortilla, I think you're going to be okay. But yeah, man. And somebody said a bunch of white boys talking about making burritos. Look, you want to throw some chorizo on there? That's fine too. We can do that. If that's what you're saying.
I'm a big proponent of the chorizo.
Yeah.
From the 469, once again, disappointed by the takes on this station. Pancakes are by far number one.
I'm sorry.
I accept that more than I'm disappointed in your sports take. I'm disappointed in your breakfast bread take. I accept.
I'm a big French toast guy over waffles, but or over pancakes. I think I'm waffles too. I think I'm team waffles. I like having the little cavities to kind of catch whatever you put on top of it. I like that.
Do you like whipped cream on top of the waffles? Because that's Adrian. She will order she's like Leslie Knope.
I'm gonna wipe it off.
She will. Oh yeah, I've seen you. He'll take icing off of cupcakes. He wipes off. But yeah, Adrian she'll order a big old waffle, and she's like, yes, more whipped cream. This is great.
And just for the record, it's those cupcakes that you buy at the store in the impossible to break into plastic box that have hey, we're going to give you 30% cupcake and 70% icing. And you're like, it's wrong.
And you can tell most of the icing is probably food coloring anyway.
Yes.
I got you. I see what you're saying there.
That's fair. That's fair. But see, I don't take in a lot of sugar these days. So when I do, I don't mind that because I don't eat it often at all. Okay. So whenever I do have a cupcake, the icing is cool because it's that's a once every few months activity for me. The whipped cream on the pancakes or the waffles. Sure, I don't do that a lot. So I'm okay with it. There's a lot of biscuits and gravy agreement here, Corey Majors. So you might have been cooking there. No pun intended. You might have been cooking.
I think I'll give you this. I think Brahms has a really good biscuit sausage and sausage gravy and biscuits.
What?
Whataburger has a good one too, but I prefer Brahms. Brahms has. Jared Sandler will agree with me. Brahms has one of my favorite burgers. And I do love their fries, but I think they do a really good job with their breakfast too. I was kind of, when we would drive with the grandparents, we would always stop for breakfast at Brahms.
I don't think I've ever gotten biscuits and gravy from a fast food place. I've definitely had it at a variety of different places. I don't think I've ever got the fast food right.
Get it at Brahms and you'll be all right. You'll be happy with that one. It does have a pepper, like a black pepper spice, because they put a lot of black pepper in it. So just get over that.
I feel like most things at Brahms fly under the radar, if we're being totally honest. I was just there last week. I had a great time.
Good.
I had a great time listening to this. This is the Chris Rose Rotation podcast, talking baseball. He had our old friend Austin Hedges on the show. Hedgie was talking about he hit his second home run of the season a couple weeks ago, and his teammates went ballistic in the dugout. And so they talked about why, and this takes the most Austin Hedges turn that you could ever expect.
When you hit your second homer of the year, you were flying around the bases, and I watched the dugout react to that. It was almost like it was your first major league homer, and they were just so excited for you. Was it an emotional trip around the bases for you?
So you don't pay attention to my career homer totals, apparently?
Oh. Yes, I do.
Well, that'll tell you why the boys were so excited right there.
Are you serious that's the reason? I thought it was something sweet, and all of a sudden it's because you guys are a bunch of sophomores in high school making fun of the number 69?
Yep, exactly. The boys even celebrated for me after the game. It was a couple weeks after Clase got his record-setting save, and we did champagne in the clubhouse. Cheers. David got champagne glasses, filled them up with beer, and we did a beer champagne toast to celebrate my homer. I got the ball authenticated. I got my jersey authenticated. The whole thing.
That's incredible.
These are the little things that keep us going for 162 games. Okay, if you can't have a little fun doing that, then you're gonna be miserable playing this stupid game we play.
That is why we won the World Series last year, because Austin Hedges keeps a clubhouse loose.
With his 69th career home run. He also called Emmanuel Clase the best closer ever.
Okay. Your thoughts?
We used to have both of them.
Damn it, Kevin. Why did you have to do that?
Sorry.
Dang, dude.
I was having fun, and now I'm sad.
I'm sorry. Should I not have said that? My bad.
But the funny thing is, he went on to keep talking about it, and he was like, man, I think next time I hit another homer, I'm going to intentionally miss home plate so I can stay at 69.
For his career.
Yeah, be like, sorry, guys. He was like, it had to be done. Sorry. So he's very committed to the bit, and so were his teammates. That made me very happy to hear.
That is amazing.
So that is very fun.
I'll always love that guy.
I will too. He's just so energetic and he's so fun. And then one more thing, we mentioned Reggie Atatula on the show earlier. But he made me make him a promise whenever I took over for him. And he said, whenever you get that first full-time paycheck, it's like, don't buy concert tickets. I hate to inform you that I pre-gamed today by buying concert tickets.
Oh, what concert?
Linkin Park got back together, and
now, are you a fan of the new the female that's leading for them at the moment?
I am. I've watched some of the live streams and stuff.
Why did he unplug her microphone during the show recently? Where he just like, no, you're not. You can't hit that. It was that you can't hit that. No, what was it?
It was just a little bit of fun.
Okay,
like,
all right,
they're just vibing out on the stage, man. But Emily is fantastic. I know there's some conflicting reports about maybe her personal life out there. If you do your research, all of them are false. So, in my research,
that means.
We'll talk about it during the
Okay.
break. But there's some interesting accusations out there about maybe what she does in her free time, and they're just not true. But anyways, Globe Life Field is where they're going to be playing, a huge venue for them. So that's going to be really fun. November 8th, a Friday. I will be there. If you're going to be there, hit me up. Maybe I'll buy you a beer. And we can hang out and have a good time.
I like it. Enjoy that show,
very
man.
nice.
It's going to be fun.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What does it take to catch a legend? Next on The Fan.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative, I'm Listening.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, free.
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
At the moment, the NFL Network is currently playing the Cowboys-Ravens game, and I can't find a remote in this whole freaking place right now.
It's right next to you.
All right,
They're
there it
gonna
is.
lose.
I know this game is happening today, and I know there's a lot on the line here. Evidently, this is a must-win game now. Are we coming up on that in the next segment,
We'll do that
Kevin?
in the next segment.
Okay.
But also, do we need to get that Tony Romo, it's a game, it's happening today draw?
This is a game that is happening today for sure. But there's a lot of other stuff going on as well. G-Bag's going to have you all set up in a pregame the way that they do it. And then Broadus and Chiafalo will set you up with the actual, official pregame show of the Dallas Cowboys right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin, there is a game going on in Oakland today as well. And Mike Bassick's been texting us, or texting me all morning. I don't know if he's been texting you, but he's definitely been texting me because he knows how you feel about him right now. But
what?
Bob Nightingale tweeted out, they're going to change bases every inning today for historic mementos. Dumb or cool?
I think it's cool. I would think it's even cooler if Mike Bassick could snag us one of those bases.
Can you... So a little while ago, you said, hey, ask Mike if he can get one of those stadium seats since Jared can't because he's not out there.
Look, Corey, I was watching that documentary on Netflix about the 2021 Euro Finals at Wembley that just all absolutely fell apart. I'm not going to be the one who starts it. I'm not going to be one of the early adopters of what's going terribly wrong. But if people are just skipping into the place for free, or people are just ripping seats out of the stadium, I'll be in the middle, and I'll absolutely be like, thank you, I will take this seat.
You know, when the Cowboys, when they took down the old stadium, they did a yard sale at the stadium, and Brad Sham said he kind of just walked around and perused it a little bit, and then he saw the placard that was outside of the radio press box, and he said, I'll take that one. That was something he was like, that means
That's
something to me,
awesome.
because that's been my office this whole time.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and take that one. And so I do agree with you. But Mike texted back. I was like, Mike, hey, will you grab us a seat while you're out there? And he texted back and he was like, can you imagine me trying to get on the team plane with one of those seats?
Yeah.
And in my mind,
think it'd be awesome.
all I see is Mike walking with his bag, and he's carrying one of those seats.
We
And
took the game. We took their seats. Yeah!
Nate Lowe's like, hey, Mike, what do you got there? And he's like, I don't know. It's not fitting up in the overhead storage. I guess I'm going to have to check this. I see a calamity of errors, and I love it. So just, if you want to tweet Mike about that, go ahead. All right, so that is going to be happening today. We'll keep an eye on what's going on out there. Now, I saw this quote from, whether or not you like him, Jason Tatum. Now, I know you sweat him because he went to Duke.
That's fair.
And you love whenever our DFW teams lose.
No. I was rooting as hard as anybody, well, except for Mike.
That's right.
For the Dallas Mavericks.
You were sacrificing Rangers wins for the Mavericks.
Yeah. We just didn't quite get it all the way because y'all didn't buy in enough.
Jason Tatum has a number. He's got a number of quotes out there right now.
And they all suck.
And they all do kind of suck. I didn't need any extra motivation coming into the season. The motivation came from not being satisfied. Larry Bird is the best Celtic to ever wear this uniform. That's the guy I'm chasing. Okay.
In your face, Bill Russell.
Okay. If you go up to Boston,
I don't know. That's a great question.
I'd love to hear that conversation.
Well,
yeah.
I'm going up to Boston.
Again.
They're probably picking the white guy.
Yeah,
You
probably
know,
so.
They probably are.
All right, so
I'm not saying Larry Bird's not great. He's definitely great, but that is an interesting. Larry Bird won 3 titles. Bill Russell won 11. Sometimes I don't understand why titles matter for this player, but not this player.
Would you say that Larry Bird might be more beloved, though?
I can see that.
Okay.
It's probably because of age, if nothing else.
And it feels like again, we go back to when the NBA became popular. It was him and Magic Johnson.
Sure.
And I don't know that Bill Russell carried as much cachet with everybody as Larry Bird and Magic Johnson.
And even if he does, I think it just might be a matter of age.
Yeah.
I think it might be a matter of there's more people around. They're like, oh, yeah, I went to those games.
So that's another interesting part of this, too, because my question to you is, Jason Tatum says, that's who I'm chasing.
Okay.
I'm chasing Larry Bird. And, LeBron's been chasing Michael Jordan this whole time. That's because he's the best. And LeBron,
sure.
I mean, second best ever, maybe best. If you want to argue it,
I absolutely would make that argument.
Let's have some fun. But my question is, and Alec, I'd love for your thoughts on this as well. How do you catch a legend? How do you catch somebody? How do people go, you know what? He's right there. He is now taken over in my organization as the best to ever play here. Is it only championships? Because there are teams without championships. Like that exists as well. But whenever you have, for Dirk, for instance, or Dak Prescott chasing, I mean, he's still trying to fill the shoes of Tony Romo for some people, but ultimately he's chasing down Troy Aikman, who was chasing down Roger Staubach.
Yep.
And I still think, Jerry mentioned it the other day, Roger is still the most beloved Cowboy of all time, even though Troy Aikman has 3 championships on his ledger.
Sure.
For my era, Troy Aikman was it. But my dad's era, it was Roger Staubach. So how do you catch a legend whenever you're trying to catch up to what they did and accomplish with that franchise?
I think the thing that Dak has an advantage over so many other Cowboys quarterbacks is it's been so long. Like if Chad Hutchinson, well, first of all, that would have been really weird if Chad Hutchinson won the Super Bowl. But if he did, I think people would be like, hey, I just saw Troy win 3. Like, give me something else. I think Dak is in a position where if he wins, I really
just won.
I just won. I really do think people will be like, holy S, Dak Prescott is the man. He won us the Super Bowl. And like, I really do. There's some
Build
people,
him a statue as big as the green thumb downtown.
There's some people whose minds you're never going to change. If you don't win like 5 consecutive Super Bowls, you're a bum, whatever. But like,
winning one's awesome.
I think for a lot of people, that's going to make it for him. The problem that Jason Tatum is going to run into is you've seen multiple like continued generations of Celtics success. Like you saw it in terms of the Bill Russell. You saw it in terms of the Larry Bird, but they didn't stop winning after Larry Bird. Now, I know they obviously hit a bit of a lull, but then you've got your like pseudo super team, anything is possible, that was able to win. So people at least were like, I just saw it. For Jason Tatum to catch Larry Bird, I think the problem he's going to run into is there were so many great players on that 80s Celtics team. I guess they weren't technically the dynasty, but people were like, this is Larry Bird's team. Now, I think people look at it and they're like, no, it's probably Jason Tatum's-ish team.
It's Jaylen Brown's team.
Exactly.
In my mind.
And so there's no like clear delineation. If you want to say it's Jaylen Brown's team, like I'll listen to that. People love Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, Danny Ainge, but nobody said this is Robert Parrish's team. Like he was great, but it's Larry Bird's team. Tatum does not have that role right now with the Celtics.
I think it's really hard for Tatum because if you want to catch a legend, I think you have to do it your own way. Like the resume has to match up, but we're talking about it right now. I don't even think that he's the best player on his team right now. And you talk about the pseudo super team. It seemed like they had 7 or 8 guys that were championship caliber players in their own roles this past season. So you start talking about the Larry Bird comps, but like you said, Kevin, it was absolutely his team. I don't see a world where you say that's Jason Tatum's team and he stands out. Now, like, if you want to switch sports and make a comparison here, like, it would be like if Dylan Raiola comes up and he ends up breaking every Patrick Mahomes record in the NFL 15 years from now. He literally dresses the same as him, has the same haircut. Like, if you follow the mold that's already built by somebody else,
I think that's a great
I'm
point.
not going to be as impressed. If he does it his own unique way and you can say he changed the game or he at least looked different and played different than X, Y, and Z, then you caught a legend. But right now, I think it's really hard for him to do that.
And I think it's just inherently more difficult for Tatum to do because of all the people we just listed. For the Mavericks, look, man, I love Rolando Blackman, Derek Harper, but like they can be replaced if you win a title easily. And that's the thing that I think works for Luka is if he wins a title or 2 titles, then it will forever be Dirk and Luka. And then the next person will have to be like, well, how the hell do I catch those people? Right now, it's Dirk, not only because he was awesome, but because he stayed and because he's the guy who got us the title. So I think Luka has to I think just winning 1 title won't be enough for a lot of people. Even if his all NBA stature surpasses Dirk and everything like that, there's more to it than just like the tangible things. That's why I wish I had a better explanation for you. But Dirk had that like it factor because he brought us the title.
He was ours.
Exactly.
You know, he was ours. We went through so much pain with him and Jet, and then also went through that glorious moment with him as well as a fan base. I do think it's smart for Tatum to do this. Like, it's smart to try and graze. Look, I'm chasing the best. I might never get there, but he's the guy that I love. You love him. I love him. I want to be like him to you at some point, whether or not that ever actually happens. I do like what Alex said, though, about the kind of, remember the back of the day when if you had 1 score, it was good?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I got 2 shooters on the floor. And then it was like, hey, we got 3. And then Golden State was like, we have 4 shooters. Boston's like, we got 5. How about that? Good luck to you. And that's where they really get you because all of them can do it. So you brought up Luka and Dirk. Corey Seager won a World Series.
Yep.
He hasn't taken over Pudge in your heart, has he?
And that is an interesting example because theoretically then he should have. Now with Pudge, I'll just say for me, that's also
That's a nostalgia thing?
byproduct of like when I was growing up, and they were the first group, like him and Juan Gonzalez. They were the first group to ever make the playoffs after this franchise had already been going for 25 years. And also I was 15, 16.
Yeah.
And so like that level of nostalgia is difficult to overcome versus Corey Seager. I was like, that was badass. I saw it last year. Like I remember it very vividly. Whereas my memories of the 90s Rangers are probably colored.
Boat's your favorite manager?
I think so. I did love Johnny Oates. I think so, though, just because also, like, not only did we win the World Series, I got to talk to him every single week. So, like, that's probably an unfair for so many people who are like, okay, well, that's great, Kevin. I did not get to talk to him every week. I got to listen to him every week. But, like, probably because we felt like we shared that together.
From the 817, Carter was the one we embraced the most because we drafted him. He's ours. Corey Seager was a free agent that came to us. He'll be with us. All right, though, but he was the king of that team. I mean, he was the reason. I know him and Adolis on that they both contributed strongly on it.
And that's why you looked at Juan and Pudge and Dean Palmer's like, hey, these are our guys. We brought them up.
Seager, let's say, wins another one, maybe maybe two.
Yeah.
You just go, you know what? No matter how much I love Pudge, Seager was the greatest one to ever wear a Rangers uniform.
I do think that you can get to that level because if it goes down exactly the way you just said it, it's going to be undeniable. Like right now, Pudge is the greatest Ranger of all time to me, and I don't think that's up for dispute. And I think Juan Gonzalez is second, and I also don't think that's up for dispute. But I'm sure there are plenty of people who do think that's up for dispute. I would love to see Corey Seager get to the point where he's like, it's me and then the other people.
By the way, I think if I was listening correctly, Sean's been saying this week that Saturday at the stadium, Hurtado is having Pudge to cook with at the stadium. So I believe that is going on.
So you could go take part in Flagtober and then go cook with Brandon Hurtado and Pudge.
Sounds like an awesome day right there.
Crap. You're welcome for setting that up.
And that's why you Tolo at 105.3 The Fan.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we've already got a lot of people who said yes. So my question for y'all is tonight a must-win game for the Cowboys? You might be thinking it's the fourth game. The hell are you talking about? The question remains. Let's answer it next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
If it's that time for you to get a brand new car, there could be a lot of telltale signs. For me, my old car had given me about 10 years of good service. I knew it was coming close to the end, and then one day that check engine light popped on, and I knew it wasn't the check engine light that I...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The 29th for the Good Guys 31st Summit Racing Lone Star Nationals. Hot rods, tricked out trucks, customs, muscle cars, and classics on display. For complete details, visit good-guys.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, Alex, since we're getting ready for the Cowboys, can you give me a little bit of that cut 10 right now as we ask, is this a must-win game for the Cowboys?
Two receivers each way. Snap is back. Four-man rush, looking in the end zone, deep on the backside of the end zone, and it's Turpin. Touchdown.
Now, I'm going to go to, well, first of all, Tony Casillas said this today, that it feels like a must-win. Now, he stopped just short of saying that, but I respect his opinion very much. Another person I respect their football opinions very much is David Hellman.
Really?
Yeah, what?
I'm just joking.
He had a column up on foxsports.com, and this is how it starts. Well, this is one of the early lines. I'm not exaggerating when I say this game will tell me everything I need to know about the state of the Dallas Cowboys. And I think that's where I am, because when we say must win, I know a lot of people will be like, oh, it's only the fourth game. You're not even a fourth of the way through the season. You got plenty of time, blah, blah, blah. I think I go to must win because for me, you'll have lost 3 straight games, at least one of them to what I think is not a good team. We'll see. about the Saints, and obviously the Ravens still have a losing record early in the season. If you lose this game to the Giants, then I just see the blueprint of maybe the Jones family believes in the personnel, but maybe they should not because we don't have what it takes this year.
All right, so that's where you'll hit the panic button then?
Yes.
Is, okay, see, that's where, and that's frustrating because I know everybody out there agrees with me, but also agrees with the second thing I'm about to say. The first thing is, in that moment where you look at it and go, my personnel is not correct, I have to do something to correct it. But the second thing I'm going to say is, I think everybody else out there, and I also agree, feels like that's not what the Cowboys say. That's not what our front office says.
Yeah.
Our front office says, be more patient with it. We're going through some other things. All we need is just one little thing. Like that's, I think, Kevin, and I think you agree, if you look at it and go, man, I completely missed on our personnel, then you got to go turn over every rock. If you want to win that year, you got to go turn over every rock to ensure that you have that opportunity to do it. You can't just say, we're going to stick with this group and see how it goes.
Now, people, as you could probably guess, are divided about this from the 817. No, it's not a must-win game. I think it's still too early, but they need to get their crap together. From the 817, yes, it's a must-win. You cannot go into that October death march below 500. And from the 972, must-win, not technically. It's more of a, if we don't win, the pressure cooker is turned way up. And here's something I wanted to talk about, because Jerry Jones has said this a couple of times. And first of all, it's just factually inaccurate that
Baltimore won the Super Bowl, played in the Super Bowl last year.
Yes, that is factually inaccurate. Also, he said last year the Cowboys started 2-3. Factually inaccurate. So what I want to take you to is this. When did the Cowboys get their third loss in these vaunted back-to-back-to-back 12-win seasons? 2021, they were 7-3. So they were 7-2, and then they got their third loss. The next year, 6-2, and then they got their third loss. Last year, 5-2, and then they got their third loss. My point being, this is not a Cowboys team that has shown during this run of 12-win seasons that they can fall behind early and then catch back up. In fact, it's quite the opposite. They have shown that they'll get off to good starts and maybe falter as the season goes along. And so I don't know where the idea would be is that, well, this is the Cowboys team that can overcome adversity if they were to lose this game.
I will just add, I don't think that those teams were expected to have the growing pains this team is expected to go through.
I think that's probably fair.
And I do think that that's what, and I'm not defending it because I think you need to be prepared for it, but I'm trying to look at it the way Steven and Jerry and Will might be. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. But with Overshone getting his first time, with Guyton, Beebe, Nealon, the Sam Williams thing really threw a wrench in their whole plan. With all of that, they're going, crap, we're expecting growing pains, but we're hoping this would be a year that we build at the end rather than start hot and finish slow. So that's kind of my hope there. When it comes to the question you're asking, though, I think must wins are if you lose, you're done.
Okay.
And
that's fair.
And so I say this is a need to win. I do believe you need to win for your locker room. You need to win for a lot of questions that are being asked about you. You need to win this game. Have to? No, I mean, you're still alive tomorrow. But needing is very important. But I agree with Hellman on this will tell me everything I need to know about this team. I didn't read the rest of that piece. But
it's a good back and forth. It is interesting.
That line's really good because I think we know it all.
Yeah.
But now that they've gone through something where, Kevin, we've had fights before.
Sure.
Gotten better because of it, probably. I don't know. Maybe we
agree
did.
with that.
And maybe they had their fight and they get through it and they're better because of it starting tonight. Or maybe whatever fight was going on amongst the group inside that locker room wasn't enough to really to turn things around for them. So I don't think must win, but it's really just what's the semantics when we're discussing this at this point.
Okay, since you said you didn't get a chance to read all of the Hellman piece on Fox Sports, and sorry, there's another guy, I forgot that person's name. I'm going to add this in because somebody just texted this, and this kind of goes back into the piece from the 214. If the Cowboys don't win by 2 scores, it's not worth getting excited about. The Giants are not a good team. Just winning isn't enough. So check this out. This is more from Hellman, who, again, I have immense appreciation for how much he knows about football. If the Cowboys can't get to Daniel Jones and create turnovers or stops, then I'm not optimistic about this defense finding its footing. And conversely, if Dak Prescott can't take advantage of a Giants defense that's been very blitz happy the past 2 weeks, and all add is without 2 more defensive backs, then there are some big issues in Dallas.
Dak is really good against the blitz.
He is.
If you vacate a spot, Dak knows he can throw into it, or he knows what his reads are whenever you're blitzing. Broadus said this yesterday, and I wanted to ask him, like, in the moment. I always hate, and I know y'all do it too. Y'all are sitting there listening to us, and you're like, hold on, why do you say that? But he said yesterday, he said pressure is whenever you can get pressure on Dak, that's bad. Whenever you blitz him, he's good. But whenever you get pressure, that means you're getting there with 4. That's where Dak doesn't expect it. He doesn't anticipate that it's coming because he's like, I should be protected. The rule in your mind is I should be protected. In the blitz, you're like, I know it's coming from that direction. I can either roll out or I can throw against it. There are lots of different ways to do it. So that's there. Hellman's right there, or whoever else wrote that. Who was it Hellman?
That's all from Hellman.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
sorry, I forgot the other person's
Man, we're
name.
giving him a lot of credit right now.
He wrote all that part.
Look,
he's a smart guy.
We can write things, dude. People can write.
That's
I get
true.
it.
He can write. I can confirm. Hollywood David Hellman can write.
I did want to thank you to Alec Medford for doing research. He's really good at this. And we're finding out more and more about Alec Medford every single day. I've always known the dude's great, but we're finding out how great he is right now. Earlier, I'd said to you, Kevin, that we need the referee crew that is like, hey, we're letting them play today. Alec, do you have any research that could help with that?
Yeah, so your umpire for tonight's game is going to be Clay Martin, and his crew actually has the second fewest penalties given out through this point of the season. His crew has thrown 22 flags, 20 of them have actually been accepted or applied, meaning whenever they do throw a flag, it's usually with intent, and they're usually right, but they don't throw a lot. Second fewest out of the whole league.
There you go, dude.
So that's what we need.
I told you that's what we needed
You did.
because you said penalties can kill you, and we've been talking about, hell, on the first drive last week, penalties killed you. Go look how many times penalties have destroyed a drive that's been going for the Cowboys so far that could have been something important to them. We got a good crew tonight. So the Cowboys also have to do their part and not jump off sides and false start and all that stuff. But we got a good crew tonight. But it might be a good crew for the Giants, too. I don't know.
Well, I hope it's only for us somehow, some way. From the 817, it's a must-win because you have to beat the bad teams, especially in your division. From the 817, it's not a must-win, but it's a need to win because if we lose tonight, we're not going to make the playoffs. From the 469, if we can't beat the Giants, our season is over. And this is why I'm probably better sitting here. Well, there's probably a lot of reasons than being on the team because I'm. That is the view that I share. I think if the Cowboys lose tonight, any dreams you have of taking this team to like a real tangible, like nice finish this year is over. Like, and plenty of people are listening are probably like, that's too dramatic. You still have 13 games. I'm just telling you from what I've seen these last 2 weeks, and if you lose to a Giants team that I think is not good at all, then I think that's a wrap for your competitiveness this year.
Here's the question I have for you. If there's a loss and if there's animosity, because the animosity is going to grow if that happens. If they win, it makes you feel more confident. They could be more streamlined, more simple with their offense tonight, and then maybe that's what they need to do. I don't know. But if there's a loss, I guess the question for me is, who's going to change anybody's mind in the locker room, from the coaches, from the guys on the team? Who's going to change the minds on, look, guys, we still got time to turn it around?
I think that's a great question because don't you think what's far more likely to happen, again, this can be, you can think it's because of the players, you can think it's because of the front office, whatever. Aren't you afraid that there's going to be a lot more finger pointing and blaming as opposed to a, hey, Corey, let's fix this?
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm afraid of too.
And now, I know I know that if something's going wrong on our show, you and I will meet about it and say, all right, what do we need to do? Because we have a like mind on what we need to accomplish. But I can't say that if the entire station was having a problem that everybody's going to be on the same page with us, because every show has different things they're dealing with.
That's a great point.
And so, just like if the defensive tackles are struggling, offense over there going, hey man, y'all are really screwing us over by not giving us good, feel. So that like that finger pointing does start to happen. It's just they all got to. They say the pull one rope thing that really does have to be a thing. And I know Mike would joke about all the Cowboys leaving to go play Topgolf and everything. Those are little ways that you get guys to build friendships and relationships. And I just don't know exactly how strong those relationships are in that locker room right now.
And for the 817, I feel like it's a trap game because even if you win against the Giants, it's the Giants. Look, we did a segment about that yesterday. You need to win to keep this season moving in a positive direction before it might be too late, too early.
Yeah.
But
you're underwater right now, and you got to figure out how to get up.
Exactly. I'm not saying by any means that all your problems are fixed, but at least if you can win this game, however you win this game, the more convincingly, the better. But if you can win this game, then I can say, all right, you broke the losing streak, you won a divisional game, you're back to 500. Now let's see what you can do next. Like, I'm not going to think all the problems are fixed, but I'm going to say at least you took a step, Because you can't get all the way there without taking this first step tonight.
Look at you. Look at that. It's all about the first step, man. First step, admitting you have a problem.
Okay. Is that what just happened?
Did the Cowboys admit they have a problem yet? Sounds like they did this week, Kevin. Now I don't know what step 2 is.
But I will appreciate this. I know people get upset about Micah Parsons and talking a lot and all the media availability and his podcast and everything like that. But
he's admitting it.
I will say something that Micah Parsons said that I thought was really great. He goes, I don't know. Like, everyone sat there, we're all smiling. You're always taking in the message. And he goes, I guess we'll find out Thursday, which is great because, like,
everybody's nodding their head. Yeah.
You can think you fixed it until you get out on the field, and then you're going to find out for real.
You get smacked in the face.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Hopefully not. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how the heck are you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you guys?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Now, what is your level of intensity knowing you're going to have to squeeze your 5 hours of content into 2 hours of show leading up to the Cowboys game?
You familiar with the Micro Machines guy?
Yes.
That's how we're doing the show for 2 hours.
Did you know he was also occasionally a teacher on Saved by the Bell?
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Fun fact.
I do like some Saved by the Bell trivia.
Okay.
Did he really talk that fast, or did they just speed it up in post-production?
They were actually slowing him down.
Wow.
That is based on nothing. He just made
I believe
that
Eric on this one, Kevin.
Thank you, Corey Majors. Look it up.
All right. Now, we were just having this conversation, and I think Corey makes a good point. By like the actual definition of it, this isn't a must win. But I'm saying I think if the Cowboys lose this game, their season in terms of competitiveness is over.
Yeah,
What say you guys?
This is a must win. I know mathematically it's not, but it is because I think things end up falling apart because of how loud it gets if you lose this football game.
And do you get the sense that maybe this room, and y'all can correct me if you think I'm off, might not be the room that says, let's sit down and figure this out, as opposed to, well, why don't you do this? Or why don't you do this? That's what I'm afraid of, too.
Totally, yeah. I mean, that's part of it, is just because you don't believe in the leadership to be able to overcome what is going to be lapped upon their shores tomorrow morning when they wake up. And nationally, the only thing, and they're pretty much always talked about in general, but tomorrow after a primetime game, you're the only game. You lose this one, and then now you have sour taste in your mouth leading up to Pittsburgh. The schedule gets pretty difficult here. I just don't believe lame duck coach And with the history of this leadership from within, I don't see this being something that they can overcome. I think they would bottom out.
I think if Wolchuk was here, he would tell you this is a litmus test.
Okay.
It's not that the Giants are just a bad team. It's a bad team that you own.
That's
true.
true.
If you've fallen so far that you cannot, rely on some of the same techniques and matchups that you've depended on to have success over Dak's entire career, then I think it's just a monster red flag that you've become horrible and there's no way you're pulling out of it.
Ronnis, where are you with this?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, this would be, if you lose tonight, this is the first game now to the team quitting on the coach. And if the team quits on the coach, then that's when they're going to change the coach. So, yeah, you lose this one. Yeah, you've got 2 bad losses, but this one would be the one that I think that would start the ball rolling down the hill for Mike McCarthy.
How long do you think that process would be? I know this is speculating.
In what way?
In terms of, it's begun, the ball is rolling, we're quitting on the coach, to, okay, we see it, it's official, you're fired.
I would say that if you lose this game, you'll get, the guys will start, as Parcells would say, that you get into small groups and start blaming each other for stuff. And then, you go and find a way, you don't win the Pittsburgh game, you look bad against Detroit, and now you get into a bye. And one thing Jerry Jones has proven is if the team quits on the coach, he will change the coach. And when the minute you see that, or the minute you detect that, that's when it's about to happen.
Where do you guys fall on, this is kind
October
of like
14th could be Black Monday for Mike.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what Brian just said.
Right after Texas OU.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But I think the difference, though, is there's no Jason Garrett on this staff where you can immediately feel like we have our understudy, the guy we want to take over, like they did with Wade.
Yeah, but
I don't see that person on this staff.
I don't think anybody on this staff would have a chance for this job.
Agreed.
I mean, you're going to play this thing out, and you're going to try and figure out, though, if it's Belichick or who are you going to hire? Is it Ben Johnson, one of the Shanahan tree guys, whatever? But you can get onto that process pretty early. But I don't think, if you change the coach, I don't think it's about evaluating somebody for this job in the future. I think you're just caretaking this thing to the end so they can get somebody else.
Sorry, another side note. Have you guys seen the story of Mike Shanahan consulting Kyle?
Yeah.
And there's like mic cams around the facility where Mike Shanahan wants to be able to watch everything that's happening.
Does that start with like he saw Purdy before?
Yeah.
He was like Purdy's a guy because he was watching.
Yeah.
I did hear a little bit about that. It's interesting.
Pretty cool story.
Shadow GMing things.
Yeah, he's basically the guy,
Interesting. Do you guys put any stock in either one of these things? This is the first time the Cowboys have ever played a road game with a quick turnaround on the 3 days rest versus Daniel Jones is 1-12 in primetime. Do either one of those factoids do anything for you?
Yeah, I think the Giants, are desperate, and they're coming off of a win in which they ran it well, and everybody knows how bad the Cowboys are against the run. So I think all of those things matter. We're willing to do anything to beat the damn Cowboys at this point. All of our jobs are on the line. Daniel Jones' career is on the line. It's the perfect recipe for somebody to line it up and run it at you, 40 times tonight. And I don't think the Cowboys have great answers. I just don't believe in the Giants, and that's ultimately why I'll still pick the Cowboys to win a close game.
If the Cowboys continue to tackle as poorly as they do, this running back will embarrass you. And I mean, that's the biggest issue for me. And then you've got a quarterback that also is willing to run. If you're Mike Kafka, the OC in this thing, I'm kind of thinking about what's the one thing that they were able to do last week. The Ravens, they paralyzed Micah Parsons with the read option stuff. The minute that they control that Dallas controls their running game, if they ever do, and it turns into a passing game, that plays right into Dallas's hands. Kafka's got to think about, okay, what's the one thing I could do to protect my quarterback? Through 3 weeks, he's done a pretty nice job of. That ball was out of Jones's hands very quickly last week, and they've got a legitimate big-time receiver out there. They've got a couple of receivers that can make plays, plus a back that can make you miss. This is a different Giants team skill-wise than what we've seen the last couple of years.
Eric, Broadus was just kind of alluding to that, so I want to ask you and Corey this. Regardless of how good Malik Neighbors is or whatever receiver you have is, are you to the point where you see the Cowboys and you're like, we're running the ball? Like, if that doesn't work, then it's your time, neighbors. But until then, I'm just running the ball.
I mean, for the last 2 weeks, I think the Cowboys have seen 31 pass attempts against their defense.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just why exhaust yourself in having to throw the football until you are in great advantageous situations when you are turning around and having success at every turn by just handing the ball off. So, yeah, I think that's the plan until Dallas proves that they can stop it. This is just the word's out. We know what you cannot do, and we will run you to death, really. And so that's the plan.
If you can't, like, if you're having success at it, I wouldn't stop at it. But was it the Saints game? Derek Carr calls a timeout because he sees something and he's like, let's do this. Hits Olave for a big play. Like, once the quarterback goes and communicates, hey, I see something in this play that I can do, that's when you take advantage of it.
Yeah, pick your spots.
Yeah, wherever the space is, make a big play. Now you got them on their heels a little bit, and that's where the Cowboys defense has been all season so far, is on their heels.
But Neighbors is a monster.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Well, how are you guys feeling prediction?
And one other thing. You can use Neighbors also in the short passing game to set up as if it's part of the running game. Once the ball's in his hand, like, it's a different play. It's a different gear when he has
We've
it.
seen the short passing game can be devastating to the Cowboys defense as well. What is y'all's feeling tonight in terms of predictions? What are you thinking? Where are you going?
I'm going like 23-20 Cowboys.
Okay.
I went 26-23 Giants.
Okay.
I think I went 23-19.
In favor of?
Cowboys.
Whew.
Pain.
Okay. Corey?
Pain.
You predict pain?
Yeah, I predict pain.
That's what Mike Bassick would say. I appreciate that.
It's true, man. This could get bad.
We asked Mike if he would bring home one of those seats from the Coliseum, and he's trying to figure out how to get it up into the overhead on the team plane. So he's going to try and see if he can do
mark
that.
most of what he just said.
Oh, no.
And look, I've said this all along, and I know it's a different Giants team. This feels like it follows the Cowboys script, and I think they smoke the Giants tonight.
Good deal. How'd you think that?
31-13.
No, I'm happy you do.
Yeah,
I'm glad somebody feels that way.
I hope. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I hope I'm right, because if I'm not, holy cow.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot of stuff to talk about. And we got Jerry Jones tomorrow at 10:30, so that's going to be either must listen or the most must listen thing that you've heard in like several years. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. 2 hours of just content, leading you into Cowboys Giants pregame. Tomorrow, catch us if you can at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
So go Cowboys, Kevin.
Go Cowboys.
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Cowboys Thursday, if you will, with the pregame coming up in 2 hours. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Broadus. He's kicking off 11 hours of broadcast day with you right now.
That's me.
Pre- and post-game show duties, halftime. Make a big loop around DFW, handing out G-Bag Nation flags at the Whataburger stop nearest you. Go to 105thefan.com/events for details and the closest participating Whataburger. But, yeah, we do it every year. Call it the Tour Day DFW. Pack up the vehicle full of flags, and we come hand them out to everybody. Okay, this is one of the hardest games I think we've had to predict in a while. In the end, I'm going with the familiarity of beating the Giants and the fact that, as far as I know, the Giants don't have a great offensive line or the kind of scheme that should give the Cowboys trouble, right? Like, this isn't Shanahan offense. This isn't one of the best offensive line that's going to knock your dudes in the dirt all day long. So I think the Cowboys figure out a way to beat the Giants because that's what they do. And I think we're probably due for a Trayvon Diggs pick six, to be honest with you, Chief. I'm going 23-20.
Ooh, that would be nice. That would be something because I'm going to be all over that matchup between Neighbors and Diggs. That's going to be super, super fascinating there. Can't wait to see what their plan is to take him out of the game or at least attempt to. But, yeah, I'm going with the Cowboys tonight as well just because I don't have much respect for the Giants at the end of the day. I am a little bit nervous just because I've now seen what the Cowboys are capable of, and it's capable of this team looking like the worst team in football. So, but I'm going to buy into the fact that the Cowboys offensively are going to understand what they had that started to work at the end of that Baltimore game, getting their receivers on the move a little bit more. And involving Lipke would help, but I think the overall aggression they're gonna be realizing now. Hey, our defense is not winning us anything. We need to go and really establish something big time. So I think the mindset of aggression will be different tonight, and I'm expecting CeeDee Lamb to have a monster game based on the secondary issues that the Giants have.
It's been well established this week, Brian. You like what you see from the Giants?
Yeah, I do, and I think there's a bigger question you have to kind of ask yourself is who's going to play opposite Diggs tonight, because you're probably not going to have Kalen Carson play. So that means whoever is opposite him. Now they might put Jordan Lewis on the outside, and then what'll happen then is if they go to nickel packages, then Andrew Booth or Israel Mukuamu would come onto the field, and then Lewis would go inside. So if they could find a way, the Giants could find a way to match up your backup corner to the backup corner, on Neighbors, that could be a problem for you right there. They got Robinson, who's a good player as well as a receiver. I think the thing that bothers me too about this Giants offense, though, is they have they've played with Saquon Barkley before, but he's always kind of been injured and banged up. This Singletary, he might not be the level of Saquon Barkley, but the way he runs the football, his running style, the way he finishes, they got some pin and pull scheme to their offense. I kind of feel like that they're going to do everything in their power to protect their quarterback from having to throw the ball. And if Dallas doesn't play well in the run defense today, the Giants will just keep running the ball. And they know that they can't get into a game where all of a sudden they're, having to protect all day because of what Micah Parsons and those guys can do. So I think the Giants, and on the flip side of this, Giants were the top teams in the league in sacks. And you've got a rookie.
Their pass rush.
Yeah. You've got a rookie left tackle, you got a rookie center, and you've got a right tackle that at times is giving up a sack a game. And is that the situation that you really want to be into? Steele is at times has played very well, but you don't know when that sack's going to come. Is that going to be the one that gives up the ball right there? Does Dak get hit? Is a fumble in the pocket? But yeah, they've got two legitimate pass rushers, and they've got a defensive tackle or a nose tackle that has 3 sacks himself.
The 817 says all the Giants have to do is run Wildcat, and we probably lose. Richard in Fort Worth says Cowboys haven't played on a Thursday non-Thanksgiving opening night or a week after Thanksgiving game in years. Yeah, I don't know how much of a factor that is. I do believe being the road team on Thursdays just in general isn't helpful for winning.
They've played some road Thursday games.
Yeah, just never on a short week.
Not on a short week, yeah. The whole thing with I remember they went to Minnesota, I think, one year.
860, this will be the game the Cowboys win by a lot, and everyone gets delusional again.
Hope you're right.
Yeah, I hope so too, man.
Yeah, I mean, I just the thing Dallas has got to prove to me though that that they can stop the run and they can tackle. Now, that's been we put so much faith in this linebacking core, and when they miss tackles, I mean they're one of the top teams in the league when it comes to missing tackles.
214 is Frankie Funbags in Lancaster. He says Giants 28, Cowboys 23.
Frankie's a legend.
He is, dude. Okay, so keep those text messages coming in at 877-881-1053. It is a Cowboys game day here with you with the pregame coming up at 4:00. Where do you come out on the must-win portion of the conversation? That's a no doubt about it, right?
Yeah, I think that you don't want to go down that road if you find a way to lose this game. You really don't. I mean, now you talk about the questions and the, last week we had CeeDee Lamb that didn't talk. I'd be real interested to see how many guys in the locker room don't talk after this one if you don't win.
Yeah, I think if you don't win this, it's just confirmation. There's no saving it. Like your problems of the roster or whatever are fatal. Troy Aikman today said on his weekly radio show, the Cowboys need to change their bad culture. And I love that, line of talking. But he, what he was pointing at as his evidence, if players aren't doing their jobs, if they're not being professional, then, that means that your coaches aren't doing a good enough job teaching them, or the players don't think it's that important to learn it. You have an unfocused locker room full of dudes that are too busy doing other stuff to focus on the game. And, ultimately, Troy does point at the coaches, even though he also said maybe the players could help out here in being leaders internally. But this is what the coaches get paid to do, is get people on the same page and make sure they have a sense of urgency about it.
Yeah. I mean, just the accountability factor, and we've talked about it for a while, but I do think it starts at the top, and this is kind of Jerry in the front office reaping what they sow in terms of what they prioritize, which is flash and dollars and headlines, but it's not usually substantial playoff winning. And really efforting to do that.
Yeah, and I think they've had good culture in spite of that. But I would say they haven't had the championship culture.
Sure, like they've had good enough culture because they have good enough talent at times, and so their culture's as good as their talent, because when things are good, okay, it's easy. But once there's any sign of adversity, for the most part, within a game, within a season, you don't really have the confidence that they're going to be bouncing back.
Yeah. Orlovsky stirred it up this morning, saying he doesn't think anybody sets their quarterback up for failure more than the Cowboys do with Dak. I don't really trust, Orlovsky's analysis or his ability to look in the film and genuinely objectively break that down with due diligence. But it's definitely looking like that right now as the league trends in a way, giving quarterbacks an advantage. They're still kind of a man beat man scheme.
Well, you saw how much better the offense functions if you take Ezekiel Elliott off the field in the fourth quarter of that game the other day. If you find ways to the combination routes and the playing with some pace, maybe that's something that Dak needs to think about doing, or they need to think about it for Dak. Go ahead and kind of, if in those situations, if he's the one calling the offense, let him go. If you're gonna be better, if you're gonna move the ball, because the third and fourth quarter the other day they moved the ball pretty well, and it showed me some promise. But they've got to do that. They got to start games like that, and I don't know. I don't know if
that's interesting. That might be a key, though, that you mentioned taking Zeke off the field, open things up.
I think taking Zeke off the field and putting Hunter Lipke and Rico Dowdle on the field was a good thing for you in that game the other day. It gave you the little bit of it gave you some blitz pickup. It gave you a screen package if you wanted to go there. You could run a handoff out of that, and then you take with Deuce Vaughn, you could run those little inside routes, the Texas routes, throw him a screen. You have a little bit of an explosive player if you want to kind of mix things up. But Ezekiel Elliott's a liability in the game. He's a not a plus player on the field for you.
Yeah, and if I'm the front office, maybe I'm loyal to Zeke as well. But I feel like the narrative is established and it's building that if they fail, it's going to go on the coach's shoulders. Like that.
Oh, yeah. That's how it's all been set up. I mean, quarterback's locked up. Quarterback and coach are usually the ones, and your coach is now the one that has not gotten the vote of confidence from a contract standpoint. So Dak secure, everything's good, and Mike's the one that's going to be falling on the sword here.
Yeah.
And that's fair. It's totally fair. It's his offense that Dan Orlovsky is describing to you right now. And I don't know if there's any other quarterbacks that are being helped less than Dak, like Dan is alleging, but it's very obvious that Dak is not being helped as it pertains to the offense that he's in, the system, the concepts, the design, all of it. It is not one that helps its quarterback.
No,
it's crazy.
Not compared to other teams you watch.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to be a former scout or anything. You can watch games and see who finds ways to get their players open. who finds ways to run the football, who attacks defenses. Dallas, every time I watch Dallas play, I feel like it's just a fight to even get a first down.
Oh yeah.
I just feel like it's just a fight. There's no, but I mentioned the fourth quarter of that game the other day. You can win with that offense that played the other day. You absolutely can, with the way they were opening things up and the guys that were making plays. And your best player, CeeDee Lamb, had 1 catch for 9 yards. And you rallied back in that game with all your backup dudes.
I mean, this might seem laughable right now, but they did make some adjustments last year. I think it's crazy that you would go away from those adjustments that worked. But, maybe Mike McCarthy has something for us here in the next couple, 2-3 weeks, or at the bye. If they can win this game and the Steelers game without many adjustments to the offense, maybe the bye week, can have some answers for them. That might be, just hopeful at this point.
I mean, I would just love to know why you're going back and forth with things. Why does your offense look one way to start the season last year, then you fix it and it gets a lot better, and then it fizzles out, and then we start this season and it's right back to where you were square one at the start of last year, which is an offense that had to be fixed, and you're getting embarrassed in San Francisco on national television, and CD's throwing fits once again because he's not getting the ball, and now you have to revamp everything. Why is that? Why can't we just continue to add to what is working and not go right back to inches at a time in the passing game and no rushing attack to speak of?
I'd be a little worried right now too if they go another week without playing Dalvin Cook. That all of a sudden if someone comes along and says, we need a running back, and they poach him off your practice squad, I don't think Dalvin Cook is going to be real interested in staying around. They need to figure that out. There's starting to be some whispers about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame Dalvin Cook if he's disappointed after watching this run game. They won't bring me up. If they're not going to bring me up now, what are we waiting for? Just for a guy to get hurt?
Exactly.
Okay. The Cowboys are elevating Carl Lawson and the cornerback Amani Oruwariye.
If you say it however you're going to say it.
Yeah. I think I'm going with Oruwariye for tonight's game versus the Giants. With injuries to Kalen Carson and Marquise Bell, Cowboys need some defensive back help. So, your guy over there, Amani, gets the call. So, best of luck to those guys. But tough news without Kalen Carson. Is their cornerback, is that a big drop off from Kalen Carson to the depth?
Oh yeah. I mean, because all of a sudden the one thing that if they go the route where they play Jordan Lewis on the outside, I mean, he's your inside player. So now he's gonna have to be the starter, and he plays a ton of snaps because he's your nickel player. But him on the outside is not his cup of tea. That's where I feel like though that whoever has to man that spot, if it's Israel Mukuamu or Booth, and by the way, they're going to take a shot on you with Jalen Hyatt in this game. After what the
speedster,
after what the Saints, they have had some trouble connecting on a couple of those, but they've thrown them in games. And if they feel like they can get over the top of your safeties, what the Saints did with speed, absolutely are going to see one of those.
Okay, it is actually a double game day Thursday. Cowboys pregame's coming up at 4 o'clock. Rangers baseball pregame is on now over on KRLD-AM. That's 1080 AM with your guy Jared Sandler. Rocker's final start of his season, the last game ever at the Oakland Coliseum. It's historic. Eric Nadel tweeting earlier this afternoon, "I'm sad and angry and disappointed." And at first I thought he meant that because they're on KRLD and not the Fan. I did for about 2 seconds, and then I realized how passionate he is about baseball history and all of his memories in Oakland and stuff. So tune in. If you're looking for the Rangers, that's where you're going to want to be. Hopefully Kamar Rocker, throws like 6 innings and strikes out 18 dudes. That would be fantastic. We're back, Chief, with some college football. What do you say?
Yeah, let's do this thing. We have to question some Texas parenting, and we have a new transfer king in town next in the nation.
I need to chat with you, though, about my friends at Window Nation before we get there, though. The star of window replacement, the proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, they're back this football season with some incredible promotions. WindowNation.com/Cowboys. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. That's just to start you off. You'll make no payments and pay no interest for 2 years, though. And then the third part of this, if you fill your home with all energy-efficient windows, you'll get a customized...
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 8 minutes. Time to talk some college football here with the Chief. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. What do you got, Chief?
We got your college football Thursday Darty. That's what we got for you here in the G-Bag Nation, which is today's Cowboys Tailgate Show presented by the Low T Center, reinventing men's health. Now, we have a couple of college football items to get to here. The first of which, did you guys see, we don't have Carter with us here today, so he can't throw it up on the cam, but did you guys see the video of the young, like probably 5-year-old looking Texas fan little girl that was drinking a beer during the game on Saturday. Did you see that, Broadus?
No, I missed that one.
Missed that one? Yeah, this is there was
You said the LSU fan, I would have understood.
Yeah, well, that happens all the time. We're so numb to it now with the young child of LSU that do plenty of beer drinking, but wasn't used to seeing this. Apparently, the beer that was there was Michelob Ultra. You hating on it a little bit?
I'm just saying.
It's a little bit like water.
It's almost beer. She's all right.
If that's the beer that
baby, you
5-year-olds
can have one.
Just one if it's a Michelob.
It's a Michelob. You'll be okay, baby girl.
Yeah, it was surprising to see. That's for sure. And I think what happened was the kid just took it, like the mom didn't realize her beer was being taken by the young girl because the mom's a football lady. She's locked in on the game. It's Arch Manning's first start. All she's got is she's laser focused on a game day.
Baby girl downed it too. So she always had a taste for beer. The first time you have beer, you're like, oh my God, this is disgusting.
Yeah, the clip's like 20 seconds, and she goes into it like 3 or 4 times.
She's down in it, bro. She's got a taste.
She acquired that taste real quick. So, so a couple of fans in the row or two behind catch this, and then of course the video goes viral, and it happens so. It looks so natural for this little girl that it feels like this is something that is very regular. She's just sipping on her beer, watching some ball. Now, I don't know that I'm fully buying into that, but the parenting is certainly in question here in a big time way. You got to be careful. That's the hazards of bringing your kids to a big time game like that.
Yeah, you got to keep your head on a swivel. You never know what they're going to get into when they're sitting right next to you.
What's the appropriate age? Because Eric, you and I, we do the pregame show out in the concourse out there.
Oh yeah, the Miller
Lite
Plaza
area. I see a lot of. What's the age that you bring a child to a game?
An NFL game?
Yeah.
15.
Where are you, Chief?
Yeah, I was going to say at least 10. I'm thinking at least double digits. You know, it's not even consideration for me now with a 4.5-year-old.
Yeah, I was probably like maybe 8 years old when I went to my first Cowboy game.
Yeah, I was probably about the same, probably anywhere from 8 to 10.
I keep seeing like parents bringing like small children, like 1-2 years old.
That's hazardous.
Is it a whole family?
It's
that'll stress me out as a pops.
Me too.
It's mom, dad carrying baby into stadium with them. I mean, I don't know, man. Like 1 or 2 years old. Is that? I mean,
that's too much responsibility. I'm here to enjoy the game.
Yeah. But there were several times I meant to say something. I wasn't trying to be. I guess I was watchdogging parents.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, like, as they're going through the gate, I'm like, that kid's too young to be at this ballpark.
I know some parents really love doing things as a family, right? So if you're the dad and you're like, hey, we're going to the game, mom's like, I'm coming too, we're bringing the kids. This is a family outing.
Yeah.
Crap. You know, and as the dad.
Never mind then.
Yeah.
Let's just forget it. I'll sell them.
Watch it on TV.
I just can't. I mean, like, how do you enjoy the game with a child that small?
You don't.
You got to have the wife with you.
Yeah. You double the baggage.
I laughed too hard at that one. No, yeah, but I think that's the only way that I know that's possible, Brian.
That's why you have to make it a big deal on the nights where you are away from the kids with wherever you are. You know, recently went to a concert with my wife, and I was constantly reminding her because she was saying like, "Man, I wish we had the kids like on the way there," and then while we were there and on the way home, I was like, "Now you understand why, right? Like, now that you've experienced it, no, having the kids would have been a disaster. You have to reinforce that after every good outing without the kids." Just as that friendly reminder to Mama Bear.
There you go.
Because they have that attachment, you know?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, you know who doesn't have attachment to any program is formerly now USC's Bear Alexander, this defensive lineman. And Jared was just texting me so much last night. He's a huge USC fan. He was freaking out. He's losing one of these guys. The portal is after everybody now. And so Bear Alexander is a defensive lineman who has done a ton of transferring in his time. And now I believe we get to call him the transfer king. Because if you go all the way back to high school, this is a Texas kid, Terrell High School in 2018. Then he's at Skyline in 2019. Then he's at Denton High in 2020. So he is just cycling through local DFW programs. Then he goes to the IMG Academy. In Florida. Now, Nick Harris points out that actually before he went there to Florida, he had a brief stint at Fort Worth Brewer before the UIL ruled him ineligible. So there's really another one in the mix there before he goes to Florida. Then he signs with Georgia as, out of high school to college. He's there for 2022. Then he's at USC. Now he's 3 games into his second year at USC, and he's self-redshirting and punting on the season and going back into the portal. So this is just where we are now. Dudes are doing ridiculous things as it pertains to it, but this guy's used to it, man. This guy is sort of just he's a mercenary player, has been since high school.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think about this? Dave Portnoy, he's putting his money where his mouth is. He's the president of Barstool Sports, and he's saying that he's willing to pay up to $3 million a year to NIL to the quarterback if it's an elite quarterback. Each year, he's willing to pay $3 million. He's like, hey, I will pay the salary for our quarterback.
He's a Michigan
guy.
He's a Michigan guy.
You.
Yeah.
So he wants Michigan to have an elite quarterback every year, and he's willing to put $3 million on it NIL style.
I love it.
This is what you need. You need guys to step up like this.
He needed to be a UNLV alum is what he needed to be.
Yeah.
Kind of help them out a little bit.
The only thing is if you're going to do the deal with Portnoy, you got to be a little bit careful because he will take to microphones if you're not the elite quarterback he thinks he's supposed to be paying for. You got to be careful. He's the type of guy. He's the booster, okay, and the check's still going to clear.
But he's an outspoken booster.
He's going to be lashing out into microphones that go viral constantly.
Yeah. Is $3 million enough to guarantee you have a top quarterback?
I don't know. Maybe it's enough to just pitch in at least.
Yeah, I was told by my buddy who works for one of the universities as a general manager. He told me if you had between $18 and $23 million total payroll, you could have a top 10 program.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, so we need to between 18. So $3 million would seem pretty much in line, and then you got to kind of figure out everybody else.
Man, colleges got it made, don't they? They're charging like $50,000 a year per student, or $20,000 if you're in state. They get all the TV revenue, and now they have their graduates paying their players for them. They don't even have to pay their own labor. Oh, it's genius. And maybe they keep it up. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Here we go. Yeah, that is wild. I got randos paying the salaries now. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, sorry, guys. We're broke. Can anybody pay our quarterback for us?
It's crazy.
Well, it just speaks to the rabid nature of college football fandom.
Yes.
Dudes are willing to be like, sure, I'll foot the bill. Give me a good product.
I mean, for years, victims of crimes have refused to press charges because they want the players eligible.
Yeah.
I love those stories. Mostly out of the SEC, Brian. You know that.
Oh,
It just means more.
Yeah, it just means more.
Man, people would have lost their minds if that little girl was drinking Steel Reserves.
Yeah.
Boy, people would have lost their minds.
Yeah.
Get that child right now in the name of the Father. Bring
Child
him.
abuse.
Steel Reserve, bro.
That's the one seed, huh?
I'm telling you, bro. That little baby was holding the Steel Reserve.
Yeah.
40.
Yeah.
Head back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Worse than a buzz ball. What about double fisting buzz balls?
Man, buzz balls, they used to be so amazing to me. That cream one pause.
It looked good. I'll never
that
forget
pina
when you gave
colada
that to
one.
me.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, yeah. They done changed the recipe on it. They done stepped on the recipe. I say that respectfully. All right, our winner right here in G-Back the Day, I think this is day 3. Day 3 for Aries Spears, comedian Aries Spears, or a.k.a. the Gooey Raccoon. He was on Sage Steele's show, showing off his skills. He was showcasing skills.
What's your best impersonation? Your favorite.
Anything that's new feels like a new child. But I love Tony Soprano because one, it's a white guy, Italian, and nobody expects you to do that. Ask me a question.
Tony, what did you do with the body?
Like, doesn't matter what I did with the body. All the guys are gonna bury it. Show, Pussy, Christopher. They know their position. I'm from the King of New Jersey. I run a underbush. Uncle Junior, Johnny Shack. Man, you can bury it behind a big. It doesn't matter. It goes where the say it goes.
Oh my God. Like, I'm watching your mouth when you do it. Is that the key? Like,
Yeah, like I said, notes. Tony is ish. Talk about my sister Janish. Uncle Junior, Johnny Shack. So then you gotta have that metal and AJ. We go down to Subios, Artie, the Kabukas. He's got the better guy with the gravy.
that's a different language you just spoke.
Yo, bro. Yo. Oh, my God. I'll have to find a new section if I was sitting next to him and he was doing that in the club. Trying to impress girls. I'm like, yo, I'm sitting somewhere else.
Yeah.
Bukas, huh?
This dude's going to be bogarting all the women.
Yeah, he's going to be doing too much. Carlos Pena. He was in the Detroit Tigers broadcast booth calling his shots, picking his spots.
I wouldn't be surprised right here if Rodriguez comes back with the slider. And Torkelson's got a beat on it.
Yes, he does! Somebody alert NASA!
Bada bing.
Called it.
Called it.
What else we got for you boys? Hey, New York, big city of dreams. Everything in New York ain't always what it seems. This video was so disrespectful. West Coast dudes coming over there just knocking down the buildings with their feet in New York, just kicking them down.
I love it.
Them Jerry curls and them pressing perms, just kicking down buildings. So disrespectful.
30 years later, those West Coast guys looking pretty justified in their beef with Puffy, if you ask me. All making more sense now.
Stop it. Oh my God.
You know, after a while, I was like, holy cow. No wonder they were so mad at him.
Hey, you know, Puffy comes from like gangsterism.
Does he?
His father was a real life New York City gangster. Got headshotted out there. Damn. Like a real New York City gangster. He's second generation gangster.
Puffy's gangster with a Y in there.
You need to stop. Hey, speaking of that, they think RJ Choppy said orgy.
Okay.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up in that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com.
Or Jeep.
What? What was the vehicle? That what? Read that again, that line.
Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep.
Okay, let's go back. I want to hear it. Could you hear it?
I thought I heard it.
Okay, yeah, I thought I heard it too. Let's see.
Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up in that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com.
Let's have a Ram orgy.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Speaking of that, yesterday was a church day. Yeah, Sean did heard it.
What'd you say? Hold on.
Wait, read
Stop everything. What'd you say? Read the line again. Read it again.
Stop your life spot right now.
Stop right now. You just don't care. You don't care like I do. He doesn't focus. Yeah. Why do you even read the emails, you idiot?
And RJ be like, huh? The whole time. What do you mean? It's amazing. He just rolls off of RJ's back, dog.
Does not care.
What? I don't know. All right, let's go. Look, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing out here, y'all. We need it. September is not playing. September is not playing. We need these blessings. Shout out to my blessing giver, Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes, and Reverend Ike. I got the dualities going on right here. One's for my mind, one's for my money. We got an uncle that crashed out at a funeral.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I believe he's laying down his beloved mother. He's tired about all the gossip and everything from the family and friends.
Oh, yeah, it's the worst.
So he calls him out.
You know that. Y'all know me. You ain't like you ain't never met me before. You know that. You know I'm mad as hell right now.
Right there. Yeah, all right.
All right,
I'm sorry. Yeah. I hope you don't get me later on for saying that, Lord.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Because I want y'all to know, I'm gonna take these glasses off so you can see my eyes and know I'm not playing.
It's all right there.
I'm not playing now. I talk to my mom daily. And listen to me clear. I heard everything everybody said about me for not rushing down here. Listen to me, man. You got a problem with me? Meet me in the parking lot right now.
Yeah,
I ain't playing, but listen, I'm not that mad like that. I'm just letting you know you can't see me in the parking lot. All my brothers is here. I got Rellies. I got VJ up there. I got Drake, everybody. I got my boy Crack, Uncle P's here.
Crack.
I tell him to stay in the house. Meet me in the parking lot if you got a problem with me, man. Whoever it is. Hold on, Spoon. Hold on. I'm not mad like that. I'm just saying. Hold on, Spoon. I've been waiting to say this, man.
Hold on, Spoon.
Yeah, hold on, Spoon.
Let that man cook, bro. Let that man
lifelong
cook.
friends there.
Come on, Spoon.
That was getting real good.
By the way, anybody named Spoon got that pistol on them.
Okay.
They got a little pearl handle somewhere, something like that. Spoon got a pistol.
All right.
Crack might too. Crack my too, man. Don't charge nobody up at the funeral. All right, man. That's it, Dawson.
There he goes, Lucius, with your
Hey,
G-Bag
do you guys
today.
have any idea where I should watch the Cowboys game? It is getting difficult to watch a Cowboys game, especially on a Thursday when it's on Amazon.
Amazon Prime.
Now, I have Amazon at the crib, and I can watch it at the crib, but I want to watch it in an establishment. I want to share this experience with other people.
Is that standard now? Do all the bars have Amazon?
I don't see it like that. I
that's a
don't
good question.
see it like that.
That's a good question.
Isn't it because
Maybe take the Fire Stick with you?
Hey, y'all, plug this up. I got you.
Is it because
Keep the party going. It's on me tonight.
MVP.
It'd
That'd
be
be
like
the MVP.
because it's a local team, isn't it like they could put it on local channels?
I hope so.
Oh,
bro.
that's a good question.
Okay, yeah, that might happen.
Maybe.
CBS 11?
That might
Maybe.
happen. That
because
might happen.
because they're the official home of the Cowboys. So I think that maybe you can watch them on CBS
I
11.
hope so. I'm trying to find a spot so I can put my feet up and watch the game, bro.
I think you got a beat of it,
Some
dude.
good service. Okay, B-Dubs is usually pretty clutch. Is it our champ Ari Spears looking for two with this Tony Soprano impression? Carlos Pena at the Tigers booth calling the shots. He's the Tony Romo of baseball. RJ Choppy or Jeep. Uncle crashes out of the funeral. I enjoyed that Uncle crashing out, Chief. I'm going to vote for that.
I'm going to give it to the champ.
Lucius?
Yeah, Unc standing on straight business.
Brian?
Champ.
By a score of 2-2, we have a
is on
tie.
Fox 4. Oh, the game is on Fox 4.
Fox
There you
4,
go,
there we
Texas.
All right,
Opens
there
up
we
my
go.
chances. Opens up my spots.
There we go. All right.
Open up at G-Bag Nation on your X app right now. We'll create an Insta poll. You can vote on who the G-Bag of the Day champion is. You decide when we're tied. Okay, coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. Little sports hodgepodge looks like, Chief.
Yes, sir. In Oakland, goodbye. The only way the incompetent A's can do it. Next here in the nation. But, ladies and gentlemen, I woke up this year, 30 years old, 3 kids. I had done no financial planning. But right now, you and me, we can all take control of our financial future thanks to Trajan Wealth. That's right. That's our trusted partner for all of our financial needs.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative, I'm Listening. As a dedicated mental health advocate, it is my great honor to again be hosting this awesome 2-hour special, along with Dr. Alfie and Katie Neal, as we engage in this very meaningful conversation.
This is Kevin Hagelin, and I care immensely about having mental health discussions and supporting folks who are suffering. Odyssey does too, and that's why they have their 2-hour I'm Listening special this Sunday on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All righty, welcome back, Nation. Here's the chief with that sports hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Wait, did we get a ruling on G-Bag of the Day? We get our champion?
My bad. I was checking out Cowboy tweets here, seeing if anything was developing. We got Uncle Crash Out winning with 61% of the votes.
Wow, new champ alert.
Yeah.
Big time. Wow. Okay.
I bet the repass was popping. You know what I mean? That was a funeral. Then now you have to go eat after that with everybody that was just there. Oh, man, the conversation. Where's Unc at?
Yeah,
the parking lot, probably.
He became the star of the show.
Smelling like straight liquor.
It's the Cowboys tailgate show here in the G-Bag Nation, presented by the Low T Center, reinventing men's health. All right, plenty of things to get to here on a Cowboys game day, which is very, very exciting. Hey, has anybody watched the Vince McMahon documentary yet?
I'm on episode 3.
Okay, how are we feeling about it?
It's really good.
Yeah?
Yeah. I can't believe he signed up to do it.
Every clip I see is just him saying something, and then the B-roll or the narrator or another interview coming right after him and basically saying the exact opposite.
Yeah, I got to give it to him. He's a hell of a businessman, though. I got to give it to him on that, bro. His business acumen is insane. Like, he really brought this wrestling thing up front to us.
Yeah.
Other than that, it just would have been a backyard thing or, like they said, cigar smokers and beer drinkers. But now it's for the family.
And he was all up in
it. And he's the one that made that happen.
And all the storylines and stuff.
Yeah, no, he is so good at what he does. Now, when it comes to the nefarious things that are still being, revealed to us. But he did sign up to do this documentary before all that stuff came out.
Oh, wow.
So they added it to it.
Got him.
After he signed the deal and said, let's do it.
That's a KNC masterpiece, ultimate backfire, if I've ever heard one.
It sounded like he put together a hell of a freak off, too, if I'm being honest. I haven't seen the show, but what I've gathered.
Oh, yeah, I bet his freak offs could go toe-to-toe with just about anybody's.
Yeah.
But apparently at one point during the documentary, Stone Cold Steve Austin, in regards to CTE, just says point blank, I'm not a CTE guy, just don't believe in it.
Okay.
End quote. So
it's on brand.
That's pretty wonderful.
Steve's my guy.
Clearly doesn't know who Antonio Brown is. Like, has no idea that guy's ever existed.
Yeah, he's walking Exhibit A.
If that's going to be the take that you have here, my goodness, Stone Cold Steve Austin. But hey, to each his own. Now we have the final game at the Coliseum today with our Rangers going on right now on the AM side here, 1080. But the A's, they're going out in spectacular fashion, because you'll see one person who is an employee there. One of their full-time employees posted his discount code for all fans to use at their final home games here.
Nice.
He just screenshotted his Oakland A's QR code and put it out there for all to enjoy. 30% off food and beverages, and I would presume something with the gift shop as well. So doing the Lord's work there, just the final day, I guess, because what you don't work there anymore.
He's probably not moving to Sacramento with him.
This is your last day of school.
Yeah,
you're throwing your papers into the sky.
Yeah.
You don't care anymore.
You're probably not going to Sacramento with the team.
Everybody's got a bleep ownership type of vibe going. You're an absolute hero at this point for what you've done.
Yeah, dude. This is what Broadus?
No, I was just thinking about ownership. Did you get to see the halftime of the Atlanta game with Arthur Blank get inducted into the Ring of Honor?
No, I didn't see the actual festivities. Was it hilarious? Did he introduce himself?
It was funny because like I think it was Warwick Dunn, I think was the one that put the jacket on him and stuff like that. And it was he comes out and it's like all this big, the lights go down and all this and the spotlight.
It's a whole show.
And he takes off his jacket, he puts on the red jacket, and God, it was quite a show.
Was anybody cheering?
You know what? It was one of those things where we were at the
ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
Here he is, the man you've been waiting to see.
We were on the Cowboys. We were on the Cowboys post-game show. So like they were I didn't get to hear the sound, but the way that he came out was hilarious. I was just thinking about you guys, and this guy inducted himself into his own Ring of Honor. That was awesome,
dude. It's so good, and he did the right thing, though. I would imagine he got a pretty good ovation of sorts because of what he did on the front end, sort of bribing the fan base with free concession items, free refills on the souvenir cup, which
go.
is Broadus would have gone to the game just for the free souvenir cup.
I'm having a free beer night that night if I'm the owner.
See, that's taking it up a whole other notch. That you're going to get the longest, loudest, most rabid standing ovation any owner's ever gotten for his own Ring of Honor induction.
Oh, he just did it on a Sunday night game against Kansas City.
It's a big one, all eyes. He was like, maybe Taylor Swift will be there for this.
Maybe it's an all-out, yeah.
This is funny, though, with Robert Kraft, bitching about not being in the Hall of Fame like Jerry.
Yeah.
Blank putting himself in the Ring of Honor. It's just these guys are pathetic.
Well, that's the next step. If you put yourself in the Ring of Honor, then you're going into the Hall of Fame, right? And that kind of what they.
I think as an owner, you have to wait to get the Hall call before you have the Ring of Honor at your own spot. Otherwise, it looks self-serving and weird. You got to wait for it posthumously, I think.
I'm 100% in agreement with you on that.
By the way, Kamar Rocker did allow one hit in the first inning, no strikeouts, but he got all the three other guys out with fly balls and a line drive.
Nice, dude. I wonder if he's thrown with the same type of gas here.
Well, he looks like to me a lot of off speed, and he can't locate it. It's kind of a lot of balls that are down. The slider he has.
Yeah.
That's a lot of.
Bochy said
a lot of blocking going on.
Bochy's yelling, "Get your balls up! Get your balls up!"
Yeah, exactly.
You can see it from the screen.
Yeah, he's exactly what he's yelling. Get your balls up. Yep.
It's line one.
Speaking of ball issues, the Shohei Ohtani ball catcher is now in the midst of a lawsuit because the 18-year-old who alleges the ball was in his firm grasp first and then had it unethically taken from him. The footage is just not.
Is it grainy like Zapruder film?
It's not going to be conclusive. It's just going to be
the ball in grasp.
Call on the field stands.
Yeah.
Sorry, kid.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a local rule that gives him some sort of an out, but I would need video evidence as a lawyer to even entertain taking the kid's case. I just call him a P word and kick him out. You got manhandled, son. There's no video evidence. Get the hell out of my office.
I bet you Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer, would take that case.
I'll kick his ass. He took the ball out your hand. I'll kick his ass.
I got this hammer. We'll hit it. We'll hit him.
Call me right now. So bitch.
You too much of a P word to handle it yourself. I'll be the older brother you've always needed. Well, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Flagtober starts Saturday. Entire schedule 105 through thefan.com/events. We have Cowboys game day Twitter coming up at 3:20. We'll tell you about the recent activations and the buzz going into today's 4 o'clock pregame. Shortly after 7 o'clock, they'll kick off against the Giants. NFL News Today is usually brought to you by Woolchuck. He's still sick. Makes his return tonight for the postgame show. Chief, what do you have in store for him?
Well, we continue to get your body ready for kickoff tonight. And, of course, we have our Jim Harbaugh football guy quote of the day brought to you by Jim Harbaugh himself next year in the nation.
We have Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge, 11 of them here in North Texas. They have the menu to match. Pair any of their made from
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. You're now just an hour away from the Cowboys pregame. Kickoff coming up in a little bit over 4 hours here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. We'll get you the very latest on America's team coming up in Cowboys Twitter at 3:20. Broadus has Krusty's Corner at 3:40. That's going to take you right into the Cowboys pregame show with Chiafalo and Broadus. And it's time now for an edition of the NFL news of the day. Here's Chief for Wolchuk.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. We have a Cowboys game day upon us here. The last time the Giants beat Dak, Malik Neighbors was 13 years old. He was in middle school.
Wow, how old is he now? 20?
I think he's probably probably 21. Probably 21.
I'll tell you that. Hold on.
Daniel Jones was a sophomore at Duke.
Turned 21 July 28th.
21.
21 in 2 months, just about.
Yep, 21.
Last time the Giants beat Dak Prescott in a football game, Victor Cruz was still on the roster.
I mean, I could salsa with the best of them.
Oh, my gosh. I'd like to think he's somewhere salsa's dancing right now. He was incredible with that. So it's been a long time, but we saw Dan Orlovsky and what he said, calling out the Cowboys offense for what it is, saying that they from a scheme and design standpoint, philosophically, they are handcuffing their abilities and making things as tough on their quarterback as possible. No quarterback is being helped less by his play caller than Dak Prescott, according to Dan Orlovsky. Now, what he was really talking about there is just the way they're going about like play action. They're 18th in the NFL in play action rate. They're 29th in the league as it pertains to motion at the snap. They are tied for 25th in screen plays run, and they're 29th in yards per rush. So those were the stats that he was looking at that brought him to that conclusion. You can watch the game and feel the same way, but like the play action stuff and no motion, it's very unimaginative.
Yeah, I mean, it's the absolute worst of what you could want from your team if you're paying attention to the kind of plays that can give you an advantage. It's almost impossible to drop an offense this crappy, considering how much information is available to you on how these things are slitting your own throat.
Yeah, it's maddening, and I for the life of me just can't really understand what the thinking is. I would love to get truth serum from McCarthy on just what is your plan here?
After New Orleans, he talked about how a lot of teams are choosing to run the Shanahan offense, but there's a downside to it that makes them go away from it. And I would love to explore that more. It's like, okay, you don't want to do motion. Oh, okay, I could maybe see that if you don't believe that you guys are going to execute it well. But then to not throw the ball downfield and try to get chunk plays, to not work play action, all of these things are clearly the indicators. The only thing I could look at is their obsession with going into 2023 with not throwing the ball away, and how Jason Garrett was the same way. Like, let's just stay close until the fourth quarter. And it's antiquated thinking by coaches who have the game's passed them by, I think, is the only explanation. You have a front office that's not looking into it hard enough. They trust the coaches. They happen to have a coach that they believe is credible because he's won a Super Bowl in the past,
Yes.
But they don't realize how much the game has changed because they're just enjoying a billionaire lifestyle.
Yeah, and so that ultimately is the root of the problem, and that's super annoying, but hey, #rooted. Travis Hunter is now having to dismiss Richard Sherman because of the takes that Richard Sherman is giving about Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter, the all-world two-way player, receiver, and corner for the Colorado Buffaloes, surefire top 5 pick in the upcoming NFL draft, and he is fully intending on still being the two-way player that he is in college into the NFL. That's his plan. So
Sherman's saying you can't do it.
No, exactly. Sherman's like, this is not something that is sustainable to be able to be a full-time two-way player. He said as a wide receiver, he's just sort of bland. He says that he's much more of a corner in his mind. He looks more natural there at the corner.
Well, I mean, whatever you're best at, I could see them having a package for you on the other side of the field because your talent is so immense. Could you be on the dime? Could you be the fourth corner in case somebody gets hurt? I think there's all sorts of ways you could layer that in. Impossible to play 60 snaps on both sides of the ball, I believe.
Yeah.
Like defending at cornerback for the team's first or second best wide receiver for an entire 3 hours, you're exhausted. You're spent. I don't care if you are Travis Hunter at 21 years old.
Yeah, I'm with you. Broadus, what feels more likely or what would make more sense? A full-time corner being sprinkled into offense or a full-time wide receiver being sprinkled into defense?
Corner into offense.
Corner into that's my thinking on it.
Yeah.
I remember the Patriots doing with was it Troy Brown, who was a receiver for them, but then would also have to play some DB.
Yep.
Just out of necessity, late in his career is an insane thing, and it's just a Patriots, Bill Belichick kind of mind bleep to consider. But
you could be more selective and plan it if you were plugging them in on offense here and there.
Right, because you get to really dictate things more offensively, so you get to decide exactly when you want him. Defensively, if you have him in certain packages, then you're waiting for those opportunities instead of being able to really just force the issue. So I would be in agreement there, full-time corner with a dash of offense.
And Richard Sherman was a really good wide receiver prospect in his amateur career. He switched like halfway through at Stanford, right? Or maybe after his freshman year.
Yes, at some point in Stanford, he went from being a wide receiver to a corner. So he would have as fair of a perspective as anybody, sort of. But we know that Travis Hunter has Prime, his coach, in his corner. Now, Trevor Lawrence is playing such bad football now that Jaguars fans are wondering if it was actually Trevor Lawrence that was the problem and who ruined Urban Meyer Wiener instead of the other way around.
Maybe this is like Epstein Island Trevor Lawrence,
Yeah, I'm like, dude, it's a bridge too far for me to go, but I understand he's playing so bad. He's playing so bad right now. The regression is so real. It's a very interesting, and they just paid him. So I mean, he's gonna be fine. There's plenty of these quarterbacks that can say that for themselves. Heck, Daniel Jones can say that for himself. No business to be having the contract that he has, and we might be learning that about Trevor Lawrence as well. I mean, the idea that you give him the contract and then he just completely bottoms out. What is going on here? Yeah. And who wants to sign up for the reclamation of this? Doug Peterson is as his seat is as hot as it gets here.
They're
Trevor
not coming
Lawrence
back from this.
Crazy.
No, the job is so demanding. It's so difficult that I think once some guys get the bag, maybe it started with Jay Cutler. Like, the money is so insane now that if you don't love it and are driven to be great, it's overwhelming. You're sick of the criticism. You're sick of the expectations and disappointment. Deshaun Watson has failed. Carson Wentz has failed. RG3 has failed. You know, like it's common, you know, to be able to play great football and then suddenly be horrible. And maybe Trevor Lawrence never got there. You know, they were just hoping he was showing enough signs that they should give him the bag.
He had, last year was not a good year, but the year before that, the last half of the season, it was kind of like what Jordan Love did last year, where everything was like, oh my goodness, you're leading the league in a lot of categories, and you're looking like you had the breakthrough. You've taken that next step, you've leveled up, and you are now showing all of the things that we thought you could be when you were Trevor Lawrence, one of the most hyped up draft prospects we've seen in a long time. But that was 8 or 9 game stretch, and then you didn't see much of that last year, and now it feels like it's even worse. So it's a weird thing. It really is. Now, I wanted to play this story. This is from Mike Silver, who was on with Sean and RJ this morning. He's got a football book coming out, and it has a lot to do with some of the new age offensive thinking and the coaches that are involved in that. So it's Shanahan, and it's Matt LaFleur, and it's Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, all these guys. And remember, they were all together in Washington some years ago with RG3 and stuff. This is Mike Silver telling a story about now Packers head coach, who, for my money, this point in the season, that's your coach of the year. He's looking like a super beast with what he's doing with Malik Willis. We saw what he did with Jordan Love last year, but this is a young Matt LaFleur on the staff of Washington, and they're on the flight home. Chris Cooley, veteran tight end, playing a little prank on him.
LaFleur's like kind of sensitive. It's funny, like, you know, he's obviously gotten hardened, but in the book there's this scene in the Redskin days where Chris Cooley, their star tight end, decides on a flight, you know, I'm going to play a prank. So he passes out pencils and paper to every player on the plane and says, we're doing a poll. We're going to rank the assistant coaches in terms of who we like the most. And, of course, it's a fake poll, but he goes through all the motions. And then he announces the results, and he announces that LaFleur is the second least popular assistant coach. And word is that his eyes welled up with tears. He was so bummed out that he was hated that much by his players. Wasn't actually true, but Cooley's prank definitely landed.
My goodness, man. And Walchuk has talked about LaFleur being a guy that just looks like he's always on the verge of tears. Walchuk's always had this thing about LaFleur in his face just being a guy who comes across a little bit emotional, a little bit sensitive. And I guess Chris Cooley knew that about him. And that's the type of the locker room stuff. And now he's the head coach. I mean, he has to have sort of hardened a little bit over the last decade or so to be able to now he's leading the locker room. He's not being poked at. But I can understand why he would be a little bit down on himself. I want to know who was first in that, though. How did the guy respond who was jokingly the first most hated assistant coach?
McVay.
I think that was McVay. McVay's got too much confidence to even care.
You can't put him as the first guy, right? Though it probably wasn't a first. They probably just saying he was the second most.
And they left off who the most hated is.
They said, well, you're not as hated as somebody else, you know. But in real life, there really wasn't somebody more hated.
Well, I'll tell you the guy that I love right now from the coaching standpoint is Jim Harbaugh. He continues to just always bring it strong, and his safety, Derwin James, is now under a 1-game suspension for repeat violations of the NFL safety rules. Keeps doing these illegal hits, leading with the crown of his helmet or whatever. And so he had a hit over the weekend versus Pittsburgh, and now he's out for the game on Sunday, just in time to take on the Kansas City Chiefs. But here's Jim Harbaugh with the football guy quote of the day, because he is not necessarily a fan of what the NFL is trying to do with some of the safety stuff.
Exactly what you would want somebody that what the league is trying to what the league is trying to get to, which is take the head out of the game. But you can never really take the head out of the game because it's in between the two shoulders.
I mean, it's really impossible to.
That sounds like something Jameis Winston would say.
Yeah, it does.
Very profound.
They were made for each other, weren't they? Holy smokes.
He was like, crap, I'm going to say something that might get me in trouble right here. What's the most generic thing I can say about the head right now?
How can I
can't do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that it's stupid or a horrible idea. It's just between two shoulders.
It's just anatomically, it's not possible. We do have some injury updates here from a football standpoint. You have Bijan Robinson listed as a limited participant in today's practice. He's got a shoulder issue. Lions tight end. I'm sorry?
They're trying to run him too much.
Now they're swinging the pendulum.
I don't know.
Way.
I don't know if the injury is related, but their run game doesn't work that good. And every time they run, it's like, dude, just throw it.
Yeah,
they have much better weapons in the passing game. Maybe they don't have the offensive line yet to take advantage of Bijan.
Well, their line was supposed to be good.
Yeah,
but I don't think they've lived up to what they were supposed to be, at least to this point. Lions tight end Sam Laporta not practicing today due to his ankle injury, so that'll be something to monitor. That'll be a fun Monday Night Football deal going down. Now we also have news in regards to Caleb Williams. Our man has purchased his first home in Lake Forest, Illinois. How much do you think it ran him?
I wouldn't be putting down major roots. It is a good time to be buying a home. Let me say $3 million.
So he's in Lake Forest. That's where I think their complex is. I'm going to say that's going to be about a $2.8 million home.
Wow. You guys really undershot the capabilities of our guy here.
Oh, no, he go about 9.
Big?
12.9. 12.9.
This thing Michael Jordan's place.
This is luxurious.
Michael Jordan was just able to get a buyer for that old spot he had for a long time.
They finally got one?
Got a buyer. We don't know if it's sold yet.
Yeah.
Well, this one is apparently sold. $12.9 million. He came correct with it. 3 acres he's got.
Nice.
It's going to feature great landscaping gardens, private beach access.
Wow.
6 bedrooms. 7 bathrooms. So he's not going full Mr. Unlimited with the bathrooms, but that's a pretty fair share.
You can call that a beach.
I guess.
Lakefront? Isn't it lakefront?
Yeah, it's lakefront.
Yeah.
That's not a real beach. Like lake beaches are rocky and weird dirt, kind of muddy.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at here.
Okay. Yeah.
That's how I describe what his front yard looks like there.
Those northern lake beaches are very disappointing.
Very cool water.
Feels kind of like you're stepping in duck poop.
Yeah,
oh, that's the worst. That really is the worst. Classical brickwork, intricate slate roofing.
That sounds nice.
A grand hallway, a spacious living room, a gourmet kitchen, a formal dining room, and a lavish master suite. Additional amenities include a modern infinity pool overlooking the lake. You'll have home theater, fitness center. He's got an ice rink in there, dude.
He's got a nail salon.
You'd like to think one of those 6 bedrooms is going to be turned into
nails
one.
will be running out of that.
Yeah.
And my dude's got an ice rink in there.
Oh, some hockey games.
Yeah, I don't know how much.
Kids will love that.
That would be kind of fun if you had an ice rink at your house and you had a bunch of drinking and you go out, let's play some hockey.
Oh, gee, that's an accident.
Yeah, you got to sign a waiver first. In my career.
Man, I mean, everybody.
Broken wrist, broken hip.
Everybody put on the gear. Let's go. We're going to have a hockey game out back.
Yeah, it's pretty hazardous.
Yeah.
It's pretty hazardous to have the ice skating rink.
Okay, well, what else would you have the ice skating rink for?
Yeah, other than
Curling?
just drunken skating with your friends. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But that's why. That's why
that was a
why
rich
it's
hockey
hazardous.
dad trying to get his kids into hockey. You know.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah,
and then he had
rich
to punt
hockey
on the
dad.
house, and
Yeah.
Caleb Williams was like, "All right, I can do something with this here."
I could see that.
Heck of a crib though for him. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, I don't know what I'd turn that into. Maybe an indoor soccer center. That'd be pretty fun. I don't know if I'm Caleb Williams. I want to be dropping $12 million. Those can be hard to flip. You know, I'm thinking like
Michael Jordan,
like a $900,000 house.
Yes.
You know, in a couple of years, when if this isn't working out, I could easily sell that. It's not going well. 2 touchdowns, 4 picks. Have you watched him play much? Have you seen much Caleb Williams?
It's been a struggle.
He looks rattled. I don't think there's a saving that.
His receiver's gonna kill him. You see him sitting on the sideline? Keep that. His receiver's gonna choke him out one day, bro.
Yeah. His energy is not necessarily the best, but he's not getting much help. The offensive line sucks, play caller sucks, so he's doing what he can here. I'm not losing my mind if I'm a Bears Caleb Williams guy, but they're going to have to clean house and get him somebody that knows what he's doing.
Let's put a new flag in your house, a new G-Bag Nation 2024 Whataburger flag. The entire schedule is up, 105throughthefan.com/events, as this Saturday, 2 days from today, is Tour Day DFW, and every year on this day, we make a big old lap around North Texas and hand out G-Bag flags to you. Thanks to Southern Leisure Spas and Patio for sponsoring this year's event and Whataburger for hosting. And we're back with the Game Day Cowboys Twitter here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. If you're heading out, maybe you're heading to work, maybe you're heading home from work already. Looks like we got quite a bit of traffic lining up already, people wanting to get home and get set for the game. Well, if you'd rather be driving in a new vehicle, it's time to call D&M Leasing. They can make it happen. You know, a new vehicle will make you happy. It's dependable, got the latest and greatest safety features, the best tech. You know, not only the heated seats, you can get air-conditioned seats. So when the hot summers are hitting you, you just kick those bad boys in, and it's quite luxurious. You know, and D&M Leasing has access to any make, any model. All you have to do is call them and tell them which one you want, tell them what you're trading in, and they'll deliver the brand new vehicle to you. Maybe at halftime tonight, maybe tomorrow, home or office, wherever you want it, D&M Leasing will deliver. 972 or 817-35 lease. And if you're not sure exactly what you want, they can walk you through the best models, the makes and models and all that, and the best values that are available to you, who has the best manufacturer rebates right now. They'll fit the perfect vehicle with the perfect payment for you and your family's needs. D&M, the easy lease. It's award-winning. I have 3 in my driveway every night. That's how big of a fan I am of D&M. Again, 972 or 817-35 lease. Go to dmautaleasing.com.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Lincoln Park from Zero World Tour. Live in Arlington, Globe Life Field, Friday, November 8th, with special guests, Bad Omens, Gene Dawson, and Helmet. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey fellas, it's Sean Shreve. If you're wondering why you don't have the same energy you used to have, you're not alone. It may be caused by low testosterone. Testosterone therapy, or TRT, can help you get back to being you. Guys have different levels. We're not all the same. Go see the medical experts in testosterone at the Low T Center. They provide advanced therapy with personalized treatments with over a decade of experience. It all starts with a simple test, and you get your results fast. So go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment online. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Plan dinner at Whole Foods Market. Get no antibiotics ever beef chuck roast and stew meat for 25% off with Prime through October 1st. Pair this tender cut with mashed potatoes for the ultimate comfort dish. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how you doing?
Doing great, babe. It's the last call on all remaining 2024 fleet and commercial vehicles. To stay number one in the world, we're offering our best model year-end savings ever.
That sounds like a great way for business owners to save on new vehicles. What about your selection?
We have hundreds of work-ready vehicles on the ground. Box trucks, flatbeds, cargo vans, service body trucks, all with our biggest model year-end savings.
I'd hurry in to see Brad and the team. Upgrade for less and give your business the win it needs. What about trading current vehicles?
We're buying fleet commercial vehicles every day. 2 or 200, we'll buy them all for top dollar, even if you don't buy from us.
It's last call. Upgrade your business with model year-end savings before the best are sold. Visit ClassicFleet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial. Driving business since 1978. Together, let's drive.
Based on 2023 new Chevrolet delivery.
America's favorite car show is back with DFW's biggest hot rodding event this fall. It's the Good Guys 31st Summit Racing Lone Star Nationals presented by BASF. And it's all going down this weekend at Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth. Cruise on out and check out over 2,500 of the country's finest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks on display. Plus, see which ride takes home the crown of Good Guys America's Most Bitchin' presented by BASF. And so much more. It's North Texas' biggest hot rodding happening this fall. And it's all going down this weekend at Texas Motor Speedway. Details at good-guys.com.
Compare Power is here to unscrew Texas Energy customers. Stop overpaying for the same electricity at comparepower.com. The power is yours. Comparepower.com.
A chance of rain and thunderstorms overnight, lows in the mid-70s.
Weather brought to you by Indeed. Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger here with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. Carolina gets their first win of the season after benching last year's #1 overall pick in favor of the veteran backup. While teams check in on their availability of the young signal caller, Carolina's head coach assures us all he's still the long-term plan at quarterback. But with the team performing better under the backup, only time will tell if he'll get the reins back this year. It's Your Journey is brought to you by the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid with class-leading advanced safety features.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part? We give you a free Samsung Galaxy A54 5G when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Andy White with my team at the all-new Dodge City McKinney Jeep Adventure Days are back. Get a 2024 Jeep Wrangler 4xe Sport, $499 on a 42-month lease with $3,600 due at signing. Shop and get yours now. At Dodge City McKinney, we buy and give you the most cash for your car. No dealer markups, lifetime powertrain warranty protection at no charge. Our online price is what you pay. No games, no gimmicks. With the largest, newest state-of-the-art sales and service facility open now. Stop by and check it out today. Family owned and operated since 2005. Check us out at DodgeCityMcKinney.com. Dodge City McKinney, where our people make the difference.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by TrainInfo.com.
Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
All right, now it's 1st and goal from the 19. Man, they just really need to find a way to score a touchdown. Snaps to Prescott, looking right, throws a slant to the 10-yard line, and the ball came out from C.D. Lamb, and the Ravens have it at the 10.
Man, I was hoping that was incomplete so much, but he got him down, and that was a fumble. Horrible game for C.D. Lamb. How will he bounce back here tonight? Thursday Night Football coming up pregame at 4 o'clock here on The Fan. That Cowboys replay brought to you by Ciroc. Please drink responsibly. It's a proper game day tailgate show, isn't it, Chief?
That's right. Presented by the Low T Center, reinventing men's health.
Take a look at some Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral about America's team. We're going to talk some Dak in here. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is the victim of an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. A rivalry renewed. The Cowboys have owned them. Here's NFL analyst Jeff Saturday on Cowboys Twitter. How's he see the matchup?
No chance. No chance.
If the Cowboy, you just heard what Micah Parsons said. Something about you got to have some pride that you say this isn't going to happen to me anymore. And to your point, they beat them by 40. They should go in with the mindset, I'm going to beat you by 40 again, because that's the reality of what they should do. The matchup makes the fight, right? This fight, the Cowboys have struggled stopping the run. They should be able to stop the Giants. If you circle Neighbors, circle him. Don't let him get off. Don't let him have a big day. Make sure you keep him under wraps. Force Jones to beat you some other way or with the run game. And here's the other thing. We beat up the Cowboys defense, and rightfully so. But some of us got to go to the Cowboys offense. They don't start fast. They have not given their team the lead and a commanding lead. They've been down 14 twice already this season. At some point, Dak and this offense has to take this thing, by the horns and go make some plays early, and then let that defense play with the ears pinned back and go get people. It's got to be balanced football. But the Cowboys, this is a massive game for the Cowboys because, again, they got a tough schedule coming after this. They need to, especially division opponents, they need to beat this team up and show who they are as the Cowboys. I don't think the Giants have any chance.
So that's Jeff Saturday. Giants have no chance. To me, it just kind of sounded like a guy that hasn't watched the Cowboys play. To be honest with you, that sounds like a take that observed last year, and he's jumping in like week 4. Well, the Cowboys got to be desperate. They're going to start playing who they really are. I think what we saw the last 2 weeks is really who the Cowboys are, and maybe tonight will alter that opinion in some meaningful way, but I just don't think the Giants are that bad. And when he said, make the Giants beat you with the run, that's what they're going to show up determined to do tonight, right?
Yeah, this is where, to me, the Cowboys have got to show that they could tackle. They got to show that we had John Owning on, and he was talking about gap integrity and, the way you play your scheme and, getting off blocks and all these things. And
play with some damn dignity.
Yeah, they've had, they've had problems, defending the run. They've had problems getting off blocks. They've had problems tackling. And you got to back. I will say this, and with Singletary, you watch him. His runs he had against the Browns were tough runs last week. I mean, the numbers don't show, like how great or anything like that. Where you're kind of going, wow, that was an incredible running day. But the runs he had were tough runs.
His missed tackles per carry are number 1 in the sport.
Yeah,
so, I mean, there are numbers that reflect just how physical he is right now.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. If you told me that Dallas's linebackers and their secondary and all these, they were going to tackle well, but Dallas gives up all these extra yards. Every time you look up, it's 2nd and 2, 2nd and 1. Nobody. I mean, people literally, you're over 50% when the last 3 weeks. If you look at the games, especially the last 2 weeks, 50% of the play calls against Dallas are running plays. It's like nobody, they know damn good and well if you throw the ball against Dallas, you're going to have problems because Micah Parsons or Tank or somebody's going to get home on a rush.
Yeah,
but they've only thrown the ball. Teams have only thrown the ball 31 times in the last 2 games. Saints and Ravens, 31 pass attempts, and they just do it when it's such a great advantage now, and they're having great success doing it. Now the Cowboys, they can't cover anybody because the offense has you on your heels, and they can do whatever they want when they're in 2nd and short. The entire playbook is there for the offense to do whatever they want to you.
Yeah, and I don't think the Giants are so bad that they can't take advantage of what the Cowboys are going to give to them. It's amazing how far the Cowboys defense has fallen off. I think Dan Quinn, from being here for a while, knew how to make the most of it against a lot of teams. But now, like, his ability to create some secret sauce that masked their issues and allowed them to do what they do best has been taken away. And I do believe Mike Zimmer's just as good, if not a better defensive coordinator, but it's going to take him time and draft classes if you want Mike Zimmer to build back to that place. John Machota has a new piece up here as we look at it on Cowboys Twitter. Says fixing the defense is the Cowboys' biggest issue, but until that happens, Dallas needs more from Dak. Expect to see that tonight against the Giants.
Yeah.
Do you think Dak does more?
Well, this is the problem you run into, and however you believe in metrics, and it's the truth of what we've seen the first 3 games, it's going to be about protection because, Guyton, he's given up almost 12% of the pressure rates allowed. I'm just telling you about metrics. I mean, he's 27th of 33 left tackles in the league on pressure rates. You know, you look at how about this
He's
one?
a rookie.
Zach Martin, he's 11th of 33, 6.3 pressure rate. Terrence Steele, 9.7 pressure rate. That's 24th of 35. You know, and where are the Giants potentially can hurt you? They can hurt you with the edge rushers, but also with that inside rusher.
Breaks down early. I need you to run a little bit.
Yeah, see, that's with Dak. It's, you know, you're going to put a lot on him, but you're also, if it turns in, if you always say this, if you could block this front, you can make plays on this secondary. But the key is you can't have Guyton giving up pressure. You can't have Steele giving up pressure. You can't have Zach Martin giving up pressure. You know, those are things that, you know, that have kind of shown up here the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm with you that I don't think it's up to him if he can do more or not. Like, you need the people around Dak to play better if you want him to perform more efficiently, unless he's going to just tuck the ball and run. And I don't think he's at a point in his career. I don't think the season demands that happens right now. Like, I want Dak pretty much playing from the pocket until we get to the playoffs, and I just don't think this team is in any sort of a window to be comfortable with more Dak injury risk right now, especially considering the opponent tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, you just had Dak wearing a boot in the summer, missing a training camp practice because of the ankle. So, I mean, that is still some level of a factor here. I wonder what the weather's going to end up looking like, how much rain is going to be involved, because I do think through the air they should be able to, despite the pass rush, it's not like the Cowboys are a complete just disaster on the offensive line and you look like Caleb Williams having to run for his life constantly. So you will have opportunities. Dak will have plenty of clean pockets to work from tonight. Hopefully his coaches are helping him out with moving CeeDee Lamb around, getting guys in motion, and hitting CeeDee Lamb on the run. When you're going up against a third-string nickel corner, Lamb should be living in the slot and absolutely feasting. And whenever they're bracketing him with 2 or 3 dudes, Jake Ferguson should be crushing. That should happen tonight.
Okay, next Dak topic. Do you think they would have still done the deal if these games had played out like this? Would they be heading for a contract?
I was thinking about that this morning when I was listening to Sean and RJ, because they mentioned something that made me think about it, and I was like, man, yeah, what would things be right now? How much more noisy around Dak and everything would it be in the offense if he hadn't gotten the deal done and that was still a question? Because at this point, you would have to reconsider with the way that things are looking right now. But I still think ultimately Dak would get the deal, and it would be Mike McCarthy that ultimately takes the fall.
Would teams be lining up? Like, is another team going to give him $65 million after this season if it plays out roughly like this, and they're like, 5-12, 6-11? I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's fair to wonder. I still think ultimately it would be teams so desperate that they would give him the money and they would see what a lot of us see, which is, hey, if Dak had any help from a coaching standpoint, then we know, because we see firsthand Jared Goff, look how he looks in that offense with a great offensive coordinator. Look what C.J. Stroud has done. Look what Sam Darnold looks so much different now that he's with a competent OC. Derek Carr looks much better than he's ever looked because of a competent OC. You could rationalize, hey, there's plenty to work with Dak. Can we give him an offense here?
How about him saying, jump off if you want, please, please, please? He went on to say, be fans or don't be fans. If you're a fan, you're going to turn the page just as we do, and you're going to move forward. I think I can only count with 2 fingers the times that Dak has said something after a game. Remember the game against was it the 49ers where he had the line about the refs that was sort of, bad, but that was like 3 or 4 years ago. I just think it's very stressful right now to be involved in this losing operation as it's come to. But to call out the fans for being frustrated and venting and not being instantly ready to move on from a horrible loss and a terrible turn after everybody promised us during training camp y'all were still contenders.
Yeah.
Hold that L. Be accountable for your words and your unfulfilled promises, please.
Yeah, don't act like the victim in this scenario. You guys are absolutely trash. You should be apologizing for the performances. Your offense has been offensive for the last 3 games that mattered, the last 3 at AT&T Stadium. You've disrespected the sport with how bad you've been for 90% of these games.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Pregame's coming up at 4 o'clock. Krusty is just about 2 hours into an 11-hour shift. What do you have for us in the corner, buddy?
Yeah, we need to talk about the officials for this game, and I've got some numbers you probably need to know about. We'll do that next.
Here we go. I want to chat Men's T Clinic before we do anything else. For 10 years, they've been the authority for testosterone replacement therapy here in North Texas. They're ready to help you out as well. It's weight optimization. It's packing on muscle to that frame, natural regenerative therapies to get you moving again. Focused therapies is what they're all about. They've researched all the male issues, and they're ready to supercharge you. Overcome plateaus. Achieve your best fitness ever with weight optimization tools, including their newest offering, Terzepatide. You heard about this? Oh, it's a modern supplement for the modern man. Let's shred that fat off and pack on the muscle. Terzepatide's going to get you so dialed in. High phenolic as well. Highly concentrated, purified blend provides multidimensional support for weight optimization and maintenance of normal blood pressure levels. Reduces your cravings. That'll strip away the pounds real quick. Just go to mensteclinic.com. Give them a call, 972-GO-MENS-T. And you'll be dealing with the guys that Tolos have described as life-changing for over a decade now here. Very affordable cash and insurance options. Just find them online, mensteclinic.com, or give them a call, 972-GO-MENS-T. Get in, get out, get back to being you. Salute.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, you know what's coming up. Did the Cowboys get the must-win in New York? Star up, star down, plus Nick Eatman from inside the locker room. It's a Football Friday on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, meet your new friends in the car business, Mark Welch and Matt Lero at Hiley Mazda of Hearst in Arlington. Why are they your new best friends? Well, how about 0% APR for up to 60 months on 2024 Mazda CX-5s, CX-50s, and CX-90s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and 2025 Mazda CX-70s with tons of new inventory. And over 30 years in the business, Matt and Mark are here to take care of you. Tell them Zach Wolchuk sent you. For your next ride, think Tolos and call Matt Lero and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Hearst in Arlington.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the spot to go for football season and the home of the best deals in town. With an all-day, everyday happy hour with happy hour special starting at just $3. You've got $4 well drinks, you got $6 Tito's, and $3 domestic draft beers, and a kitchen that stays open till midnight or later. They have got wall-to-wall TVs, a mouth-watering scratch kitchen, and the best patio setup in town. Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
If you want to buy a brand new car, if you need to buy a brand new car, the one-stop shop for you is Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. That's why in the last 3 years, my family has bought not one, not two, not three, but 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet.
You walk in, pound your fist on the table, and demand to see GM Justin Rudd. Clear upfront pricing. The price you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Coaches, players, GMs, you know the Fan is dialed into the biggest names in football. Thanks to Ciroc Vodka, we're replaying their thoughts all week long. Cheers from Ciroc, made from French grapes, made for football. Please drink responsibly.
Compare Power is here to remind Texans that all electricity is the same. So pay as little as possible. Compare today at ComparePower.com. The power is yours. ComparePower.com.
The cleats have hit the field. Kickoff is here. Game day's arrived and Specs brings the cheers. Ice-cold beers, team-lifting spirits, cocktails in a can. Score 'em all and hear your fellow football fans chant, "You the man." And with Specs' largest selection and lowest prices, you can make every game day feel just as nice. Before the players start running their routes and schemes, run a route to Specs for your game day needs. Specs. Cheers to savings.
You have probably heard about microdosing before, and now our friends from thetrustedlab.com have something new for you. Go to thetrustedlab.com to learn more about microdosing and what it can do for you. Thetrustedlab.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit
tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mike Bassick here with a touchdown deal. Need new windows? Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, has the perfect play.
Thanks, Mike. Tolos, get 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. You won't find a better deal.
Beat the summer heat and start saving today with Best Buy Windows and Siding.
And don't forget, a lifetime warranty is included on all our windows for peace of mind.
Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative, I'm Listening. As a dedicated mental health advocate, it is my great honor to again be hosting this awesome 2-hour special, along with Dr. Alfie and Katie Neal, as we engage in this very meaningful conversation.
This is Kevin Hagelin, and I care immensely about having mental health discussions and supporting folks who are suffering. Odyssey does too, and that's why they have their 2-hour I'm Listening special this Sunday on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's a massive sports day. Baseball is in the air. The Rangers are in Oakland right now. It's the final game in the Coliseum, and the A's are winning. It's 2-0, top of 5. This might be a game that we actually want the Rangers to lose just so all of our Rangers personnel can make it home safely. I don't know what kind of energy is in the air and what's possible here for the rest of this afternoon in Oakland.
I mean, the A's were telling their players and stuff to just get out of here as quickly as possible when the game ends.
Yeah,
Don't soak in the moment at all.
I mean, if I was a fan there, I'd at least want to tear up a piece of the field and plant it, and I'd want a seat. I'd be peaceful about it, but I would be coming for my pound of flesh here before the A's leave town.
Jared said that a lot of the Oakland players and their families and stuff last night took all their pictures and stuff after the game on the field and did all the things, all the memories, because exactly what you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
They told them, move on. Don't hang around and do stuff with us today. So guys took their pictures last night, took their memorabilia, got out of there and without, anything happening.
The A's do have a great fan base. I grew up probably, it was a 14-hour drive to Oakland or something, but they had a massive fan base from all the success they had in the 70s and the 80s and then the early 2000s. The Californians aren't known for their sports passion, but there's definitely a lot on display. There's a sign that says, today there is crying in baseball, as they're saying goodbye to an iconic building. And it's time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. There at Reliant. Here's Krusty.
Thank you very much, John. I appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. I remember about the stadium. I was in that place the night that Brett Favre, his father, passed away, and then he threw all those touchdown passes on a Monday night game.
I'll never forget it.
It's crazy. Man, he probably shouldn't have played, but he played anyway. His dad was a ball coach, so he kind of said, Dad would have wanted me to play. So
it was just Favre to Javon Walker all night, wasn't it?
It was crazy. He was just launching them, and they were coming down with some circus catches.
Angels in the outfield.
Angels in the outfield for sure. But, it was quite a place, man. I remember another time where we were there for a preseason game, and we lost Monty Kiffin. Yeah, he
fell asleep.
We were trying to get him to the elevator to the press box, and we had a silver alert.
Was he the DC?
We couldn't find him.
A silver alert means we've lost one of our important pieces.
Yeah, we lost our guy. Monty was
Was he lost? Like,
yeah, he was lost. We couldn't find him.
Hey, you know what a silver alert is, though, right, Eric?
No, I don't.
When the older gentlemen or older people are missing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm calling it
the silver hairs.
I'm calling it a silver alert because it really was. It's like they're like we're getting ready for the game, and anybody seen Monty? And I thought he was with you. No, I thought he was with you, kind of a thing. And
it's what it's like to work at the White House these days.
We had to fan.
What do you mean, man?
We had to fan out. We had to fan out in the concourse. Find him.
Where was he?
He was kind of just
he was
hanging
looking for
out.
more mashed potatoes.
He was just hanging out in the concourse,
talking to fans.
Just kind of hanging out, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go call some plays.
And like all of a sudden, it's like the phone. Oh, we found him. We got him. But the press from the locker room to the press box of this place, it's not easy. It's a lot of times it's a straight shot. You hit the elevator, you go down a little bit, and you hit the elevator straight up.
Yeah.
This one required you to go up some stairs, around the corner. So it wasn't the easiest thing to deal with. But yeah, we got up to the press box, like, where's Monty?
AT&T's no piece of cake either.
No.
You can get lost even at a young age.
Yeah.
AT&T.
It was and nowadays they got all this, if you go down on the field, we got they take your picture, like you have to like stand in front of a camera and they identify, oh, hi, Brian Broaddus, and then you get to go.
That facial recognition tech.
Yeah, recognition, yeah, for sure.
I'm surprised they let you through.
Yeah, it's funny that they do let me through, for sure. All right, your official. We usually do this on Fridays before
You just save it for tomorrow.
You want to save it for tomorrow? You want the officials report tomorrow?
That content.
We do need to get the post game review. You know, your personal Zebra report after the game. Like, hey, we had the pregame report, and then here's what happened. You know, tail of the tape. I think refs sucked even more than we thought they were going to.
You know what? It's funny. People on Twitter will like, damn, Broaddus, you told us this was going to happen.
Yeah, watch out for this.
Watch out for this. And sure enough, these officials, they hold pretty true for how they call these games. But
they love making it about themselves, especially in a primetime atmosphere like tonight.
Well, Clay Martin is your official for tonight's game. Clay did not referee in week 1, so he was a week 2, week 3 guy. So this will be week 4 for him. So far, what you need to know about Clay Martin. Well, last year he had your Carolina game on the road. He refereed that game for you last year. That was a 33-10 victory for the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm. Money in the bank, baby.
Yeah, Clay last year did not call a game for the Giants, so he did not have any Giant stats there. If you want to talk about what Clay has done so far through 2 games, the biggest call for him has been the offensive holding call. And so what's good about the offensive holding call, though, he's got 6 of these offensive holding calls in 2 games, 4 of them against the home team, 2 against the away team. Roughing the passer is his next best call, or not best, but next biggest call. None of these calls, now this could be bad for Dallas, there's 2 of them, none against the home, 2 against the away team. That's roughing the passer. Defensive holding, they've had one of these calls. It's been 1 home and 1 away. So small sample size for Clay Martin in this game. Last year, if you look at what he was able to do in 2023, offensive holding, that was 18 calls for the actually 23 calls for the home, 18 away. So that's kind of a pattern right now for him. He seems to call the home team more for his offensive holdings than he does the visitor. Defensive pass interference, that's 17 of them. They had 10 for the home, 7 away. These are all, again, 2023s. And then they had defensive holding, that was 7 away, 7 for home. Unnecessary roughness, that was 10 of those, 4 for the home, 6 away. So he's not going to let the visiting team get away with anything on those calls. So that's Clay Martin. Again, he's officiated 2 games this year, and the Cowboys had him 1 time last year, and that was a victory. So let's see how Clay Martin, see if he lets you play a little football tonight.
I've always been more of a Clay Cooley guy. You know what I'm saying?
Clay Cooley?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was kind of...
Put me down for Clay Travis. There you go.
Clay Travis.
What's your favorite Clay? 877-881-1053.
Good question. The thing with I was getting through this, just kind of going through the metrics because I just was curious about some matchups, with the Cowboys offensive line and the Giants defensive line.
Yeah.
Are you guys surprised that Zach Martin is ranked 11th out of 33 guards on pressures allowed this year?
I'm not, because, I've asked you over the last couple of weeks, how did he look?
Right.
And so I've been conditioned for it. It did surprise me last year when I first started hearing about this and seeing it on the field. I was like, whoa, is Zach the same? I think it's just a decline, So at this point, no. I'm a little bit disappointed, though, because I feel like he's at an age where he could still be playing at an elite level.
You have the 254 Cassius Clay.
Oh.
972 Clay Matthews. Actually getting plenty of Clay Matthews love. Clay Aiken in 903. Does anybody know who Clay Aiken is?
Was he the singer, the country singer? Or Idol? American
yeah, he was
Idol
American
guy?
Idol. I think maybe in the first season he lost to Kelly Clarkson.
Okay.
I think I remember that.
Now, what was the original question here, brought us? Interior pressure?
You surprised that Zach Martin is 11th out of 33 guards with pressures allowed?
Yes, I am, because I know that he's been teetering on it's very well known that this could be his last season.
Yeah.
But man, it feels like a bigger fall than I was anticipating to this point, and perhaps as the season went on and the wear and tear, but to start off this way is a little bit surprising to me.
And my final thing here before I get you to the pregame show, Dexter Lawrence, we always talk about him as a pressure guy.
He's just an animal.
Yep. Dexter Lawrence has generated just one pressure when aligned from a zero technique. That's head up this season, while leading the NFL with 24 pressures from such alignment in 2023. We were worried about him playing head up on Cooper Beebe.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but he's only had one pressure so far. Lawrence has faced a higher double team rate this season when aligned as a zero technique, 56% compared to last season's 44. So people are not going to let him just bully you in the middle, but
then other guys clean up because they still are second in the sport in sacks.
Exactly. But the worry that you might have about him over BB, we'll see if that all pans out, because he has only generated one pressure from that alignment this year. So maybe BB can get a little help here, or maybe BB can sit down on him a little bit, and that would help too.
Brian's been telling us, stop him, stop Thibodeau and Burns, and you'll have a pretty good chance of scoring some points tonight, right?
You got it.
Thank you, sir. Brian brought us in Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every afternoon at 3:40. He'll be back tomorrow there in the 3:40 with a breakdown of the film and how the game went. We'll probably do a double dose of Krusty's Corner, which we've been doing on most Cowboys Mondays. So that's what effectively tomorrow is, as we'll be reviewing the tape and talking about all the big storylines with you tomorrow starting at 2 o'clock. That's going to do it for the G-Bag Nation, but the Chief and Broadus will hold strong and give you 3 hours of award-winning pregame show coverage. When we return, thanks to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Thanks to Broadus and Chief, I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the nation. At ease.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputation.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
105.3 The Fan and the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network present
Touchdown Cowboys!
Dallas Cowboys Football 2024 in crystal clear HD stereo. Today's pregame show is brought to you by
Volleman's Dairy, the official milk of the Dallas Cowboys. Arrow Exterminators, official pest control provider of the Dallas Cowboys. Buffalo Wild Wings. Blockchain.com. Blockchain.com. Make your crypto play today. And by DallasCowboys.com. Keep track of the boys with daily podcasts and up-to-the-minute blogging at DallasCowboys.com and on the official Dallas Cowboys app.
Now, here's Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus.
My goodness, boys and girls, it's a rare must-win Cowboys football September Thursday here on The Fan. Great to have you in the official pregame show of America's team. 877-881-1053, Cowboys in New York to take on the Giants, and this feels very much so like a must-win game. Brian Broaddus, you're a Super Bowl champion, former Cowboys scout. What's your confidence meters for the Cowboys tonight? Below average Giants team. Cowboys and Dak in particular have had great success versus the Giants, but they're running the football all right. They got Malik Neighbors, who's playing out of his mind. They got a bit of a pass rush. So even though mathematically it's not, do you agree this is must win for the Cowboys tonight?
Yeah, I feel like though that if you want to be able to take a lot of pressure off you right now, and a win is a great deodorant. You know, the stink that you've had the last couple of weeks, the questions you've had about preparation, you know, various things. And, you know, there's a lot of guys in that locker room right now that are kind of looking at each other like, are we doing everything in our power to win these football games? And you look up, it's week 4 already, and you start just losing 3 in a row, then it turns to 4 in a row, then 5 in a row. Now your season is completely done. If they want to make sure that their season doesn't go that path, they need to win this football game tonight, because the other 2 games they've got, it's not going to be easy to go to Pittsburgh and win that game the way they're playing, especially at home. And then you got the Detroit Lions, who are a very, very physical team, much like the teams you've played early this year that could come in here and beat up on you. So yeah, you better figure out a way to get this ship going the right way. The Giants are not the Giants I believe that you've seen in the past. They've got some skill players. They do have the ability to run the football. They do some things offensively that could give you some problems with the way that they play with multiple tight ends and then trying to kind of use their back, who Singleton has done a really nice job of, at the line of scrimmage, contact, breaking tackles, still getting positive yards. If you don't want to tackle well enough, you want to go ahead and miss 37 tackles again this week, feel free to lose a ball game.
Yeah, 17 versus the Ravens, 17 missed tackles.
Yeah, that's you look at overall that they have struggled as a defense to tackle, and you've got a ball carrier that is a legitimate tackle breaker. And every time they hand him the ball, it seems like it's 4 yards, 5 yards, 6 yards, maybe a big run. They'll use the screen game. They've got a couple. They've got one of the best young wide receivers in the league.
Yeah, we got to get your scouting report on Neighbors here coming up.
I've seen him play so much that I was on with some Giants folks yesterday on their website, and I'm like, listen, you haven't seen the best of this kid. I mean, he is an incredible player. So yeah, Dallas is. You go out and mess around on this one and don't do what you're supposed to do, you can find a way to lose this game, and it'll be 3 straight, and then you think everybody's standing at the gates with pitchforks and torches and stuff. It'll be even worse if you lose this football game.
Yeah, it'll get real loud. They've given up 18 explosive runs over the course of the first 3 games of the season. The Cowboys defense, I mean, the Ravens had 161 rushing yards before contact last week, and that's not an offensive line that's overly impressive. So then it was 113 rushing yards after contact as well, and that, of course, is a product of the 17 missed tackles that you mentioned there. So do you think, because that's obviously a huge question here, can the Giants offensively really, to what extent can they replicate what it is that the Saints and the Ravens have done to you, where they're not even having to throw the football? They only throw the football on their own terms, and it's big chunk plays through the air whenever they decide to, but they're just killing you on the ground. You feel like the Giants have some of that recipe there? They have some of the ingredients, Daniel Jones with his legs as well?
Yeah, that's what you have to worry about. The one thing that that Mike Kafka and the staff there with the Giants is they've kind of figured out, hey, this is a game like they played last week against the Browns, where the Browns are going to pressure you, they're going to knock you around, they're going to be physical. The Giants were just as physical as they were. And in a game like that, you would worry. Back in the day, Daniel Jones would have probably 2 turnovers, probably an interception, probably a fumble in the pocket.
Yeah, just be beating themselves.
Yeah,
really.
doing just crazy things. But they have a legitimate running back. And the thing that impressed me about Singletary is when they played the Commanders. And I kind of feel like the Commanders, up front with their defense and the way that he had a nice game running the ball. And
Dan Quinn doesn't care about stopping anybody's rushing attack.
I just like I say, if you continue to play at the same level, don't bring your A game, don't do what you need to do tackling. Yeah, the Giants have the capability of embarrassing you just like everybody else has, because like I say, they've got a legitimate receiver. They got a quarterback that's figured out how to, get rid of the football quick. I think there's still some things that if you get him into a throwing game, there could be some problems for him, because I still think he throws to spots. I think he's thinking like, okay, route's supposed to be here, I'm going to throw it there. But the Giants have done a really nice job. They just put the ball in their best players' hands. They target Neighbors a ton. Nobody seems to have covered him that well in the last 3 games. And your situation, you're going to be down likely a corner tonight. You're down to your backup cornerback plan on one side. How many times are they going to match Neighbors up on, McQuamu or Lewis or somebody like that? It's not even Bland and Diggs playing. It's the backups to the backups tonight, because you're probably not going to have Carson because of the shoulder bruise that he has. So there are some things that they can do to you. Now it's up to them to take advantage of that. but opponents have done a pretty good job of taking advantage of some of your weaknesses.
Yes, they absolutely have. All right, and we'll hear from Jordan Lewis coming up later on in the hour. He is the subject of today's player profile. He had a lot to say.
Yeah.
He's frustrated. He's definitely one of the veteran voices on that defense, and he, like everybody in that locker room, is pretty frustrated with the way things have gone. So looking forward to hearing from Jordan Lewis, and he'll have a tall task tonight as he's going to be asked to do a little bit more, likely playing on the boundary, which is not quite his comfort zone, as he's the nickel corner, used to playing inside, and now due to the Kalen Carson injury, he is going to be forced more to the outside. And then, as you mentioned, is it Andrew Booth? Is it Izzy McQuamu? What do they decide to do there in the back end? But on the other side of things, the Giants are banged up. Their secondary, I mean, this is not what you want if you're a Giants fan right now, where your two best nickel corners are going to be out in this game. Adoree Jackson missing time. That's going to be, that's got CeeDee Lamb written all over it there. Drew Phillips. These are the two best nickel corners in that secondary for the Giants. To me, that is a blinking red light for CeeDee Lamb and really anybody, but we know Lamb's dominance in the slot over
He hasn't
the
been
course
as
of his
dominant
career.
this year.
No, that's for sure. And he's
yeah.
lined up outside like 75% of the time.
He has it, and that's been, how do they this is what seems to bother me the most. When you and I do these pregame shows and we talk about attack this, and then they don't attack anything. It's pass to the back, and the opening drives. This team needs to get off to a really good start. They need some offensive momentum. They need some points on the first drive. You get in this game, all of a sudden you go 3 and out, and then you allow the Giants to run the ball and get some type of points out of this, and that's just. But every time that we think about they need to attack, say, Cordell Flott in this game. They need to attack him. They don't. They don't find. As a former pro personnel guy, I used to go to these games and say, you need to attack this guy, or you need to do it to this guy.
Football 101.
Yeah, you need to find ways to. It seems like everybody attacks your players that don't get jobs done. And on the other hand, you figure out late in the fourth quarter after a missed field goal in the Ravens game, oh, wait a minute, we can attack this guy. We can get our slot matched up on a safety here.
Yeah, what was happening there in the fourth quarter when the passing game started to get going?
Yeah,
what did you notice? What did they change?
They went after some of the Ravens players that they should have been going after the whole game.
Did you see a difference in their route concepts as well? Less like stagnant and more like wide receivers on the less curls,
less hook.
Yeah, just more over the middle.
Yeah. Down the field.
Yes, crossing routes and stuff. Yeah. Guys on the move.
Yeah, using the tight end, using the backs.
It's not a novel concept
No,
here.
it's not. And you can, and you the Giants, and I'll say it for the 85th time, you find a way to block Thibodeau. You find a way to block Burns. You can, if you handle Lawrence in the middle there, you're going to have to probably deal with a blitz or two from McFadden, the linebackers, maybe Pinnock, the safety, is going to blitz. But you pick these things up, you are capable of making plays. And as you mentioned, Drew Phillips, their best nickel, is not going to play tonight. So, how many times do we have to talk about matchups and then take advantage of a matchup?
A lot more than we should have to.
A lot more than we should have to. Yeah, I agree.
How much more Hunter Lipke would you like to see tonight?
I'll tell you what, Hunter Lipke is a matchup problem because he's a big guy that has enough speed to get downfield and make plays.
I was surprised at the athleticism last week, man. Catching the ball, running routes.
The thing with Hunter Lipke is that
his pass pro's awesome.
You could put Hunter Lipke as a blitz pickup guy in the backfield. You could throw him the ball. You can hand him the ball. You could put Rico Dowdle in the backfield, hand him the ball, throw him the ball. He'll block. Right now, Ezekiel Elliott is a negative player for you. And this is where, everybody asks, well, where are we going to see, when are you going to see Cook? When are you going to see Dalvin Cook? When are you going to see, I'm starting to really wonder how long Dalvin Cook is going to be interested sitting there practicing. And by all accounts, I've heard everything's good for him. There ain't there's no reason for him not to play.
So this is just the Cowboys being a bit patient with this one, not wanting to maybe admit that the running back room is in dire straits.
But if they were to take Zeke out of it and put Cook in there, I'd be interested to see how that looked. But they've got to get into a situation too where they can have an opportunity to run the football. They get behind 21-6. They get behind and they really don't have the opportunity because of the way the score is.
So you're taking the ball tonight then? If you're McCarthy, you win the toss, you take the ball.
Let me tell you
go
what.
Be aggressive.
If your first 15 is going to be 3 penalties and a pass to the back and the flat, no, I'll play defense first. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, we're going to start by handicapping ourselves with a holding penalty. We'd like to get in 1st and 20 as often as possible. If we could do that on the first drive of the game, that really...
Teams are going to kick the ball away from our best returner.
Yeah.
So he's going to get a holding call. So we're going to get backed up. And then we're going to get a couple of motion penalties and maybe a holding penalty, to kind of really set us back here.
Not very buttoned up. Those referees last week, though, they wanted to make it about themselves.
Oh, that's Ron Tolbert, though. Yeah. That's what he does.
We got Clay Martin tonight.
Yeah, we'll talk about him. We got some time later on, right?
Yeah, we can dive back into the Zebra report there. 877-881-1053-972 calling us out for our energy. He says that we sound like we're just down in the dumps here. Broadus sounds like he's at a funeral, and he says that I have a saggy diaper because my Wooby Wolchuk ain't here. And it's hard to really argue with anything he said there. I miss Wolchuk in a huge way.
Yeah, if you're in a situation where you're, I'm not going to sit here and just feel like that this is just going to roll over. I have some legitimate concerns. I'm trying to keep my emotions in check about this, because I don't think this is going to be a walkover. I might be dead balls wrong about that.
Gosh, I hope you are, man.
I know.
I hope you're
me
eating
too.
A Crow Boy sandwich tomorrow.
You know what? That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm totally on board with that. But my energy level, if they are not playing good football, and if you want me to come on here and act like I'm excited about bad football right now, then you know what? I can't help you. I can't. You find a way to play better run defense. Find a way to run the ball better yourself. Find a way to throw. Do some things like you did in the fourth quarter of that game the other day. But I'm not going to sit here and act like everything's all hunky-dory with this football team.
There you go. We're just getting started here on the official pregame show of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Reliant and NRG Company. And we got the player profile with Jordan Lewis. We're going to have Al Michaels later on in the program. This is fantastic. He's on the call for Amazon.
Question you can ask him tonight.
Yeah, we'll see how I step in it, honestly. I'm looking forward to see how I can test the limits of my own incompetence tonight with Al Michaels, the legend that he is. Looking forward to that conversation. Also looking forward to going behind enemy lines with the voice of the Giants. It's Bob Papa. We're 3 hours to kick, and he joins us next year on The Fan.
Cowboys Nation watch parties are officially back. On October 6th, the Cowboys go on the road to take on the Pittsburgh Steelers, so we're hosting a free watch party presented by 7-Eleven at Miller Lighthouse at AT&T Stadium.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
companies forward, Pollock Aurora is where solved happens. Call 855-239-5153 or visit pollock.com today.
Broadus, the Cowboys have faced 31 passing attempts over the last 2 weeks combined. The book is out, and we know what offenses are going to want to do from start to finish, and it's run the football at every turn. Can the Cowboys remedy the situation? And, oh, by the way, what does this mean here, Broadus, as we're just under 3 hours to a Cowboy kickoff here? We'll go behind enemy lines with the voice of the Giants, Bob Papa, here in a few minutes, but the Giants elevating a fullback, Jacob Johnson. I don't know if that means they're doing a lot of I formation, old school pounding the rock, but the tea leaves tell me might be heavy personnel tonight there for the Giants.
They will. And, they got Theo Johnson as one of the tight ends, and Chris Manhertz is another one they use. Bellinger is another one that they use. So, you kind of figure out if you play with tight ends, multiple tight ends, and a fullback, that tends to give the Cowboys a little bit of a problem. But what you have to do is you have to be able to sustain that run. Because the minute that Dallas gets you into a situation where you have to pass, well, then, that's where the Giants are going to have a little bit of some problems there. And, it's, heavy personnel, fullbacks, tight ends. That seems to be the kryptonite right now for your Dallas Cowboys.
Well, I do think from a positive standpoint, if this is going to be a close game, the kicking situation for the Giants is a little bit wonky. Greg Joseph, of course, we have Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah.
So you like the idea of if you're just if this is not going to be a typical Cowboys blowing out of the Giants and you have to win in a tight game, I do like your chances versus a Giants team that can't really kick the ball right now, and your guy can kick it from anywhere.
I like the fact that we have.
Unfortunately, he's your best player on offense.
Christy Scales I like the fact that she's on our sideline report, because she usually has a really good understanding of being in that stadium a bunch and kind of being able to kind of walk us through where the wind conditions or if any type of weather conditions might prevail.
Yeah, and how much that could be a huge factor. I think the reason why if the Cowboys are going to get the dub tonight, a good chunk of it is going to be the passing game finally clicking a little bit. And I do feel like now the frustrations are already boiling in a huge way offensively. You saw the way CeeDee Lamb was acting. It's now been 2 games in a row of putrid offense. And if you want to go back to the second half of week 1 in Cleveland, the offense has not looked very good. Nope. So my guess is here you have a good understanding now of how bad your defense is, and you saw what started to work for you in the fourth quarter versus the Ravens with some of the passing concepts.
Right.
You get Hunter Lipke involved. Lamb is super frustrated. Last time he was that frustrated, other than the Packers game, was San Francisco last year, and that is now after that game when everything started to change a little bit offensively. I'm expecting a more aggressive offense tonight from the passing game. And to me, hopefully it's not raining, because that could hinder some things.
Yeah, well, it's going to come down to your tackles, and it's going to come down to your center. And those are, I think, the 3 pressure points. How much can they help BB inside on Dexter Lawrence, and can Guyton be able to handle Burns or Thibodeau one-on-one on the outside? That's you don't need neither one of those edges getting into a little bit of a rhythm, and all of a sudden it turns into, every time you drop back, it's going to be a pressure, and that's where at times, if you look at the number of pressures that Guyton and also Steele have given up, that's something you have to be very mindful of.
Well, okay, so I am curious, because now the Giants have a new defensive coordinator. So they used to do things with Wink Martindale. They still blitz quite a bit.
Yeah, but not to. But the blitz generally comes from a couple of different guys.
Okay, right now let's go to MetLife for our next guest.
Watson audibilizing at the line on a 1st and 10 at the Giant 44 with 7:50 to go. Giants up 21-15. Another draw, fumbled by Ford. It's loose, and the Giants say they have it. It was a bad exchange between Ford and Watson, and the Giants say they have the football. Do the officials say they do? Yes. Yeah, Watson put it a little high on the chest plate of Ford. It bounced off the chest plate, And I believe Azeez Ojulari came diving in to recover the fumble.
All right, let's go behind enemy lines. It is time, MetLife Stadium, as we welcome in Bob Papa, the voice of the Giants, here on your official pregame show of the Dallas Cowboys. Bob, thanks for the time. And this is rare, but it feels like a September must-win for our Cowboys right now, Bob. That's the mentality we're walking into this one with.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of a game for the Giants in a must-win situation, too, having lost a division game already in Washington. And look, we know about the mastery of the Cowboys, right? Having beaten the Giants 13 of the last 14. Dak has won 12 straight starts against the Giants. But I'm not sure this is the same kind of Cowboys team coming into the building tonight that we've seen in the past. So can the Giants take advantage of some of the Cowboys' weaknesses, or is this just another get-right game for Dallas?
Bob, I really do love the addition of Devin Singletary to your, and I know that Saquon Barkley was a big part of what the Giants had done, and but I really do love the toughness that Singletary has brought to this Giant rushing attack, and I think it's helped Daniel Jones so much in the 3 games I've got to watch.
Well, he gets you the gritty yards, right, when it's not blocked up perfectly, and he turns, a no gain into a positive 2 or 3. The other thing that's really good about what he brings to the table is his blitz pickup ability. I mean, he's a really good pass protector. He's tough. The Giants have had a tradition of those kind of guys, Ahmad Bradshaw, David Meggett, if you go back several decades ago. And he understands Brian Dable's offense, having played in this system when he was in Buffalo. And the one knock I'll have on Singletary right now is they had a drive to start the third quarter in Washington, and Washington could not stop the Giants that day. And he fumbled at the plus 35 to start the third quarter. And then last week to start the third quarter in Cleveland, again, the Giants are up 21-7 at this point, and they're just moving the ball at will against that Browns defense. And he fumbled near midfield. And that's something that he has to stop doing, because the Giants are not that explosive where you can afford to just hand away possessions, especially when you have good drives going.
Do you expect to see a little bit more of Daniel Jones with his legs being unleashed tonight after what Lamar just did and just the general run defense for the Cowboys right now?
He's part of their run game as it is. I mean, we saw it in week 1, we saw it in week 2, and we saw it in week 3 where they'll have some design runs. I will say this. He doesn't look explosive as the Daniel Jones of what we've seen in the past because he is coming off an ACL. If you remember back in 2022,
yes,
he was the 3rd leading rusher of quarterbacks behind only Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. He ran for 750 yards that year. And we all remember him on Sunday Night Football right in Philadelphia on that long, long run, and it's going to be an 80-yard touchdown run, and he tripped over the turf monster at like the 15-yard line.
Never forget it.
But he has elite speed. When Daniel Jones, before the knee injury, got out into the open, people didn't catch him. He doesn't look like he has that same burst, but the design run for the quarterback, I'm sure, is definitely in the game plan.
Bob, you've seen them all with Malik Neighbors there. Any kind of memory of what a former LSU guy that was playing there? Any kind of comparisons there, or a completely different player for you?
A little bit different style, maybe a little bit more physical than Odell was, but really elusive. Look, he's done something that no rookie wide receiver has done in the first 3 games of an NFL career. 20-plus catches, 3+ touchdowns, 250-plus yards already. It's never been done before. Now, what Odell did in his rookie season is breathtaking because he missed the first 4 games because of a hamstring injury and still had 91 catches for 1,300 yards and 11 touchdowns. There's a long way to go, and obviously we remember Odell's rookie season, and the thing that made him into a very talented wide receiver and into a rock star came in this building against the Cowboys in primetime on Sunday Night Football when he made, quote-unquote, the catch. However, the Giants had a losing record that season, and in fact they even lost the game that night.
Yeah.
So the Giants are hoping that Malik Neighbors not only brings excitement and draws a lot of double teams, but that the team actually wins games, unlike Odell's rookie year.
Behind Enemy Lines with Bob Papa, the voice of the Giants here on The Fan. On the flip side of things, the Cowboys have a monster beast at wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb. What do you believe the plan to be to slow him down tonight defensively for the Giants, as you guys are missing a couple of key pieces in the secondary?
Yeah, not having rookie Drew Phillips really hurts because he's played really well. And then veteran Adoree Jackson, a calf injury. My guess is if the game was on Sunday, those guys might have a chance. Game's on Thursday. Every team's got to deal with it. Last week against Amari Cooper, they traveled Deonte Banks, their first-round draft pick from last year, whenever Cooper lined up on the outside, no matter what side he was on. I'm guessing that they'll probably do a similar thing with CeeDee Lamb with linebacker help and a safety over the top. And then it's going to be interesting to see how the other guys hold up, whether it's Nick McLeod, Cordell Flott against, remember Brandon Cooks destroyed the Giants in Dallas last year.
Yeah.
But that was Wink Martindale as the defensive corners were dropping because of injuries in that game. And the fact that the Giants didn't have a very good pass rush. For some reason, Wink thought that cover zero and all-out pressures were going to do the trick. And as we saw, it didn't work. And as we saw, it didn't work for Michigan last Saturday.
No, it didn't.
But Shane Bowen will be a little bit more conservative as far as that's concerned. But it all starts up front. Does Dexter Lawrence make this game hell? And do Thibodeau and Brian Burns get their share to force Dak to have to check down? Because CeeDee Lamb has absolutely roasted the Giants over the course of his career.
Bob, I was going to ask you. I'm sorry, you finished there?
No, yeah, you're good.
Okay, Bob, I was going to ask you about the about Burns, and has he come in a way and really helped Thibodeau on the other side?
Yeah, I think he has. They didn't have great numbers in the game against Washington, but they were very impactful in the game, and they created a lot of abilities for other players to wind up getting sacks of Jaden Daniels. I think they had 5 in the game. But, yeah, look, in all honesty about Thibodeau is a good player who has, he had, 11.5 sacks last year. But a lot of his great games have come against lesser offensive lines and lesser quarterbacks. And against better offensive lines and elite quarterbacks, there's been a lot of kind of no-show performances. With Burns here now, you can't double them both, right? With Dexter doing what he can do in the middle. And I think Burns is a nice addition to help Thibodeau free him up a little bit more so teams are not just sliding protections his way and making sure that he doesn't wreck the game.
I mean, the Cowboys haven't been able to run the ball at all. What's the run defense like for the Giants? How consistent is it?
Well, it was horrible it was pretty good in week 1 here against Minnesota. Then in the second half, they started to gash him a little bit. And the Washington game was kind of embarrassing, quite honestly. Brian Robinson was just tearing him up. Jaden Daniels is going to get you for some.
Yeah.
But Brian Robinson was just eating them alive. And they talked a lot about run fits. And watching the coaches' tape, it was amazing how guys were literally running out of lane assignments thinking that the ball was going one way and it's going right behind them. They tightened that up last week. But let's face it, you guys saw Cleveland.
Yeah.
Without Nick Chubb, their running game is not that good. And the Giants were able to keep that under complete control. And they should be able to do that again today. I mean, I still don't understand last year why the Cowboys didn't bring Zeke back with Pollard, because I thought the 1-2 punch between those two and the relationship that those two guys had was great. And now Pollard's gone, and now you bring Ezekiel Elliott back, and he's not the same player that he was.
No.
So, it's just, I think the Giants, like they did last week against Cleveland, make sure you don't let a bad run game get healthy on you, and then everything else will kind of fall into place off that.
Bob, with the speaking of offensive lines, it seems like the Giants have just tried to throw draft picks. They've tried to throw free agent signings at this offensive line. Where do you think the state of the Giants line is right now?
This is the best offensive line they've had in a while. And John Michael Schmitz is a second-year player getting better. Andrew Thomas, everybody knows he's a stud. But Jermaine Illuminor playing right tackle is an upgrade over Evan Neal. Van Roten and Runyon are certainly upgrades over the guys that they've rolled out the last couple of years. I mean, when you talk about the Giants' offensive line failures, it's not as if they haven't drafted guys.
They tried.
You can go all the way back to 2013 when they took Justin Pugh in the first round, and Weston Richburg in the second round, and Will Hernandez, and then the ill-fated Eric Flowers experiment. I mean, gosh, they need a Will McClay here because the Cowboys are unbelievable, turning over their offensive line and always finding guys as guys get older or price themselves out. So they went out and they went the veteran route, and so far it's been really good. The communication, for the first time in like 3 years, the Giants' offensive line actually picks up twists. And it's giving Daniel Jones just enough time to have confidence to go through his progressions. And, we've seen it over the last couple weeks where he's looking more and more comfortable after the absolute shellacking he took last year, starting, in week 1 when Andrew Thomas got hurt on the opening kickoff, and then it just snowballed thereafter. It's a much more professional offensive line. Guys that have been there, done that, seen that. So there's not a lot of panic in this line.
How bad was the Hard Knock stuff for the general manager there, and what type of hot seat is he on, or Dable as the coach and the GM?
The New York media they write these things, and I'm inside the building on a daily basis. And look, there's pressure for everyone in all 32 teams. There's pressure for everybody to win. But barring going now 1-16, they're coming back. They, when they took this job, the Giants had the worst salary cap situation in the National Football League, and they had just a horrible roster. Now, some of Shane's draft picks have not panned out from the first couple drafts, but it looks like the guys he's drafted this year are going to be contributors, and some guys from last year. And the Giants, the last thing they want to do is go through another head coach. I mean, you guys know it. Sure. This is an organization built on stability, and since Tom Coughlin was let go, it's been like a revolving door of GMs and head coaches, and there's no better way to make sure you're a bad football team than if you're constantly changing. And I think they're pretty comfortable with it. Look, the Hard Knocks thing was kind of cool. I learned things. I think everybody did. There's certain things that go on behind the scenes in the off season. None of us ever really know exactly how it happens.
Yeah.
And we got a cool window into it. Wellington Mara was a scout at heart, and he was a guy that kind of put together the great teams of the 50s and early 60s. And so the Giants have always had this thing about scouting and all that other stuff. And they're doing NFL Films is airing a Wellington Mara documentary on October the 25th. And I think the Giants were pretty happy with the way it went for the most part. A lot less intrusive than if you would do it during training camp, for sure.
Well, Bob, this is it's been a real treat. Always is. Appreciate the time, and we look forward to catching up with you later on in the season.
Yeah, another Thanksgiving.
Yeah, man.
How about that?
Well, you know what? If you got to have a Thanksgiving on the road, there's no better place to have it than Dallas, because Mr. Jones does it right for everybody that has to work on Thanksgiving Day. So
amen.
Nick and Sam's on Wednesday night.
I knew that was coming.
On Thursday.
I like your style, Bob Papa. You're the man. Thanks for the time, brother.
You got it.
Yeah, man. Legends Hospitality, AT&T Stadium.
Yeah.
You know how much we love those guys.
Yeah.
Whether it's Thanksgiving, whether it's a Thursday night football game,
Sure.
Saturday, Sunday, preseason, it doesn't matter. They are getting it done in the best way possible every single time, and we appreciate that. All right, we're just getting started here. Under 3 hours to kick off the official pregame show. Still to come, Inside the Star with Bobby Belt, Babe Laufenberg, Christy Scales, and, of course, Al Michaels live from MetLife Stadium. But coming up next, the player profile with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Let's hear from Jordan Lewis. What's the plan to stop Malik Neighbors tonight? We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
It's big. It's good.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
in the people they hire or the community they build, Bell Nunley is behind every great company. Go to bellnunley.com to learn more.
All right, it's a Week 4 must-win Thursday here on The Fan for the Dallas Cowboys. We'll go inside the Star with Bobby Belt, live to MetLife Stadium with Babe Laufenberg and Christy Scales as well. But as we're just under 2.5 hours to kick off, it's time for Jordan Lewis to answer some questions with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold for tonight's player profile.
All right, this is a short week. Jordan Lewis, how will you guys respond? That's what everybody's asking. How will the Cowboys defense and offense respond against a division rival like the Giants?
We just, we want to respond, the best way we can. And that's just, we got to do that by prepping right. And I feel like we were trying to nail the details today and yesterday. And hopefully that gives us the best chance to win. So, as far as a response, we just want to play good ball and, very detailed ball. So that's what we want to do every single time out.
What's the biggest thing of a concern with the Giants? Is the fact that the quarterback runs as well, or is the fact that they got this rookie receiver that seems to haul in some touchdowns?
We don't know how they want to attack us. I know that Neighbor is going to get very involved, and he's really good. They got a lot of guys like Wandale Robinson. He can take the top off. He can do a lot of things, run routes in the slot. And they got some guys like Jalen Hyatt. Those guys can go. So and Devin Stingley, he's Singletary. He's running the ball really well too. And Daniel Jones is getting distributing the ball really well, and he's running the ball too. So they really they talented group of guys that can get the job done. So we just want to see just see how they want to attack us, and hopefully we put the best plan for Thursday.
You're the OG in the locker room for the secondary. Will you tell Kalen about how to handle being picked on since he's a rookie?
Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep chipping away, because you're going to have games like that, especially in your rookie year, man, because it's kind of hard, simulating that speed in practice, and especially, just coming off of college season where you've never seen week in, week out guys that can, run and jump and run routes like that. So just making sure that he stays consistent no matter the result. Understand that, people going to make plays. They get paid to do that too. So just going out there and just be consistent in your techniques, and keep going out there and fighting.
And finally, I don't know if you knew this or not. Y'all on the road on a Thursday following a Sunday game for the first time ever. Y'all had Thursday games, but it was always at AT&T.
Thursday. Yep.
Yeah. Is it? A short week. Y'all got to get out of here at the whole 9 yards.
It's our job. Honestly, that's just
be ready.
Yeah,
body got to feel right.
Yeah, you make it feel right. You got to be ready to go out there and do your job. Because that's at the end of the day, that's what this is about. Just doing your job and going out there and winning games and being detailed.
All right, appreciate you again, Jordan Lewis, ball guy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jordan Lewis. Thank you, Chris Arnold. Hey, the creators of Buffalo Casino Games bring you Cowboys-themed casino games. Kick off with America's team on and off the reels with Cowboys-themed casino games developed by Aristocrat, a proud sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. Do you have a gambling problem? Please contact 1-800-GAMBLER for 21 and over. We'll go inside the Star with Bobby Belt coming up here in a few minutes. But what did you think hearing from Jordan Lewis? He was definitely one of the veterans on the defensive side of the ball this week that got to the microphones, and you could tell how frustrated he was with the lack of detail and everything like that from the defense. What do you think the plan is? He's going to have a new role tonight, right?
I think so. We'll see how it all plays out. My gut feeling is that with the way that they play the corners, that he might get to start tonight because Carson's likely going to be inactive because of the shoulder bruise. And if that's the case, then you're kind of down some corners. I just don't think that they would start Israel Mukuamu out there. I don't think they would start Boots. So maybe what you're going to do is you would bring Lewis would play on the outside, and then when they go to nickel, then you put Jordan Lewis inside, and then see if Booth or Mukuamu would be the outside guy there. So yeah, it's it's never easy. You're dealing with a rookie that can make some plays. Wandale Robinson can also make some plays as a receiver, and they got a guy in Jalen Hyatt that can fly. So after what they saw, the Saints game with the vertical route, they've missed some deep shots here with the Giants, but I wouldn't be surprised if they test you a little bit with their safety depth and maybe some outside with Jalen Hyatt throwing that ball down the field.
Well, is Malik Neighbors a must double kind of guy, even if Diggs is on him?
You're gonna need help because this guy makes plays at all levels. And the thing about it is he's targeted. It reminds me
his target share is through the roof. He's like half their offense.
It reminds me so much of when we were in Green Bay when we used to have Sterling Sharp, and he was the only thing we had. And Brett Favre would throw him the ball. You know, they used to like not keep stats with the targets, but he would have a game where he had 15 targets and like 13 catches. You know, that it was
wow.
It is, you know, but he was the only thing
Fantasy
we had.
monster.
Yeah, it was the only thing that we had in Green Bay, and this is a little bit like what the Giants are dealing with right now. With like I said, I mentioned Robinson and Slayton. I mean, have been good players. Hyatt, you know, they've drafted him in the 3rd round, and they're kind of waiting for him to emerge.
Yeah, but I'm making those guys beat me.
Yeah,
I'm making Daniel Jones have to be able to connect on a 40, 50-yard play down the field to Hyatt. I don't think he's capable of doing it.
Yeah.
So Neighbors is the guy that can absolutely kill you and tear you apart.
He can kill you because he will run routes at all levels. You know, it's underneath, down the field, intermediate.
He's a catch point guy. He's
everywhere.
A yak guy.
Yeah.
He could just beat you, and he's a red zone guy.
And you know, if you want to know why that guy at the Commanders won the Heisman Trophy, a lot of it had to do with Malik Neighbors and the way he was making plays.
Well, I saw this was interesting from Dan Orlovsky today. The how much more production Malik Neighbors has from the left side of the offensive formation, where he's catching. He's caught 187 yards from the left side of the offense compared to 84 yards on the right side. All 3 of his touchdowns have come from being lined up on the left side of the offense, which I believe would have him against Trayvon Diggs majority of the time, unless that is just such a small sample size and we're overdoing it and they'll move Malik Neighbors. Maybe their plan is to just move Malik away from Trayvon Diggs at every turn and find the matchup.
I don't know how much traveling you will get from Mike Zimmer in this game.
With Diggs?
Yeah, because we always talk about then when that receiver crosses the formation, then all of a sudden everybody else's assignments change. And then, you know, if you had Bland in there, that might be a situation where you might want to travel because you got a veteran guy. But, you know, with the players that they're probably going to have to play with over there, they want to make sure that they get those things taken care of.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you totally. That is going to be. I mean, even with Diggs though at this point, and he's off. Like the grade from Pro Football Focus was as bad as it gets for Trayvon Diggs in the Ravens game. But and credit to Trayvon, he owned it after the game.
Sure did.
But that's not a matchup I even feel comfortable with as it pertains to Malik Neighbors. So, I mean, Malik Neighbors and Trayvon Diggs, that's a tough matchup. Let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station identification right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
And now we go to MetLife for a very special guest.
It's time for Prime to shine.
The number 21 of Deion Sanders will generate another high-voltage glow tonight as the Dallas Cowboys take on the New York Giants once again. It is a crisp, cool, and breezy night in the Big Apple. And 8 miles from Midtown Manhattan, a full house will look on at Giants Stadium as the New York Giants take on the Dallas Cowboys. Al Michaels along with Boomer Esiason and Leslie Visser. The Dallas Cowboys got off to a great start this season. They were 3-0, went to Philadelphia last week, and then lost.
How about that? Almost 25 years ago to the day. That is Al Michaels, Monday Night Football, and that is Cowboys and Giants. And now we're back. Al, thank you so much for the time, man. This is your 20th primetime call of a Cowboys and Giants game. How crazy is that?
Wild, because the first one was my first game ever on Monday Night Football back in 1986. And I was with Frank Gifford, two-man booth that year. The opener was at Texas Stadium. You had Tom Landry, you had Bill Parcells, you had Herschel Walker making his Cowboy debut, Tony Dorsett, Phil Simms, great game. Cowboys win it at the end, 31-28. And not that I was nervous, but when Frank he brought me in and I said, you know, you'll handle the bump and run. I'll do the hit and run, because I had done almost all baseball at ABC until that point and some college football. But I was so nervous that I think I said something about the opening game of the 1976 season. And I said to Frank, well, it's already been a long year. So 20 games and so many memorable games. You know, you guys played the intro to a couple of them. And one of the most memorable nights, of course, was here in New York back in 1995 when Jerry Jones told me what he was going to do at halftime. And indeed he did when he walked out onto the field with Phil Knight, and I think Monica Seles was with them that night as well. And he had told me beforehand to be ready for it, what he had in mind to really change how the National Football League was going to package itself and merchandise itself. And he said, what do you think? And I said, well, you will create an earthquake on Park Avenue tonight. And he did, but as it went along through the years, Jerry was proven absolutely right, and that was a seminal night in how the National Football League has marketed itself.
Al, you're such great friends with Jerry Jones. And by the way, we missed you at the Nobu party. You're such a treat to get to talk to. And I know you were in Paris for the Olympics and all. But the thing with Jerry, is it difficult with your friendship to see what he's going through right now with his football team?
Well, I've gotten to know a ton of people through the years, and a lot of the owners, and I go back 39 years now in the National Football League, and I've known Jerry since '89, and Bob Kraft and Jeff Lurie since the mid '90s. Known John Mara for a long time, and Steve Tisch. So, I'm friendly with them. I'm trying to be as, I guess, neutral as possible on the air. I don't want people to think, okay, he's in their pocket. I am not. But you know what? If you know people, and I don't care what business you're in, and there are writers and broadcasters and others who are affiliated, you root for your friends.
Right.
And I've known Jerry for a long time. And yeah, there's a part of me, not that I would root against another team on his behalf, but I would like to see him someday, win another Super Bowl, because I think he's put his heart and his soul into this franchise. He bought it for $150 or so million. It's now worth $11 billion and going up. And I give him a ton of credit for what he has done, not only on the field, but off the field as well, creating the star and just what he has done. The stadium, when it opened up in 2009, was the eighth wonder of the sports world. So he has done so much for the National Football League, and created this aura around the Dallas Cowboys, which did exist before he got there, but he's enhanced it to a large degree. And so, sure, there are people around the league who I'd love to see win a Super Bowl, and he'd be one of them.
Al, what do you think the vibes are? I mean, we're calling this sort of it's early, but it's a must-win for the Cowboys tonight. After chatting with McCarthy or Dak or on the Cowboys side of things, what do you think the vibes are for these guys?
Pretty good. I think all things considered, maybe to get the bad taste of last Sunday out of your mouth, sometimes it's good to have a game not 7 days later, but 4 days later. And I think they're kind of approaching it that way. Let's flush what took place against the Ravens last Sunday and start something new. And you're right. I don't think I can ever call a game 4 or a week 4 game a must game. It's a long season. No matter what happens tonight, you still have 13 games to go. We've seen teams in the past who are 4 down with 4 to go and win a division title, as San Diego did against Denver back in 2008. So it's not a must game, but I think it's a very important early season game, because the Cowboys, you have to really turn it around after the last 2 games, especially losing them at home the way they did. And the Giants were able to turn it around. And last week, they were 0-2 going in, decimated, of course, in the Washington game because they didn't have a kicker, so they wound up losing on 7 field goals. And then their game starts last week with a fumble on the kickoff return, followed by a pass to Amari Cooper. 11 seconds into the game, the Giants fans are going, I can't believe what's going on here. But then they looked very good after that and beat Cleveland. So you've got teams, for the moment, that appear to be going in slightly opposite directions. But I think, people who know football, I think the Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken, guys, you're probably on top of it more than I am at this point. I think they're a 6-point favorite. So people are thinking, hey, the Cowboys have the better team, and now they have to show it tonight.
Al, how excited are you get to see Malik Neighbors live and in person?
Very, because I was here, and again, we talked about the Giants and the Cowboys.
Yes.
So Chris Collinsworth and I called that Odell Beckham catch in a Giants-Cowboys game 10 years ago in this ballpark. And, Chris said the greatest catch he had ever seen. And at that particular time, it probably was one of the all-time great catches in the history of the NFL. Oddly enough, at our production meeting this morning, we were talking about the fact you're seeing catches like that almost every week now. Guys are practicing that leaping up one-handed grab and making it look relatively easy. But that was the forerunner to that. So that took place in a game between the Giants and the Cowboys. Watching Neighbors last week, great speed, obviously, runs great routes, tremendous body control on that second touchdown pass last week. So right now he is, I would say, the toast of the town, a phrase you might hear on the air tonight in New York. And I'm looking very much forward to seeing him because he looks as if he's going to be a very special player.
It's the legendary Al Michaels with us here on the Fan. All right, before we let you out of here, Al, we know your affinity for steak. What would be your top 3 side dishes to pair with a delicious steak?
Well, number one, it would be at Nick and Sam's, as you know.
Amen.
And I want a shout out to my man Samir, who's come out with a book called Raising the Steaks, which is great. The top 3 side dishes would be, I think a twice baked potato would be really good.
Strong.
Strong. I'm trying to get off French fries because they're very dangerous to one's health.
But delicious.
But delicious. You know what? I got to tell you something. The twice baked potato, maybe 2 of my 3 favorites, right? But it has to be, ketchup has to accompany it. Everybody,
There you go.
I hate when you go into a restaurant and the chef doesn't want to give you ketchup. I'm going, wait a minute, who's the client?
Yeah.
And tell me who's paying for this meal. But I got to tell you something. The Nick and Sam steak is as good as anything I've ever had, and then you cap it off with some cotton candy, and I'm a happy guy.
Al, you just need to walk that chef over to all those pictures of you in restaurants all over the United States and remind him who you are.
That's
You know
right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've been to a few. Yeah, I'm the guy who says, "Don't you dare put a vegetable on this plate.
There you
Don't even think about it."
That's why you're a legend. Hey, I can't let you leave without asking you, did you know, Al Michaels, did you know Kirk Herbstreit was a bring your dog to work guy when you signed off on pairing with him? Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
But I'm not an animal person, but I've really come to adore this dog because he's so well behaved. He's a great looking dog, and he's smart. I mean, Kirk and I were in a hotel last year and got out of the elevator with the dog and tried to find Kirk's room, and it was around kind of a maze. You had to make a left and a right, and a left and a right, and like a Grand Prix course, and the dog led the way and took us right to Kirk's room. Amazing. So he's a beautiful dog and a smart dog. And for a guy who never had a goldfish in his life, I'm kind of I'm really kind of into this thing.
I love it, man. Continuing to evolve. The great Al Michaels. I cannot begin to tell you how much of a treat this has been for us, Al. Thank you so much for the time, and enjoy the game tonight.
Anytime, guys. Good to be with you.
Yes, sir. Same to you. My goodness, how special was that? 5-time Emmy winner, and really the football voice of my lifetime.
Yeah.
Brian Broaddus. What an honor that was.
Every great sporting event you could ever imagine, that man had a hand in it.
Wow. And then unfortunately, to follow that, we go to Bobby Belt there. That's a tough act to follow for our guy. Inside the Star as we continue counting down to kickoff. It's a Thursday night must-win situation for the Cowboys in New York. We'll go Inside the Star with Bobby Belt next right here on The Fan.
Experience a fabulous fall shopping day at the
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Bell Nunnally, behind every great company. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Volleman's Dairy, the official milk of the Dallas Cowboys. And by DallasCowboys.com. Keep track of the boys with daily podcasts and up-to-the-minute blogging at DallasCowboys.com and on the official Dallas Cowboys app.
Just about 2 hours to kickoff here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Great to have you in the official pregame party, getting you set for kickoff, and we'll get you there as quickly as possible. Man, I'll tell you what, as we go inside the Star with Bobby Belt now, it was tough last week. He was the lead-in to the Hall of Famer Rod Woodson, and now he is following the greatness of Al Michaels, continuing to get it done at a high level. It's Bobby Belt, ladies and gentlemen. How the heck are you, Bob?
Yeah, how did Rod handle that pressure, by the way? I never followed up with you guys. Was he okay?
I got to be honest with you. It felt like a guy who had sort of been there, acted like he'd been there before. He really came through in a big way.
Yeah, I think that initially he was just trying to kind of feel it out, and then once it's like, oh, okay.
You could sense the moment where his confidence started to rise, and it was like, okay, now we're seeing the real football acumen for this guy.
You think he was like, dang, now I know how Carnell Lake felt all those years, like playing in my shadow. Like, do you think he was like that? Like nobody ever appreciated him. Now I get it.
Yeah, shout out to Carnell Lake.
Can I ask you
and
a
the
question?
entire Lake family?
Yeah.
Lake.
Yeah, can I ask you a real quick question? Would you say Carnell Leg?
I thought it was Carnell Leg. I thought he just shouted out Carnell Leg. Never heard of him before. I'm sorry.
Number 37. Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
How much satisfaction you get of answering Babe Laufenberg's Twitter questions?
Oh, you have no idea.
He tried to get you with the Mike Holmgren one today.
The trivia.
You have no idea how great it feels to get the trivia question when he's trying to grease the tracks and give an answer somewhere else. But when I get it, I feel really good, and I'm kicking myself when I miss it. So I scored it this morning, and he laid it out before, and it was like, well, this one I didn't have a lot of time to research, so this is going to be an easy one. It's like, okay, well.
Is it the two coaches that have won a Super Bowl with one club and then went to another team and didn't win a Super Bowl?
But went to a Super Bowl.
Went to a Super Bowl. Mike Holmgren and
Parcells.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, Black and Gold B on the text says, what's up, Bob?
What up?
Hey, so I'm coming into this game feeling like the Cowboys know a little bit more sort of who they are, particularly defensively, and offensively. The mindset is going to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more, hey, what did we do in the fourth quarter versus Baltimore that worked? Pushing the ball down the field a little bit, getting crossers and dig routes and guys on the move as opposed to the stationary stuff. So I'm optimistic that we will get more aggressive here because your defense can't really help you. So let's not try and play conservative and win a low-scoring game. The offense is going to have to put this thing on their back. So that's my hope. They have a bunch of guys out in the secondary. CeeDee Lamb should feast. Do you have any reason to believe that I could be proven true?
Look, yeah, I mean, I think they are. I would anticipate they're going to try and throw the ball tonight as a big method of attack. The biggest thing is going to be, can you protect?
Yeah,
they have a really good front four, and it's not just a really good front four. They have really good second and third level blitzers too. That their defensive coordinator likes to use a lot. They will send Jason Pinnock as a safety blitzer.
Yep.
They will send McFadden from the linebacker spot or O'Carrick. Like they'll blitz guys from all over, and so you're gonna need to protect. If you can protect and block it up, you can absolutely throw on them. Deonte Banks has had his troubles. There are times where it's a little bit of what we had become familiar with here in Dallas with Cheeto Awuzie, where it's like he's there and he's not making a play on the ball.
Sure.
That happens a lot with Deonte Banks, but Pinnock, as good of a safety blitzer as he is, if you get him in coverage, you can take advantage of Pinnock a little bit. And so I think there are opportunities to take advantage of. I was smiling a little bit when he said you felt like they know themselves a little better. And I agree with that. I think they're coming to a sobering reality of where they're falling short in a lot of ways. And they're having an understanding of, okay, we don't necessarily do this well or this well. This wasn't just kind of a flash in the pan thing. We need to make sure that we're leaning into some of these things that we're really good at. And so the difficulty tonight is just going to be a lot of what the Giants are good at are things that you've struggled with on both sides of the ball.
Are the Giants a little bit better than what we're accustomed to seeing?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a notion, and I had it too before I turned on the tape this week. There's a notion or a thought that like the Giants were so bad last year, and they started out 0-2, and they lost to a Washington team that we thought was pretty bad, that it was easy to look at and go, man, they got smoked by the Vikings. They get beaten a close game by the Commanders. But then when you look at it a little bit, people now think maybe we misjudged the Vikings. Washington has just won a big game against Cincinnati, and so maybe start viewing that through a little bit different lens. And when you watch the tape, that's a better team than I had anticipated they would be.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a bottom feeder. I don't think that they're going to make the playoffs, but I don't think this is like I don't necessarily think this is like a top 5 pick team this upcoming year, especially as they go along and that offensive line starts becoming more consistent, because they've shown flashes in pass protection being really good at times.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of getting it a little bit more consistently. So, yeah, I think it's a better team, and it's a better team in large part, obviously, because of Malik Neighbors. But what Malik Neighbors and the offensive line have done to make Daniel Jones clearly feel more comfortable, playing in the pocket.
Who scares you more tonight, Malik Neighbors or Dexter Lawrence? You get to erase one of these guys from being a super beast. Who do you want to slow down?
Lawrence. Because I can erase Malik Neighbors and they're still going to throw stuff in, the open field to Wan'Dale Robinson, and you're going to have to deal with him anyway, and you're going to have to deal with Singletary in the run game. If you're able to take Lawrence out of the game, that's a big part of the equation of, are you going to be able to protect long enough to throw on the Giants? Because especially that's one of your more vulnerable spots right now is Cooper Beebe coming along, and not out of any sort of, deficiency in terms of his talent, but you've had issues in a guy he's young and he's coming along and he's still, picking up how to get the twists and the stunts. And there's occasionally you'll see a, more savvy pass rusher kind of get him with some, crafty hand usage. And so I think what that would do, if you could just neutralize Lawrence, that would go a long way to furthering your efforts to win this.
Bobby, I really do. We had Bob Pop on earlier, the broadcaster for the Giants, and I was asking him about Devin Singletary.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that worries me about him is, if Dallas gets off blocks and they get in position, but has Dallas shown the ability to tackle the last couple of weeks?
Right.
Is this a game where you feel like that they can get right tackling again? Or is this going to be a game where we're going to see multiple opportunities because Singletary can make you miss, can run through arm tackles? Is this going to be a problem for the Dallas Cowboys tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you've got a couple different opportunities to prove you can improve your tackling, because obviously they're not wrapping up and finishing all the time. That was a big overshown problem last week. You've got issues of guys taking bad angles or over pursuing and leaving cutback lanes. So in terms of like the wrap up tackling, well, you're going to see a lot of that with Singletary. In terms of the over pursuit and the angles you're taking, that may be Wan'Dale Robinson, that may be Tyrone Tracy. In terms of potentially both, taking some bad angles and not wrapping up. That's Malik Neighbors and the physicality that Neighbors can play with and kind of the things that he can do. So it's a good opportunity to display that and show it and see if you've really responded to it. And so, I mean, Singletary's a guy that he's physical, he's tough. We all remember the meat on the bone comment about Joseph Randle. There's no meat on the bone with Singletary. Singletary will get you everything he can.
Yeah, you watch these games where last week against the Browns and he's hit at the line of scrimmage and he's still getting positive yards. How big of a concern should the opposite corner be of Diggs tonight?
Significant, because Dallas is not going to move the corners, I don't think.
No, I don't think they're traveling this game.
Diggs and Carson through the first couple weeks of the season, I think Diggs has played his side 89% of the time, and Carson was like 87%, according to Next Gen Stats.
And Diggs lines up on the defensive right side, right?
Yes, on the defensive right side. And so a lot of what they'll do, and they'll move Neighbors around. They'll do some different stuff. They'll they'll line him up in different spots. They won't necessarily just put him over there and line up. So whatever mismatch they want to get with Neighbors, whatever Daboll wants to match up, he probably can.
It is interesting to see most of his production has come from being lined up on the left side of the offense, which would be the defensive right, and it would be the matchup versus Diggs. But it is a small sample to this point, so in terms of because right now most of his production's coming when he lines up on the left. So, but I don't know if that's something where they're like, well, if Diggs is going to be over there, we might as well just put him on the right side.
Well, one of the big plays he hit against, I think it was Cleveland. One of the big plays he hit against Cleveland was one where they lined him up on the left side of the offense, and it was over there. I think they had trips, and it was a whole clear out concept.
Yeah,
it was just meant to get him running and go. So, in that sense, you'd be lined up against Diggs, but they're putting him over there just to create some traffic and some route concepts to just get him running and cleared out away from the defense. So I think a lot of that is just about how they're trying to line up relative to, the hash marks and field position and where they're at.
Okay, we got to let you out of here, but quickly, is this a bounce back CeeDee Lamb night? Are we taking the overs on CeeDee Lamb stuff?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think so. And
if you block,
if you can block, that's going to be the biggest thing. But I don't think we're going to see a focus drop, a fumble, and a lot of pouting. I don't think you're going to see a lot of that today from CeeDee Lamb.
Praise God. All right, there it is, Inside the Star with Bobby Bell. Thanks, Bob.
Love you all.
All right, let's get back out to MetLife Stadium. We are now under 2 hours to a kickoff Thursday night football. It's the pregame show, and we're back with Babe Laufenberg here on The Fan.
Football season is here.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Today, in person, on the phone, or online. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John, the official pizza of the Dallas Cowboys.
All right, looks like CeeDee Lamb's ready for a bounce-back game. He was the first member of the Cowboys to hit the field once the team arrived to MetLife Stadium, hitting a little solo workout sesh there as we are a little under 2 hours to kick off on what we're calling a must-win Cowboys game day. Thursday night football. Babe Laufenberg, Brad Shim, Christy Scales, as always, here on 105.3 The Fan and the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Babe, happy game night to you, man. How you feeling? Short week. I wasn't sure how your body was feeling.
You know, it took a while to recover. The older you get, the harder it is to come back for the next game. But I'm here. I'm ready to roll.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Never doubted it.
You know, it is funny, guys. Just very quickly, it's a quick turnaround for us. And I'm like, we're broadcasting a game. We're sitting on our rear ends. And so think of these coaches and players that have to get back and get ready to play a Thursday game. It's tough.
Yeah, it's no joke, especially going on the road. This will be the Cowboys' first time going on the road, short week Thursday night in the history of the organization. So it's a little bit new here. Now we were just talking about Malik Neighbors there with Bobby here, Babe, and how much of a monster he's been. Of course, no Kalen Carson, so things get adjusted in the Cowboys secondary. Would you like the idea of traveling Diggs with Neighbors, or how would you see that going?
I would like it, but I wouldn't do it, if that makes any sense. The problem with when we travel a guy and we're going to shadow this guy, it affects the rest of your defense. It affects the other 10 guys. And honestly, they had so many missed assignments last week that the last thing I want to do is confuse these guys more on 3 days rest, basically. So I think you just have to live with it. I will agree with you. I know Brian has seen him more than I have because he's a big LSU guy, but Malik Neighbors is the real deal. I mean, there's certain guys that come into the league where they just immediately announce their presence. I always remember DeMarcus Ware, preseason game at Seattle. He played about half the game. He had 2 sacks. He had an interception. He had a strip fumble. He just did everything in one half of football. And he basically announced himself. And I think Malik Neighbors is the same way. But, you'd love to travel Diggs with him, but it won't happen tonight. And, again, it just does so much to the other 10 guys, especially, hey, they put that guy in the slot. They motion him into the slot. Now you really got issues. So there's more to it than just, hey, you go cover this guy.
Hey, Babe, okay, since the Jason Tucker field goal miss Cowboys offense all of a sudden came to life. When you went back and watched that, do you have some idea of what they did differently that maybe could carry over into this matchup as far as maybe some route combinations or protections or anything with the quarterback?
Yeah, I would love to be the guy to give you all the X's and O's, but I think they just kind of played a little bit better. They really did. There were some breakdowns in terms of route running, I think, that was taking place in the first half. And I think Dak honestly missed a few reads early on, and it just snowballs. All of a sudden, one guy misses a route, Dak misses a read, and it snowballs. The big CD Lamb fumble on the slant going in, at the time you didn't say, okay, that just changed the complexion of the game. But looking back on it, that was a huge fumble down there. And hey, players fumble, we know that. Accidents will happen. But that just really was a deflating moment, I think, for this football team.
Did you like what you saw out of Hunter Lipke last week? Do you expect to see more of him in the offense tonight?
He's never going to be one of those guys where you say, hey, this week we have got to get the ball to Hunter Lipke.
Force feed him.
I was talking to Brad on the air last week, and I just said, hey, the more I see of Hunter Lipke, the more I like him. He just seems to, everything they've asked him to do, he does it, and he does it well. Even to the point of last week, being a downfield receiver. I mean, he ran like a corner route when Dak rolled left and Dak threw a perfect ball.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the guy's been very impressive, very impressive. And I would like to see him play a little more. Again, you're not going to hand him the ball 20 times. He's not going to catch 10 balls. But, in a different way, but the way San Francisco uses Juszczyk, right? I mean, Juszczyk doesn't catch 10 balls and doesn't run the ball a bunch, but he's very effective, obviously, at what he does. And I think Hunter Lipke, not putting him in that class just yet, but I think he could be that type of player.
Babe, when you think about the Cowboys, and I just watching the Giants, I feel like if you can block their front on defense, that you have a shot to throw the ball in the secondary. If you had to kind of say your biggest concern, is it inside with their defensive tackle or what their edges potentially could do?
Yeah, as we know, Dexter Lawrence, I think he's the best tackle in football now. Aaron Donald retired, obviously, so when Donald retired, I think he takes that mantle. Different kind of players. Obviously, Donald is a great pass rusher, but Dexter Lawrence, man, I mean, he is a man inside there. So I do not like to try to get your running game on track going against him. Yeah, they got Burns on the outside. I'm a big fan, quite honestly, of Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yes.
I think he's a heck of a player. I don't think he gets talked about enough. Obviously, he was the 5th pick in the draft a couple of years ago, so he should be a heck of a player. But, that front's pretty good. Now, the back end, they're beat up. I know you guys have talked about it. They're missing, basically their nickel. They're missing a corner. The other corner, Nick McLeod, has had a banged-up knee. It'll be interesting to see if he plays. He practiced limited this week, but he's missed the last 2 games. So, clearly, you got 3 guys out in your secondary. The way to attack him would be through the air. That's what logic would tell you.
Babe Laufenberg with us here on The Fan. Babe, to what extent can the Giants offense replicate sort of what the Saints and Ravens did to this defense?
Well, everybody plays a little different, and certainly this is going to look nothing like Baltimore in terms of their scheme and how they do it. Although, let me tell you, Daniel Jones is I don't want to say underrated runner, but Lamar Jackson, since Justin Fields has come into the league, Lamar Jackson is number 1 in average per carry, Justin Fields is 2nd, and Daniel Jones is 3rd. So he can really run. Now, he's not going to be, and they'll have designed runs for him. He's not going to make people miss the way Lamar Jackson is. I mean, that's just a video game guy. We know that. But he is a fast runner, and he's an excellent runner. So I do see the Giants trying to get him out of the pocket a little bit, not have him just sit back in there, drop back 5 steps, and throw from the pocket all day. And he's fully capable of that. I'm probably a bigger, quite honestly, Daniel Jones fan than most people are. I think he's a good passer. I think he's a very good runner. It certainly hasn't come together for him here. although he got paid like it's come together for him here.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, having Malik Neighbors, that changes a little bit for him. It really does. They've been deficient at the wide receiver position for, gosh, a decade, honestly. Ever since Odell Beckham left,
Sure.
they have been very, very marginal on the outside. That he changes things.
Babe, how committed are you if you're Mike McCarthy to the run, or at least to try to run? And is it one of those things that, like we've talked about, that the secondary might offer you more plays, but how do you feel about your rushing attack today?
Yeah, I think they have to. I think Mike McCarthy wants to, I should say. He talked about getting the number of carries up. Now, to do that, you got to make first downs, right?
First downs, yeah.
Cleveland game, they were 0 for 5 on third down. So you run 15 plays and a half, you're not going to have a lot of running plays. Matter of fact, in the second half of games this year, the Cowboys have run the ball 22 times.
Right.
It's the fewest number of carries of any team in the NFL. Now, granted, they've been behind majorly at halftime of the last two, and they were ahead 27-3 first time they took the ball at Cleveland. So things have kind of played into that, but you know, and the morning guys always kid me because I say, if I can stop anything, I want to take away your pass, because the big plays come in the passing game and points come off big plays. But you've got to be able to run the ball decently. And so in answer to your question, yeah, I do see them trying to run the ball a little bit more. But again, I don't want to be sitting here as a play caller in 2nd and 9 all day, right?
No.
So it's a little bit of a catch-22, and I know I'm kind of straddling the fence there, but I wouldn't bang my head in the wall. Let me say that. I wouldn't be stubborn and just say, hey, we're going to run it. I don't care if we're making 2 yards a carry. We're just going to run it all night. That doesn't work.
Well, did you? I mean,
It works for everybody that plays the Cowboys, though. That's
well,
that's if you commit to the run against the Cowboys, you got a great shot of having a double-digit victory.
Yeah, I mean, but that is not 2nd and 9 for other teams, unfortunately.
No, it's a lot of second and ones.
Yeah,
a lot of second and ones. Yeah,
and quite honestly, I see the Giants trying to run the ball. Why wouldn't you?
No, absolutely.
If you haven't shown me you can stop the run,
no, absolutely.
Why wouldn't you? And I agree with you. I heard you, Brian, talking about their running back, who people aren't probably crazy familiar with, Devin Singletary.
Yeah,
I mean, he is a good, solid back. He makes people miss. I mean, he's averaging 4.7 this year a carry. He's a good player. And Brian Daboll had him. They drafted him in Buffalo in 2019. And Daboll had him, the Giants head coach, of course, for 3 years in Buffalo. He went to Houston last year, and Daboll obviously liked him well enough to say, hey, Saquon's gone, you'll be our guy. And so far he's done an outstanding job.
Yeah, he's breaking more tackles on a per carry basis than any running back in the NFL. So it's going to be a tall task for the Cowboys defense tonight. Babe, we appreciate the time as always. Have a safe flight back home and enjoy the game tonight, my friend.
All right, thank you guys. You too. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. There he goes, Babe Laufenberg. It's the pregame show here, the official pregame show of your Dallas Cowboys. We continue counting down to kickoff for a Week 4 must-win Thursday night at MetLife Stadium. We go back to MetLife here as we welcome in Christy Scales and get the scoop before kickoff here on The Fan.
Hey, y'all. Matt Pittman of
Pest control provider of the Dallas Cowboys. Buffalo Wild Wings. Blockchain.com. Blockchain.com. Make your crypto play today. And by DallasCowboys.com. Keep track of the boys with daily podcasts and up-to-the-minute blogging at DallasCowboys.com and on the official Dallas Cowboys app.
About 90 minutes to kick off here on the Cowboys pregame show. Let's go to MetLife Stadium and welcome in the best in the business, Cowboys sideline reporter on the Dallas Cowboys radio network, Christy Scales. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get the scoop. Christy, happy game night to you. We're calling this must win. Are we crazy?
Technically, of course it's not, but yeah, it was not a good vibe. A very down vibe on the sideline on Sunday, but I'm just glad it was a short week because, put that one in the rearview mirror and look forward to this one. And interesting, I was just talking with Brian Anger, the Cowboys punter, on the sideline, and boy, we caught a break with this Thursday evening game. It was raining most of the day, but right now it's in the mid-70s, and there is a slight chance for some rain late in the game, but very mild right now. We just can't remember mild temperatures and no wind, and it's one of the very few times in 34 years with the Cowboys that wind or rain or cold temperatures aren't going to be have an effect on the game, particularly the kicking game here at the Meadowlands.
So, Christy, we haven't seen the field yet. What field logo do the Giants have in the middle of the field today?
They do have a Giants logo. It's the blue helmet with the NY script. So it's a helmet logo. So
it's
a couple years ago,
it's
the old school. And so I'm kind of surprised that there is a logo. Up until a couple years ago, there was about several years where they were just using the NFL logo.
Shield,
Yeah, the NFL shield, because this is shared by the Jets and the Giants. But what they did was last year was the first year they went back to having the Jets logo for Jets games and a Giants logo at midfield for Giants games, but it's this water soluble so that they can hose it off very easily. And it had been so rainy today that I wasn't sure. They say that if it gets too wet that they can't use that paint at midfield, but we got here. I was expecting to see just green, but we do have the old style Giants helmet as the midfield logo.
Okay, and it brings me to, because every time you get to that midfield logo, that your kicker's able to make a field goal from there. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, So the front of the face mask and the back of the helmet, the backs, where the stickers are on the back of the helmet. But Aubrey, actually the specialists are out there right now, and Brandon Aubrey, he's using the tripod for the field goals here, and he's just kicking from 40 right now. But as I say, the wind is absolutely no factor, and it's very mild temperatures.
Christy, we've seen over the years the turf at MetLife Stadium it gets criticized quite a bit. I don't believe players really enjoy playing on it. Is it still the same turf from these last few years? Have they done any upgrading to it or anything? Do you know?
So last year they changed it to, it's called Field Turf Core HD, so they changed the surface in 2023. So yes, this is the second year of this field turf.
Okay, that's great news. That's great news. And they're wearing the Arctic whites tonight.
Yeah, I got the whites,
color rush.
Yeah, got the Thursday night prime time. So this is only the fourth time that the Cowboys have worn those Arctic white helmets. So it's got the blue star on each side, of course, and then the blue stripes. And then the Cowboys are wearing their white jerseys and white pants, and to borrow an Eric Nadel phrase, with the blue and silver piping down the side of the pants. But yeah, it's a cool look, and we don't get to see this one too often. As I say, it's only the fourth time, but the Cowboys are 3-0 in their Arctic white helmet.
Do you have inactives for any chance for us?
I do. Kalen Carson, as suspected, because he was doubtful, as was Marquise Bell, the Cowboys safety. They are both out. So Kalen Carson, of course, with the shoulder that he hurt against the Ravens on Sunday, and Marquise Bell missed the second half of that game with an ankle injury. So those two guys are definitely out. The other inactives, it's mainly the usual suspects, where you have Trey Lance as your third quarterback. You have I mentioned Marquise Bell and Kalen Carson. But we also have Matt Letzko, the offensive tackle, Ryan Flournoy, the wide receiver, John Stevens, inactive, the tight end for the 4th straight week. And then Tyrus Wheat is inactive again this week. That's because Carl Lawson was elevated from the practice squad. Also elevated from the practice squad, Amani Oruwariye. And it's so hard to say that we're going to do like teammates and coaches and just call him AO. So AO is a guy, if he has to play today, he's obviously backup tight end. He plays outside. So if something were to happen with Mukwamu or with Andrew Booth, we would see a lot of AO, but he was actually on the Giants practice squad last year and was with them through training camp. So he probably knows more about the Giants wide receivers, having to go against them in practice all through camp and half of last year every day in practice than some of the other cornerbacks on the Cowboys roster right now.
Getting the scoop from Christy Scales here on the Fan, getting you set for kickoff, Cowboys and Giants. The Giants have a couple of guys banged up in that secondary. Are you expecting a big-time bounce-back CeeDee Lamb performance?
I think so, just because CD plays so much from the slot. I know you guys have already been talking about it in pregame. Babe was talking about it as well, but that's where they're hurting. The Giants is missing their slot guys, including their rookie. One of their, I believe he was their 2nd-round pick. So this should be a real bounce-back game for CD, and he offered the mea culpa to the media after practice on Tuesday, because what we saw on the sideline Sunday in that loss against Baltimore, where he was obviously frustrated, and it started in the 2nd quarter after that crucial fumble there in the red zone, but he was frustrated, and that is not CD. CD is the guy with the positive energy and the electric smile that can light up a room, and it's not always sunshine and rainbows on a sideline, but he is usually that positive kind of guy. So it was kind of similar to the San Francisco loss last year. Out there, it was a frustrating game at Levi Stadium, and then CD came back strong the next week. And I know it's a short week, but and it just seems like it's set up perfectly for CD with the injury situation with the Giants secondary. So yeah, the Cowboys are missing a couple of guys, and that's going to hurt them. But the Giants are playing with a short deck as well.
When it comes to the running backs, Christy, are we trending in a direction of more Rico, more Hunter Lipke, and potentially less Zeke?
That's going to be interesting, because Zeke's his number of reps have gone down, and instead of by plays, I'm going to go by percentage of plays, okay? So in week 1, he was on the field for 50% of them. Week 2, he was on the field for 40%, and last week, those 15 snaps, that was just under 20%, so 19%, so 50 to 40 to 19, whereas Rico has played pretty steady. Weeks 1, 2, and 3 were 44%, 43%, and 46%. It's Deuce actually had only 5 offensive reps in week 3, which was kind of surprising because he had 10, twice as many in week 2. It was Hunter Lipke who got so many more reps in week 3. So he had only 14% of snaps in week 2. He was out there